Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? Day 2 of pre-season testing from, I nearly said Barcelona, Bahrain, of course, this year. Not quite so sandy this morning. How are we all doing? Are we ready for a good waffle? 8 hours of me talking nonsense. I bet you can't all wait. I'm very excited. As usual for today's stream, I'll go through what we've got going on in track in just a moment. I'll do all my housekeeping first, though, and then we'll come to you guys for a bit of a chat. Of course, got Dan with me this morning. In about 5 or 10 minutes, all the way until 12:30, and then it's Jonty and Dyllan this afternoon, and can confirm Stuart, aka Chainbear, will be with me all day tomorrow, all sorted with Chainbear, so that's good news for tomorrow. But usual housekeeping, just a reminder, there is no on-track footage in this stream for copyright reasons. FOM do not like people showing their footage, which you can sort of understand. Live timing is being done manually, so just bear in mind that it might take a little bit of time to update it, and we did have some technical issues yesterday, but hopefully all will be resolved. You can follow me over on social media, links in the description. If you would like to contribute to the stream, you can do so through PayPal. 100% of that contribution comes to me. Link in the description. You can also do so through Streamlabs and through the YouTube Super Chat. But just bear in mind, YouTube do take 30% of your donation if you do a Super Chat rather than PayPal. No idea why, but that's just the way it is. So, yes, I'm going to just kick things off in case you didn't catch yesterday with the result, because we've got all the tyre information for yesterday as well. So that's pretty good. We like that one. So Max Verstappen was fastest yesterday on the C3 with a 130.6, 139 laps for him. Lando Norris, C3, 130.8, 46 laps. Ocon was third place on a 131.1. The C4 tyre for him, only one on a soft tyre actually yesterday, 129 laps. Lance Stroll and Carlos Sainz, 131.7, 131.9 46 laps for Stroll, and 57 for Sainz. Prototype tyre for Stroll, though, which is basically the C3. I'll explain that a little bit later in the stream. C3 as well for Sainz. C3 for Giovinazzi, 131.9, 68 laps. Ricciardo on the C2 did a 32.2, 45 laps. Pierre Gasly did 132.2 on the C3, 74 laps. Yuki Tsunoda, 132.7, 37 laps on the C2. Lewis Hamilton, C2, 32.9, 42 laps in the end. Charles Leclerc, C3, 133.2, 59 laps. Kimi Raikkonen, C3, 133.3, 63 laps. 51 laps for Vettel, also on the prototype tyre, 133.7. C3 for Nissany and Mazepin, 34.7 and 34.7 again, 83 laps and 70 laps. 15 laps for Mick Schumacher, C2, 36.1, and Valtteri Bottas, 36.8, 6 laps on the C2. Miserable day, really, for Mercedes yesterday. Better afternoon, but if you didn't catch it yesterday, very sandy. And this morning, as you can see, Carlos Sainz is out there today, currently topping the session. He's got the morning. 12 laps already on the board, 14 for Mazepin, so 33.0 for Sainz and 33.7 for Mazepin. Alonso, his first full day in the Alpine, 34.2. 12 laps on the board, 16 for Latifi, 134.6, 135.0 for Lewis Hamilton, 13 laps on the board already, so already better than yesterday morning for Mercedes. Perez is in all day for you Checo fans, 135.5, 12 laps, and Yuki Tsunoda, 137.0, 16 laps. Giovinazzi's done 3 laps, Ricciardo's done 9, and Vettel's done 3. No lap time as of yet, and we've got Vettel. We've just said Vettel, so we've got Bottas, Gasly, Leclerc, Norris, Schumacher and Stroll all in this afternoon. There we go. That's your times. If you are at school or at work today and you're going to be popping in for updates, then I will be doing the timings around about on the hour and around the half hour as well. So every 30 minutes I will do updates as Hamilton, I think, moves up into 4th place. Somebody's shifted there. So, yes, keep an eye on those timings. Somebody in chat just said I sound different. It might just be that it's morning. It could just be that one. So, I will. Yeah. I'll see how that goes. I might be a bit quiet just early-ish in the morning. I tend to be a bit shouty later in the afternoon, as you might have noticed. But I've got Dan with me this morning. Good morning, mate. Back for day 2. You just didn't suffer enough yesterday?
Not quite enough. Thanks for having me, dude. Missed a busy session in the afternoon, didn't I? You guys were treated to quite something with all that sandstorm.
Yeah, it was... Wow, what do you say? What do you say, really? It was such weird conditions. It wasn't like, if it had been raining, you'd kind of know what to expect. But then all that sand on the track, I didn't know. Nobody really knew. What was it doing to the cars? What was it doing to the tyres? How was it affecting the lap times? But weirdly, we actually saw some quicker times in the afternoon than we did the morning, despite the fact that it was the same tyres being used and they were basically driving on sand.
Yeah, it was so strange to watch. I think we can all agree there. And I think the biggest thing as well was how much Lewis Hamilton was struggling. Of all the drivers, I thought Lewis would have been one of the quickest ones to pick up those kind of conditions, but it just proves that it was so tricky for everyone.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't a great day for Mercedes yesterday at all, was it, really? Very few laps compared to others. I mean, Max Verstappen alone did nearly 150. I can't remember exactly what the total was, but it was a lot more. And then Mercedes, I think, did 50-odd laps. So not great. They're obviously giving it the usual, oh God, it's all falling apart, it's terrible, we've missed a day of testing, really, we're behind, so front row lockout in a couple of weeks' time by over a second probably. But yeah, not a great day for Mercedes, but I think, and I know we can't read too much into testing times, that you're going to hear that a lot in these streams. It is Saturday. Why would we be at school on a Saturday? Thank you, everyone in chat. Oh my God, that's a great start. Well, some people go to school on a Saturday, all right? Leave me alone. Go to school if you're not. Why not? But yeah, we can't read much into the testing times, but Red Bull very much look like they've hit the ground. Well, they have hit the ground running. Not very much, they have, but we'll see come the end of tomorrow if we get anything representative where they are in comparison to Mercedes. Of course, we won't know for sure until probably Q3 in a couple of weeks' time, but it's whichever way you look at it, whether you're reading to lap times or not, it's a really strong start from Red Bull.
Yeah, and when you consider over the last few years, they either had power unit failures throughout testing. A couple of years ago, Pierre Gasly sadly kept on finding the wall. Albans had a couple of spins. One spin for Max in the morning. I didn't see anything in the afternoon. You might be able to correct me there, but I didn't see anything major from Max. Perez in the car today. let's see how he can do. He's got a big, I would say he's got a pretty important testing session because, I mean, I suppose it's like everyone who's changing team this year. He's got 2 days or 1.5 days, really, hasn't he, to try and get on the level of Max Verstappen, which is no easy feat whatsoever.
Did you watch the Ted's testing notebook yesterday?
No, I didn't get time.
No, one of the key things, and I know it's early days, and they're not exactly going to sit down and be like, "Oh, I hate it here." But one of the key things was Carlos Sainz, Daniel Ricciardo, Sergio Perez, everyone that switched teams, Sebastian Vettel as well, just seems so chilled and so happy and so content with their moves. And Ted sort of said in there, maybe for once everybody's got the move they want and everyone's happy, and it's just nice to see. Obviously, we'll see how things go in Bahrain. If people all of a sudden start, if Daniel Ricciardo suddenly starts suffering reliability problems, or Sebastian Vettel is getting treated as a second driver, that's all not going to happen. It's speculation, by the way. If that all happens, then of course they're going to start to be miserable. But it was nice to see everybody really cheery yesterday. And it was also great to see Ted back to his absolutely shockingly cheesy ways, quite literally cheesy. He was walking around with a wedge of cheese to try and demonstrate what had been cut away from the floor for this year to sort the downforce out and bring the downforce levels down. Walked around with that, and it had been out in the Abu Dhabi sun all day, and he went up to Sebastian Vettel with this limp bit of cheese that used to be a triangle. He's like, "Do you want some cheese, Seb?" Sebastian Vettel giving him grief for wasting food, and he should eat it. And oh my god! And then at the end of his thing, just stupid things for me that make me giggle with Ted. But at the end of his thing, he was like, "And I'm back tomorrow, hopefully with less cheese." And it's like, no, Ted. As long as you're on screen, mate, there's always going to be cheese. Just so good to see the drivers back, and Ted's notebook, and to see the cars on track. I know we're going to say this a lot over the next few weeks, aren't we? It's so good to have it back, but it's just to hear I was going to say the roar of the engines, but it's more of a mumble these days, isn't it? The mumble of the engines. Here goes Grandad going around the track as Lewis Hamilton coming around to complete another lap shortly. What is that corner? I always get mixed up. Turn 13. I've always known the corner numbers at Bahrain until we had the Sakir Grand Prix, and now it's all thrown me. One race has destroyed it, Dan.
Now, maybe that is your age, fella.
That's harsh. That's really harsh. We've already got Tim Tam debate in the chat. Tim Tams, which apparently are not penguins. We'll get into that later, I'm sure. And if you're wondering, Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton, Daniel Ricciardo, Antonio Giovinazzi, and Sebastian Vettel on track at the moment. Alonso actually purple in the first sector there, so he might be about to go quickest. We might have a Spanish 1-2 again, so personal best in the middle, a little bit slower than Sainz, so we'll keep an eye on that one as he comes into that back straight to complete the lap. But interesting news on Alonso yesterday. He's going to be racing this season with metal plates in his Jordan. So obviously he had his cycling accident, I think Ted said at the start of this 4 weeks and a day ago. So he's still very much recovering from that, but he's out there on track. And just to say that goes quickest, because he would do, just as I'm saying that about him. But yeah, I wouldn't say concerning that he's racing in metal plates, but just something to bear in mind this year, that's going to be bloody uncomfortable for him.
Definitely. I mean, we had a quick discussion yesterday, didn't we? Trying to work out just how bad it was. He seemed okay. Everything the team was saying seems like he was all fit and ready to go. And then in that press conference he had with I can't remember which other two drivers he was with. Yeah, mentioned that he had this metal plate in his jaw, which took me by surprise. I don't think many of us were expecting that. I don't think it'll affect him performance-wise, but certainly at moments this year, especially in races like Singapore, if we do go to some of these hot and humid cuts, just that extra bit of discomfort, that's going to be awful for him. That's really not going to be fun. So fair play to him for getting in the car, because very easily they could have put in a reserve. They could have bought out one of the F2 drivers that have a super license for a couple of races. But this is Fernando, isn't it? That's not his style whatsoever.
No, I mean, the minute that was reported that he came off his bike, obviously, you're sort of saying as Vettel goes wide there at turn 4, kicking up some sand, but people were saying, oh, is this it? Is he going to make the first race? My instant thought was, I bet he makes testing. Was just my instant thought. I thought Fernando will be there, but yeah, it's just kind of who he is. And I know he's quite a divisive figure among the fan base, and I think I said yesterday, didn't I? I think we're going to get a more zen Fernando this year after having a couple of years away and coming into a team that's a bit more competitive in that midfield. But are you excited to see him back, Dan, or are you one of these who just wishes that these older drivers would disappear and let the younger ones have a go? Not that we've not got a lot of young drivers on the grid, by the way. I mean, what, Lance Stroll's still young. I mean. Max Verstappen's not exactly old, is he? It feels like he is because he's been around for a few years now, but he's only 22, 23. So, yeah.
I think he's still good enough to win races. And from that point of view, he deserves that seat. And I'm super chuffed he is back in Formula One. And we quickly mentioned it yesterday. If he's anywhere near the level of, well, 2005 and 6 Fernando, but even the McLaren Fernando that left us in 2017, 2018? 2018.
Yeah, the 2018.
Yeah. If he's anywhere near that level, he'll still do great things for this team. He's coming in, I would say, as the number one for that team, or that's the aim for Alpine for this year, is for him to lead them over the next couple of years and try and teach Ocon a little bit, even though Esteban won't like me saying that. Sorry, Esteban. So, yeah, from that point of view, super chuffed he's back in Formula One. There's no one really he's hogging a seat from either. There's not like there's a Renault Junior that could have jumped in that seat straight away and been challenging for number one. They all struggled a little bit in F2 over the last couple of years. And though I'm gutted the likes of K-Mag, Nico Hülkenberg don't have a seat, I think Alonso is a better option for Alpine at the moment. So, yeah, overall, I am excited he's back. And we all know the dramas he's going to bring this year. Unmissable.
Ricciardo goes third on a 33.6. Just see Mazepin across the line as well. Super quickly. Currently fourth, goes third. 33.1. Ricciardo drops to fourth. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him back. And I think it's interesting you say there, he's not really hogging a seat. When he was first rumoured last year, I was kind of thinking, oh, hang on a minute, you've got Guan Yu Zhou. Would be great to see him step up and maybe Lundgaard getting an opportunity. But actually, as the season went on in F2, they both sort of fell away a little bit, didn't they? So maybe another season is what they need in junior categories. The problem for these juniors is that, and we touched on this yesterday, is I still think Alpine have got an eye on Gasly. So are we looking at maybe a situation where Gasly potentially moves there next year or waits for Alonso to retire fully and goes there in 23, and then maybe a junior joins him at the team or something like that? Because I think Renault have got a very good, or seem to have a good junior academy and some good young drivers coming through. So it'd be nice to see some of them get their opportunity. But I'm kind of with you. I don't think, on reflection, looking back at last year, there was anybody really ready to step up, because Zhou seemed really impressive, didn't he, in the early phase of the season? But definitely, unless I'm misremembering it, I seem to probably fell away a little bit.
Yeah, he got really unlucky in some of the opening rounds. I think the very first feature race of the season, he was leading by a country mile and his engine broke down. Similar story in Monza. So it was very much an up and down year. Lundgaard, similar story. Like you say, had some races where he was on fire. Other races, he was nowhere. And then, of course, we've got the F3 champion Piastri coming into F2 this year. So maybe he's a player for next season. But yeah, I think Renault definitely made the right choice. But it will be interesting for next year if we do have, say, a Lundgaard, Zhou, maybe all three of them in F2 fighting for the title. And then there's no seat in Formula One for them. And they've got to wait a year like we've seen for Callum Ilott. That's never fun. And I suppose that kind of links into what we were saying yesterday. Maybe some sort of deal with Williams could come into play there if George Russell moves on. But also, like we always say, we just need more teams. Come on, yes. Renault, give us an extra team.
Yeah, just another team. I think the funny thing is, I said yesterday I'd like two teams. One team would probably be enough for now, just to get some of these juniors through, because I still think Callum Ilott, I don't, no driver has a God-given right to be on the Formula One grid. But when you look at last year, I don't think he was, again, unless I'm wrong, I don't think he was any worse than Schumacher was. Really, possibly better in sort of the early phase of the season. So for Schumacher to get the step up and Ilott to be left on the sidelines, you sort of think, oh, that's a bit unfair. But if you go back through Formula 2 and GP2 history, how many drivers will we have said that about in the past? And like, oh, they should be in F1 and then they don't. And oh, maybe they'll be in next year and then 2 years, 3, 4, 5, and all of a sudden, oh, who was that? Oh yeah, I forgot about them. It's harsh, but it's kind of true. There's just 20 seats and hundreds of drivers. It's not enough.
Yeah, and you've got to be there at the right place, the right time, haven't you? I mean, something I always find quite interesting is that the Mercedes Academy is always so bare. They've always got almost one or two driver over a 4 or 5 year span, which if you were looking at Red Bulls, where they seem to have 10 at one time, you would think that's quite a contrast. But Mercedes are aware they've not got endless seats in Formula One. I think they've just signed up Frederick Vesti in Formula 3 for this year. So he's their next man they're focusing on after George Russell. But it is a shame because we want to see as many of these young guys in F1 as possible. We want to see the best of the best. And like you say, some of them do slip through the cracks. Nick de Vries was always a bit on the bubble for me. Whether he was quite good enough for F1, that McLaren move he was rumoured to potentially get with those junior ties never came through, but he's doing great in Formula E, leading the standings this year after the first weekend. So these boys and girls always have talent, but it's just that right place, that right time, that just sometimes never quite works out.
Yeah, we've said this before, haven't we? That I know Formula One is like the series I follow stupidly, passionately, and constantly, and never stop bloody looking at it. I know I have a Formula One channel, so that's probably part of the reason why now. But even before I had that, I was always watching it. But it's not from a driving perspective as Latifi goes forth. From a driver's perspective, although Formula One might be the ultimate goal, it's not the be all and end all, is it? You've got Formula E, you've got IndyCar, NASCAR. There's what was, you got the World Endurance Championship, even rallying, if they fancy something completely different to what they've been doing in open wheelers. There's always something somewhere. So they don't, when these drivers don't graduate from F2 to Formula One, they don't suddenly go get a job at Tesco. Not that there's anything wrong with a job at Tesco, of course, but they don't suddenly have to go on the job hunt. They are going to other series. And I mean, Nick de Vries, his first race this season in Formula E was, it's an incredible weekend for him, wasn't it? I mean, maybe the second race not so much, but his qualifying lap was unbelievable, and his drive was so faultless, really, that he just showed that he has got that class. I'd love to see him get a chance in F1, but and he is the driver when I do my team on F1 2020 that I always sign. It doesn't mean I have to take a crapper engine though, unfortunately. It's a little bit annoying, but I just think he's just a very good young driver, and I think it would be nice to see him get a chance, but I think probably when it comes to de Vries, I've seen his name in chat, but when it comes to de Vries, not him personally, by the way, but yeah, when it comes to him, I don't think we'll see him in Formula One. We don't tend to see Formula E drivers go to Formula One, do we? So we'll see on that. It'd be nice to see him get a chance, but I think there's just so many youngsters out there, and not enough seats is the ultimate point. And actually, somebody's brought up in chat, I think it was Findlay, said the Monaco racing team is looking promising. Absolutely, very much looking forward to seeing where that ends up. Are they looking at a 20? Is it next year they're looking at entering, or is it 23? I can't remember now. I can't see them joining.
I've not heard all. Yeah, I've not heard all that much about it. So I would assume 23.
Yeah, it seems a little bit. It would be a quick turnaround, wouldn't it, this year with all the big regulation changing out? So they might wait just for the cost cap and things to kick in as well. And somebody did just say about a possible, it was Freeze 014, so FIA junior driver team. I've said this before, the idea of having an FIA run team that you put the F2 winner in and then maybe give another junior an opportunity, on paper sounds like a brilliant idea until a Williams gets a drive-through penalty and the FIA team doesn't get one for exactly the same thing, and all of a sudden everyone's going to go, hang on a minute. What happens if that FIA team suddenly starts winning races? There's going to be a few eyebrows raised and a few questions asked about what's going on there. So I think that would probably cause more problems than it solves. But just another team, if that Monaco one could come in. The Panthera one seems to have gone quiet unless they're part of the same plan. But it's going to be weird. Monaco racing team car leads the Monaco Grand Prix. Sounds weird. That'll take some getting used to. It's about a bit like having a Silverstone F1 team. Would be kind of weird, but yeah, we'll see. I'm sure we'll get somebody. I can't think of any. I mean, we've said it before. I'd quite like to see like a Carlin or somebody maybe make the move from F2 into F1, but the cost is just insane. And obviously, yesterday, Jonty brought it up with the price, kind of the insurance effectively they've got to pay now. They've got to pay this fee to enter F1 and they'll get it back after so long, and it's making it difficult. So I hope they can waive that in certain situations, but yeah, and there's always talk about Porsche as well. They're saying it in chat there. Solka said it and RC said it. Good morning, RC, mate. They're talking about maybe Porsche in 25, but I don't think we're getting new teams next year. I think a lot of the The independent teams will wait for the cost cap and everything like that to kick in and see what's going on. I think your manufacturers will wait for the big rules resets with the engine in 24, 25, somewhere around there. I'd be surprised if a manufacturer joins with the current set of units, because they're just too expensive, but we can talk about that a little bit later. We've seen Checo out there this morning. A little bit exciting. Alonso, Mazepin, Latifi, Ricciardo, and Giovinazzi currently on track. Ricciardo out there with a lot of Flovis on the side of that McLaren all over the floor, so that looks a mess, but I'm sure they're learning plenty from it. Excited, Dan, to see Checo at Red Bull? Do you sort of feel it's maybe about time he got the opportunity to see a proper top team? Not that McLaren weren't a top team, but their car was pretty dreadful when he was driving for them.
Proper excited. Proper excited. So deserving of that seat. I think what I'm more surprised at and more excited about is Red Bull doing something different. And I know the whole point of that team is to promote youth from AlphaTauri, but it was clear something wasn't working. Something wasn't right with how they were promoting their drivers. A great talent like Pierre Gasly struggling like he did, Albon struggling like he did. I would say Gasly's an overall better driver than Albon, but at the same time, there's no reason Albon was having half of the issues he was having. Some weekends was struggling to even get through Q1, Q2. Something's clearly wrong there with how the system is working. So going back to basics, hiring a proven driver, a race winner, that still puts a smile on my face. And he deserves it so much, does Checo Perez. Someone who was almost dropped out of nowhere, really, from the Racing Point Aston Martin team. Has carried that team for so long now, has been their main man, has put faith in them since he left McLaren at the end of 2013, start of 2014. And to get a big payout like this, not just money-wise, but in terms of career, couldn't be happier for him. He's a great fit for the team. I think a great teammate for Max Verstappen as well. To have that, though Max Verstappen has got plenty of experience, just that little bit more experience, someone who's been in different teams, someone who knows how to fight from the midfield as well as the front now over the last couple of years when Racing Point, on occasion, have been fighting for podiums. So happy. I'm sure you can tell I'm a little bit giddy about it, even though it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
I think a lot of people are excited to see what he can do, because he's one of those drivers that it's almost a cliche, isn't it, now, that Sergio Perez in that midfield, why has he never had a chance in a car that has the potential to win races and fight for championships? But it's just the way Formula One is sometimes. I mean, it just is the way it works for drivers. And I think I totally get why Aston Martin went for Sebastian Vettel, and I'm fully aware as to why Lance Stroll is still in that car. Bearing in mind, Stroll actually had a good season last year as well, so it's not fair just to say it's that, but it is, let's face it, the main reason why he's there. But the fact that Checo signed a 3-year deal literally saved that team and everyone in it, for them to turn around and be like, get out, mate, we're bringing in Vettel. It feels harsh. So for him to then sort of fall out of that team and land in a Red Bull feels like a little bit of, not justice, but it feels like it's got the karma's kind of worked his way a little bit there for once, rather than going the way that some drivers do, where they just kind of fall out of a team and then we never see them again, if that makes sense.
Definitely. And for all those years where, like you say, he was in that midfield doing so well, but every time there was even a slightest mention of moving to a top team, oh, well, he's done that before. He went to McLaren and he was rubbish, which was so harsh with where that team were at that particular time. Jensen, who'd been there for 4 seasons at that point, he was still young. He was in his 3rd year of Formula One. And to bounce back like he has, I know it was a long time ago, and I'm sure he doesn't regret the move all that much, because when McLaren come knocking, especially at that time in Formula One, you don't turn them down. But to go to a team like Force India, that could have derailed his career completely, to pick himself up and over the last few years become that real consistent driver. Whenever you think of a consistent driver over the last few years, you think of Sergio Perez. Couple of races where he can certainly get hot-headed. I hope that happens this year with Max Verstappen. That would be so great to see those two have a bit of a ding-dong on track. But overall, so deserving. And when over the last few years we've seen drivers, I mentioned them earlier, Kevin Magnussen, Hulkenberg, deserving of a better seat, but end up losing a seat completely. It's great to see it finally be the opposite way round and someone finally get a deserving seat and a chance to win races.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how he copes with that second Red Bull. He said to Ted yesterday that he's got to get in that car and use testing to kind of get that car to suit his driving style, or get him to suit the car's driving style, if that makes sense. So that's good to hear, because you know Alex Albon and Pierre Gasly are thrown in there, and you know that team is centered around Max Verstappen. People can argue that all they like; it's a fact. Red Bull have said it. You know, they're focused on Max Verstappen. He's their guy. He's the one that ultimately is winning the races. So that car, if Max turns around and says the car needs to be this, then they're going to do that for him to make sure he's got the best car underneath him. So it's nice to hear Perez turn around and say, I need to adapt to this car. Because that's what we need to hear, because it's no good just hopping in the car, not being able to get up to speed in it, and then going, oh, it's because the car's not working how I want it to. You've got to adapt to that. And it's good to hear Perez has kind of taken that approach. And I think he probably will. I suspect there will be points where he will struggle in it, but it's going to be interesting to see if we are going to get an answer on that car. I mean, if he rocks up, gets pole position in Bahrain, let's live in dreamland to a point, and then disappears up the front, absolutely smashes Verstappen and wins the race, all of a sudden you're saying, was it the car or was it Albon and Gasly? Whereas I think there'll be a middle ground, if you see where I'm going with this, whereas Perez will hop in there, he'll adapt to it, he won't struggle as much as them, but I don't think he's going to be sort of hammering Verstappen with it or anything like that. I think he will be closer to Ricciardo when he was in the Red Bull versus Verstappen than Albon was, if that makes sense.
I'm with you. I agree. And I think, we spoke about it at the time a few years ago. When Albon went to Red Bull, similar to Gasly, but more so Albon, that was his second year of F1. He'd had 1 year of experience, and that was it. So going from an okay Toro Rosso car, well, not even that, it was half a season, wasn't it? It was half a season. He'd only had one winter testing period when he got moved up to Red Bull, and it did take him a bit of time to learn. I was surprised then it didn't improve last year. A couple of podiums, great, but it wasn't quite on the level we were hoping for. But Checo, with all this experience, is going to be able to put that to good use, I hope. I think overall, he's a more consistent, a better package than the likes of Albon and Gasly, probably to do with that experience. So if he's not closer to Max, I think he's kind of got a free pass, in the sense that people will then say, right, there's 3 drivers here, all capable of being in F1 that have been nowhere near Verstappen. We're not talking a 10. If it's, I don't know, half a second, the gap between them, it then becomes that question, what's wrong with that Red Bull team? Or just how good is Max Verstappen? Which it could equally be both of them. It's probably a little bit of both of them. But I think, like you say, Checo is going to be much closer than the likes of Gasly and Albon were. And also, this is a bit of a cheeky example, but we'll throw it in there anyway. When George Russell jumped into that Mercedes at the end of last year with 1 day notice, couple of days notice, jumped in, almost got pole position, very different circuit, very different circumstances. But if he can do that, I think Checo should be a lot closer to Max, if that kind of makes sense. Bit of a loose link, but hopefully that's along the same line.
We love a loose link here on the F1 word, don't we? It'll do. I'll pick up this chat in a minute, mate. I'm just going to run through the order for everyone at 8:30 UK time. So 2.5 hours left in the session. Fernando Alonso is still fastest on a 1:32.7. 1:33.0 for Carlos Sainz, 3/10 behind. 22 laps for Alonso, 15 for Sainz. We've got a Spanish one too on the morning of test day 2. Nikita Mazepin in 3rd place, 21 laps, 33.1. Nicholas Latifi up there in 4th place on a 33.4, 7/10 of a second off the testing pace at the moment. 26 laps though, so good morning so far for Latifi. Russell and Latifi has to get some laps in over the next 2 days. Daniel Ricciardo, 17 laps, 33.5. Lewis Hamilton, 34.5 in 6th place, 1.7 off, 23 laps. 18 laps for Checo, 135.5. Yuki Tsunoda, 37.0, 42 laps. Antonio Giovinazzi, 138.5, 5.8 off, sorry, not 42 laps for Tsunoda at all. I'm lying, it's 17. 14 for Antonio Giovinazzi. Where the hell did I get 42 from? Oh dear. And Sebastian Vettel, 10th place at the moment. Just 6 laps for Aston. I have just checked their Twitter. They're not saying there's any concerns there, so I'll keep a rough ear out if I can for commentary on the main feed. 138.8. A couple of people asking where they can watch live. Obviously, I can't show the footage for copyright reasons, but you can watch in the UK on Sky Sports F1. You can also watch on F1 TV, and I'm sure there are some other streams out there if you hop onto Google and do a quick search. I'm sure somebody somewhere is risking showing the footage, but I'm not going to do that. And just to explain the prototype tyre for Noel Hansen in chat. So it's quite, I thought it was going to be something really exciting. I said this yesterday, but it's really not. It's exactly the same as the standard C3, except the prototype has been manufactured in Turkey, and the normal C3 that we have is manufactured in Romania, I think. So they're just testing what the difference is, if there's any difference in there at all. So I don't think there's going to be. I wouldn't know, obviously, because I'm not up on these things. Pirelli will know better than anybody. We'll find out after testing. But yeah, they're just trying a few things out, make sure everything's okay. So I don't know why Super Chats are playing from yesterday, by the way, on the stream. But thank you to everyone who contributed yesterday. Links in the description if anybody would like to do the same. But yeah, they're just replaying for some reason. Why not, I suppose? And I will go through when I get some information on who's on what tyre out there for their laps at the moment. I'll just double check, actually, the official feed. So Alonso's been on the hard tyre. The problem is they don't tell you which hard tyre. That's the trouble with the official F1 timing. They just say hard, which is either the C1 or the C2, which is really helpful. But yes, Lewis Hamilton at the moment out there on the C2, so I'd imagine quite a few running that one, but it's not quite as sandy today, Dan, so hopefully we'll see a bit more. Well, we'll see a bit more. Just full stop. It was quite difficult watching the afternoon yesterday trying to work out who was where. Hamilton over the line goes P4 on a 32.7. So yes, there you go. Checo, I just can't wait for Checo. Very excited to see what he can do in that car this season, just to kind of round off that conversation. And I think he'll be closer than Albon was. Like I say, I think he'll be closer than Gasly was. We do have to bear in mind, and you made the point, Dan, that when Albon was in that car last year, it was his first full season in the Red Bull and only his second season in Formula One. He'd only done half a season in the Toro Rosso, but Gasly had only done a season and a bit in the Toro Rosso and then was thrown into the Red Bull for half a season and ditched as well. So I just think the problem for Red Bull was Ricciardo left kind of almost out of nowhere, didn't he? Because they were pretty adamant he was going to sign. In fact, I think they're on the brink of announcing something. And then he was like, I'm off to Renault. As we saw in Drive to Survive, a last-minute decision before signing anything. He wanted to go to Renault. And that left Red Bull in a position where, as I recall at that time, the driver market wasn't all that exciting until Daniel Ricciardo did that. I think I kept making the joke that he threw a hand grenade into the driver market and it had been a little bit dull. But up to that point, things were quiet. And I think what happened for Red Bull was they had nobody as an option. They were hell-bent on bringing their juniors through still, even though, with respect to the likes of Pierre Gasly, they didn't have the pool of talent they'd once had at that stage that was available. So they had to put somebody in. And they kind of looked at Hartley and Gasly, and Gasly had done comfortably the better job of the two. So it made sense to give him that chance. So I think...
Yeah.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because Red Bull just had to put somebody in the car, and that's who was available. But I mean, Gasly sat everyone down last year, or for much of last year. He did tail off, didn't he, Gasly, a little bit last year, towards the back end of the season?
A little bit, but
not massively.
Imola was near the end of the year, right? That was
true.
only about 4 or 5 to go, because that was Grosjean's last full race. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, he's got it written on his wall. Grosjean's final full race, Imola. Yeah, because he had a mechanical problem, didn't he? But he did qualify really well, did Pierre?
Yeah, exactly. What I would just say, though, on the Daniel Ricciardo move, wasn't Carlos Sainz available for Red Bull that year? And it was the choice between Sainz and Gasly. I wonder if they regret that now.
I like Pierre. I like Alex Albon. I think that they possibly... But there's a lot of talk at the time, wasn't there, that And I've not really looked into this because we're not going to get anything on that until one of the drivers releases their autobiography in 30 years' time. So we're not going to know. But there was a lot of talk at the time that something had gone on between Sainz and Verstappen, and that Red Bull were concerned about that, or Marco was concerned about that. That's all speculation and rumour. I don't know how true that is, but if that is the case, that'll be why they didn't go for Sainz. But if Ferrari get their act together, it's worked out all right for him. I mean, I think his move to McLaren was a really good decision after leaving Renault, and I think he had a very good couple of years there and showed everyone what he could do. You could argue. In fact, no, I'm not even going to argue. I'm just going to say it. Without the red flag and a safety car, he was P2 in Monza on pace behind Lewis Hamilton. If anything, obviously the red flag ended up being the reason Hamilton got a penalty because he came into the pits when the pit lane was closed, or under the safety car or whichever. But without all that chaos, Carlos Sainz probably still would have been second in that race. If anything had happened further down the line to Hamilton, he could have won there. And he was right behind Gasly over the line. So I think Carlos Sainz has really shown what he can do. But I do also, and this might just be me, I said it in my video about Ferrari, earlier in the week. I feel like he's still got a lot of untapped potential, and we've still got a bit more to see from Carlos Sainz. And he's a driver that actually excites me as well. So I think Red Bull will regret it if you're just looking at performance, but I think there was possibly something going on behind the scenes as well. But again, it's worked out all right for him. Ultimately, he's in his Ferrari. He's happy.
And I feel, I mean, it was just, I mean, even just from a basic, face value point of view, it was a gamble with Gasly as well, wasn't it? Gasly had one great season against Hartley, had that incredible race in Bahrain, where for some reason he was fourth all weekend in a Toro Rosso. That was such a weird weekend. But there were little signs that year that Gasly could be something really special, like we saw last year, winning the Italian Grand Prix. But I suppose with Carlos, they knew they had a solid driver. Would he be able to challenge Max? They probably weren't 100% sure at that time. He did great at Toro Rosso, but struggled up against Hülkenberg a little bit in that 2018 Renault. But I do think Carlos made the right move going to McLaren. I wonder if he'd have gone to Red Bull, if he'd have been the driver like Gasly, like Albon, that struggled to really put his foot down against Verstappen. If we now would be saying, Sainz doesn't deserve a seat in F1, doesn't deserve a second chance elsewhere. So by going to McLaren and taking them from what was almost a backmarker team by the time Alonso and Van Dorn left, taking them to now third in the Constructors, getting his move to Ferrari, I think overall, for Sainz's career, that's probably the better move. But it's, just interesting to see now how Checo's ended there. What a strange situation it is with the Red Bull Academy, because whatever reason at the moment, it just doesn't seem to be working.
Frankie in chat makes a really good point. Gasly didn't tail off in performance. Others got better, including his teammate Kvyat. Kvyat definitely had a better second half to the season, didn't he, than first half. So that's a fair point as well there from Frankie. And Red Bull don't want a proper duel. They only want a second driver to take the leftovers from Max. That's why they keep chopping and changing. Is that... I can't find it. It's gone. Is it Terry or Turgy Terry? Thank you for your comment, mate. That's appreciated. But yeah, I think it's true. Red Bull don't want that challenge. They don't want Max to be... They want Max to be pushed, but they don't want a number two coming in that's going to absolutely smash him because he is their number one driver. So that's why the changes are coming in. But I think you can still have a stronger driver in there than, with all due respect to him, Alex Albon or Pierre Gasly. And that's, I like both drivers. There's no attack there. A couple of people asking about Seb Vettel. Aston Martin haven't said anything at all yesterday. By the way, I did a read through the press releases yesterday. The stop at the end of the pit lane for Vettel yesterday morning apparently was not anything significant according to the team, so nothing to worry about there. So that's okay. And a small electrical problem for Stroll in the morning. So nothing reported by the team as yet for Sebastian Vettel. But if they do put anything out, I will let you know. I've got Twitter open, so I can keep an eye on Aston Martin's feed and see what's happening there. We've got Ricciardo, Hamilton and Tsunoda out there at the moment, so a relatively quiet track, but only 16 drivers today, 17 yesterday. I said we were sorting the live timing out the other day, Dan, and I was like, I've never really known more than around 15 drivers to go out for testing, and the first 2 days were over 15. Keep my mouth shut when it comes to stuff like that.
I'm assuming that's because it's 3 days, right?
Yeah.
Although that being said, I'm surprised more teams haven't gone down the Red Bull route and do one driver one day or day one, another day two, and then split day three.
Yeah, we kind of touched this yesterday afternoon. That it's about obviously getting a driver a day and a half, and then a few in chat sort of pointed out that maybe it's just and Dylan even said it, that having a driver in a car all day, it probably gets a bit tedious for the driver. So once they've learned what they need
Yeah.
to, put the next one in for the afternoon. But yeah, I mean Williams have kind of pegged themselves in a corner, haven't they? They've got the money from Nissani, but then they've got to get the drivers out as much as possible. So yeah, I mean it's I kind of. I don't know. If I was a driver, I think I'd rather do the whole day and then have the next day off, rather than a half day. And I know when I was working in care, and they were, will you do a half day today, or can you stay and do a full shift and you can have tomorrow off? I'd be like, well, I'll just stay and do the full shift and have tomorrow off. I'd rather do a 12-hour day and then have the next day off. But that's because I'm a lazy swine. Why not? I can stay in bed then. Not quite the time. Oh, there we go. So fastest tyre, Ricardo medium. Alonso hard, Sainz medium, Mazepin soft, hard for Hamilton, hard for Latifi, medium for Tsunoda, hard for Perez, medium for Giovinazzi, and prototype for Vettel. But it doesn't say whether they're C1. Well, the medium will be C3, and obviously the hard will be C1 or... Oh no, it's the bracket, sorry, I'll shut up. C2 is the hard, C3 the medium, and the brackets is obviously the C4 for the soft. So there we go. Fastest time at the minute is on the medium C3 from Ricciardo. So... good time from Alonso. Yes, I know it's testing. Can't read anything into it. But only a tenth off on a compound harder than Ricciardo. So not bad at all there. But yeah, nice steady morning. Nice steady morning. Just have a look at what people are saying in chat. Is Vettel in the pit lane? He is indeed. Rahul, there's nothing from Aston Martin as to why. They might just be part of their program, might be sticking some aero rakes on or something like that. What have we got? So Ricardo, Alonso, Mazepin, Hamilton, Tsunoda and Giovinazzi out there on track. Uncreative87 says, morning, and oh my god, has it been a year since the last testing Watchalong stream? Your looks good. UI looks good. Thank you very much for that one, mate. Yeah, doing it all ourselves this year. Hopefully it'll all go okay. I'll tell you what, it's nice to not have to rely on a third-party site for this. Just do it ourselves. If it goes wrong, we can fix the problems and not rely on others. So bear with us, it's all done manually. But yeah, it's been a year. And I was thinking about this earlier because I'm not going to go into it, but something was trending on Twitter. I was thinking, has it really been a year? Nearly a year since then. In fact, it was Australia was one of the things I saw them talking about yesterday. It was yesterday, a year ago yesterday, that we had all the, will the race go ahead, won't the race go ahead? And I thought, my God, has that really been a year already? But I can't understand last year at all. I know everything that was going on was depressing and crazy, but it feels like it dragged like hell. But I can't believe it's been a year since I streamed for 4 hours going, I think the race is on. I think the race is off. I think the race is on. I think the race is off. It's madness.
I still can't believe we managed to fit in 17 races from July to December. I think that's what seems to be messing up my brain after last season, because it felt like a normal season. It doesn't feel like we missed. I know the tracks were different, but it doesn't feel like we missed out on anything last year just because the racing was so good. It's baffling. How do we fill all those months of nothing?
Well, I tell you how. Just sorry, as Alonso goes quickest there, 32.339. I'll tell you how we filled that time. As sad as it was for the way it kind of ended, thank you Ferrari and Sebastian Vettel is how we got through that time. Obviously that because that's when I started streaming marbles, because I thought, oh my God, I need to do something. I can't really do the F1 word streams because there's nothing to talk about, because everything was being wrapped up in videos, and it was kind of really difficult. So I'll just stream marbles over on Twitch for a bit or something, and so I'm talking to people and interact and things like that. But I was kind of like, oh my God, and there's that fear that F1's not coming back. And I know in the grand scheme of things, it's not the most important thing, but as a fan, you want to see it back. But it was just filler for ages, and then all of a sudden, Ferrari, was it end of April, beginning of May, were just like, oh, by the way, we're not keeping Seb. And then it was kind of like, oh, well, I'll do a video on that. And then the next day, it was Sainz was announced and Ricciardo was announced at McLaren, and you were like, oh, thank you so much. You've given us something to talk about. And then it wasn't that long till it all kind of got going again. But last year was so weird. But I agree, it does feel like we just had a normal season, but we started in July, We had 17 races between July and December the 12th. Absolute madness in the end, but it was, I mean, what a season though. I keep saying it. I think that's, for me, I think despite the fact that Hamilton got that title wrapped up relatively quickly, I actually think as a whole, it was the most exciting season we've had since probably 2016.
I would perhaps go even longer.
Really?
I would perhaps, I'd maybe even say 2014. Or I'm trying to think of the midfield battle in 2016. It was still pretty good, wasn't it? We still had a few teams in the mix. Williams were okay, hanging on.
I think.
Yeah, I'd say 14 or 15. I'd say.
See, 2016 was the Alonso. God, let's go back even further, Sean. The Rosberg Hamilton battle just fascinated me all season. It got quite nasty at times, didn't it, as well? And it felt like a proper title fight right down to the wire. Hamilton backing him up in Abu Dhabi, the tension and all. I just, as a season, it was ebbing and flowing, and I really enjoyed it. But I take the point that 2014, 15, we had more teams kind of up there fighting for podiums. But I just think one of the best seasons of the turbo hybrid era last year, and part of it was down to just utter chaos. Teams didn't, they tested in February and they didn't race until July. So the minute, I know they did shakedowns, but they hop in that car for FP1 in Austria. I mean, look at that first race; it was utter chaos. They were so rusty, and it was just great. And you thought, oh, I know the rest of the season won't be like this, but it'd be amazing if it was. And it was. Basically, we had some dull races. So let's not bring up Abu Dhabi again. And I think we've seen. I kind of feel like we've seen better races at Silverstone. People always talk about how good they were last year, but just bear in mind that really it wasn't until the final few laps on that first race when tyres started blowing up that it got exciting. We've seen better races at some tracks as well, but I loved last season, and I think I'm hoping this season kind of, because the field is closing up, because Red Bull are expected, and one day of testing so far, what we can read into it, they look like they've got off to a great start, so they could be close to Mercedes. We could have an epic title fight between them two, and then 4 or 5 teams in that midfield separated by nothing, and I think it could be even better than last year. So I don't want to over-egg the season before it starts, because people are going to come back to me in 6 races and go 6 straight Mercedes 1-2s and nothing's happening. You're such a dickhead, Sean. Or something like that. But I just think we're in for a great year, and last year was brilliant as well. So it's kind of like a nice, I know we're still turbo hybrid next year, but it's kind of it'd be amazing if the last 2 seasons of this set of era regulations were the 2 best of this era. I'd kind of like that. So I'm grinning my arse off just just sat here thinking about it. I'm so excited. 2 weeks today we'll be qualifying, of course. 2 weeks, mate. 2 bloody weeks.
Almost there.
Has it been people keep saying it's the shortest winter, but it feels like it's been the longest.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I wonder if that's because we had so many races in just no time whatsoever last year. It feels like it's been a long time. I suppose we normally go testing in February, don't we? So I guess that's the difference.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm really waiting. Most people are like, Sean, it's flown by, and I'm like, it's been forever. And it's like, so I think I said last July, it's like I'll never moan about a normal off season ever again, and then I'm sat here moaning about an off season a year later. But there you go. It's about right for me. Thank you very much to Wacko-san. Apologies if I've butchered that one. To go back a bit, how many F1 teams is too many given how fast the cars are and how short certain tracks are? Thank you very much for your contribution there. And Yarmo says, love the stream. How many different winners for 2021? Thank you as well for your contribution. That's about a good question. A couple of good questions, actually. How many, to take us up to the hour, how many teams is too many? I think a 30-car grid around Sakir last year would have been, well,
great.
Yeah, from a neutral perspective, it'd be absolute chaos. I 22. is a nice number, but I don't think any more than 24 is. I mean, don't get me wrong, 26, 28, the more drivers, the more seats, the better, again, from a fan perspective. But I think for the sport, 24 feels about right for a maximum. But I kind of grew up with around 22. Not that we're much below 22 now. We're still at 20, but I think that, yeah.
Yeah, I think 12 teams, 20. I'm hoping you meant 12 teams, not 24 teams, because that's a bit extreme.
No, 12 teams.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think so. I look at Formula E, that's got 12, and look at some of the narrow circuits they race. Obviously, they're not quite as quick as Formula One cars, but if they can have 12, Formula One certainly can have 12. And when was the last season we had 12? 2013, I want to say, when we still had Caterham and Marussia at the time. Yeah, well, they might have been Manor in 20. I think they were Marussia, weren't they? Yeah, I think no more than. I'd love somewhere 28 drivers. That's pushing it a little bit. But how many do they have in F3? They seem to have 20 million teams and drivers.
I think they're about 30, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a lot.
I was just trying to picture now. Now you said 24 teams. I'm trying to picture 48 drivers lining up in Monaco, trying to work out. They'd probably have to. The back of the grid would be somewhere around Raskas.
And qualifying would be a nightmare. There'd be how many, like Q5 we'd get to?
You definitely need to enforce strictly the 107% rule. You might even need to make that even tighter, to be honest. 101% or so, I don't know. So it's just they need to do something even tighter than that, I think. But yeah, I think 24 drivers, 24 cars. I think that's nice, but 22 will be fine for me. Just another team is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Let's see what we've got in the chat for I'll just to answer that other one as well. How many different winners for 2021? So I reckon. Well, I think, I think, and this is a bold one, so just stick with me here. I think Lewis Hamilton will win a race or two. I know. I just steady on, steady on. Controversial. Make sure you clip that, everyone, so I look like a fool at the end of the year when he doesn't. Valtteri Bottas, I think, will also probably win a race or two. So that's my quick maths there. That's 2 drivers. Verstappen will. I've got Perez down for a win as well, so that's 4. I think McLaren will win a race, at least one race. I do. I don't know why. I just do. And I think the same for Aston Martin as well. So I'm going to say 6. I'm looking at Alonso at the top of that timesheet. I know it's testing. That's not why I'm doing it. But I'm just looking at his name and going, we never quite know what you're going to do. So I'm tempted to put a 7th in there. But I'm going to say 6. Which, if you think back to last year, what did we have? We had Hamilton, Bottas, Verstappen, Gasly, and Perez. Is that right? So that's only one off what we had last year, and we've got more races, and the field should be closer.
Oh, that's exciting. Oh, that's exciting. Oh. You're right with those main 4. Hamilton, Bottas, Verstappen. Perez is a bit of a reach, but I'm happy saying that. And then apart from that, it's a free-for-all, I feel. Which, you're right. I think we will get a bit of a free-for-all this year at times like we did last year. I'll go with a Ferrari win.
Oh, Ferrari. 7.
Yeah. Oh, you're throwing them in as well. Okay. Anyone else? Alfa Romeo, do you remember them? Throw one of Raikkonen in for another win. Yeah, I'll throw in a Ferrari. I'll say Charles Leclerc. I'll put him for a victory this year, and then I'll say 6. I don't want to go as crazy as 7. That's really bold stuff. You're really pushing the limits there.
I can't help it.
I'll go Norris. I'll go Lando Norris for a victory. You didn't specify the McLaren, did you?
No, but I think I said I'd like to see Norris do it because he's not won a race, but I think I said Ricciardo yesterday when that came up briefly when we talk about McLaren. So I'll stick with that if you've gone Norris, just to make it interesting. The thing is, though, with a question like that, I've got 2 sides of my brain. There's the sensible side that goes, maybe 4, 5, 6 seems about right, and then I've got my crazy side that goes 28. even though there's only 20 drivers, something's going to happen that gets us 8, and Hulkenberg's going to take one as well. But thank you very much to Akan, who says over on PayPal I can refer to him as AC now, so that's awesome. And also just put a super chat in as well. Says, will Hamilton retire at the end of the year? And also send please check PayPal in the super chat as well. Massively appreciate your contributions as always. AC is what I should call you now. Hamilton retire at the end of this year? I think he'll do 22, unless he starts to get noises from Mercedes that are, oh my god, we've got these aero regs so wrong, we're going to be 8th fastest, and then he might consider calling it a day. But I think he'll do 22, see what's going on with the cars, see what the pecking order is, see if any seats open up that he fancies elsewhere, and then maybe retire at the end of 2022. But I think he's at the point of his career, as Carlos Sainz has a spin there, at turn, where was he? About turn 7. So a spin there for him, some sand kicked up and everything. I'll wait for a replay. But I think he is at the stage of his career now, Hamilton, where it's going to be 1-year extensions. It's something that you tend to see as drivers. I mean, he's not old. He's only a year older than me. But as drivers get to this stage of their career, you tend to see 1-year deal, 1-year deal, 1-year deal, don't you? So I think that's what we're at with Hamilton. But I think he will do 2022. Yeah, Sainz just getting it all wrong at turn 5. And then goes through turn 7, dirty tyres, I'm assuming, and then round it goes. Yeah, no damage done. Flat spots of tyres, not quite a full spin, more of a slide than anything, and then he's got back on track. So, yeah, I'm going to say he'll do 22, Hamilton, and then probably see what the lay of the land is come the end of that year.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I don't know. I feel it would just be a real shame if we didn't see Lewis Hamilton trying out these new cars, getting his elbows out a bit, because we all know he's good enough, but he hasn't really had chance to prove his wheel-to-wheel combat for quite some time now. And I think that's something, we've seen Fernando come back for that exact reason. That's something he was missing when he walked away in 2018. It's something Hamilton talks about all the time, is wanting to fight Verstappen, fight Leclerc, fight Russell, Norris. So I think it'd be quite strange if he decided to leave. I would understand if he got 8 this year and thought, yeah, no one's getting that. See you later, folks. I would totally understand it. From a selfish point of view, it'd be great to see him in 22. And I think the fact that he's kept on going, the last couple of years, Mercedes aren't going to slow down anytime soon. And even if they're not quite as quick next year, they're still going to be near the front. They're still going to have a great team. They're still going to have all the same procedures in place. They're still going to have 2 great drivers, whether that's Hamilton, Bottas, Russell, whoever. They're still going to be right near the front. So I would be surprised if he left. And like you, he's at a stage where he's in a position as well where he can have 1-year extensions. Mercedes want to keep him. If he wants to stay, lovely. If he doesn't, he can leave. It seems to work for both of them. I do think, though, and this is, a big debate, so, don't worry if you want to save this for another day. I do think if Hamilton stays, they have to bring in Russell, just for that little bit of security. I don't like the idea of what they've got this year of 2 drivers on 1-year contracts. That just seems a little bit unstable for me, especially for a team like Mercedes.
We'll pick that up in a moment, mate. I'll run through the order now. But first, an update from Aston Martin. Just tweeted about 10 minutes ago now. Sebastian's car is currently in the garage due to an issue related to the gearbox. We've had limited running so far, but we're working to get him back out soon. So that's the second. So Mercedes had a gearbox issue yesterday. Aston have had one today. And I think Haas had one as well. So that's 3 gearbox issues, and possibly I assume they're going to change that as well for Vettel as Perez goes wide at turn 12. But yeah, so another gearbox issue. It looks like they had an electrical issue yesterday, did Aston Martin, so concern there. So that's why Vettel's only got 6 laps, but Fernando Alonso is still fastest on a 32.339, 32 laps. So he's pumping them in, is Nando. In the garage at the minute, though, as I say, that only Perez out on track. Daniel Ricciardo second, 32.5, 23 laps. Carlos Sainz, 33.0 on 17 laps. Nikita Mazepin on 33.1, 26 laps. Checo Perez, 133.2 on 23 laps. 33 laps for Lewis Hamilton on a 133.3. 33.4 for Latifi, 29 laps. 33 laps for Tsunoda on a 134.7. Giovinazzi, 37.9 on a 20 or 24 laps, and Sebastian Vettel 138.8, only 6 laps, as I say, in the garage with a gearbox issue at the moment. So hopefully we'll see him back out on track soon. But a little bit concerning they had the electrical issue with Stroll briefly, and they didn't get a ton of laps in. I mean, they did well, Aston. They got some good laps in, but they didn't do anything like Red Bull did. A little bit concerning. They're then losing part of this morning as well. So I hope this isn't, because it's only 3 days of testing. I know, we've got practice and all that for Bahrain and it's the same track, but a little bit worrying that they're having their difficulties. But yeah. Just under 2 hours to go for the morning session. Thank you very much to everyone who's tuning in. We've got nearly 1,400 watching and just over 100 likes by the look of it. So please do drop a like. Let's see if we can get that a little bit high. I think we did about 1,800 likes yesterday. So thank you everyone for that one. I said 2,000 was a incredible target. I didn't think we'd do it, but we weren't far off. So if you could drop a like, massively appreciated. If you are new, please do subscribe. Lots of content coming up this season. If you would like to contribute towards the stream, I do try and get to chat, but obviously super chats I'm guaranteed to get read out, but I do try and get to chat throughout. But you can do so through PayPal if you'd like 100% of your contribution to come to the channel, and it does go into the channel. I don't spend it on socks or anything anything like that. That's how exciting my life is. I bought some socks, but yeah, it does go straight into the channel. You can also contribute through Streamlabs as well. That's around about the same, and obviously super chat on YouTube too, but 30% goes to Google, so bear that in mind. That's up to you guys what you do if you want to do anything at all. If not, it's absolutely fine. Just clicking on the video helps the channel out, and dropping a like as well. So yes, definitely. I'm just having a moment. So I'm just having to have a look for. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I tried to work something out in chat there, but it wasn't anything that mattered. I think it was a conversation with two people. I was like, "What are you asking me?" And then I was like, "Oh no, they're talking to somebody else. It's fine. Never mind." It happens. It happens at times. We're on board with Checo, only driver out there at the moment, over the line P5. So, yeah, did he run the kind of yellow helmet last year? He didn't, did he? So I'm glad to see a return of that.
No. He's run the pink BWT one for the last few years. Yeah. I think the last time he ran a yellow one was maybe 2016 before India.
It's good to see that back, because it's going to be nice, and because the Red Bull helmets, they do look very similar on the long shots, don't they? Now, certainly Gasly and Verstappen, I found difficult at times to tell apart by helmets. So it's going to be nice just to be like, bright yellow, that is Sergio Perez. That's going to make things easier. But yeah. Are you coming to Silverstone? I don't think I'm going to this year if fans are allowed. I'm probably going to leave it till next year. For several, I don't know if I think it feels a little bit soon to be around big crowds, even in open spaces. And I think, but also more importantly, the last 12 months for, I think, everybody has been a bit of a drain financially. So I'm going to let the bank account recover a little bit, and then just absolutely blow out next year at Silverstone. I'll definitely be there for 2021, but 22, sorry, but probably not. Christ, it's 2021. 2022, but I probably won't be for this year. But I might change my mind. I might turn around like a couple of weeks before and be looking at tickets to see if I can get one. Like, yeah, I'm going to go for the Sunday or something, but we'll see. We'll see on that one. Opinions on Vettel helmet, says Lemon Spaceship. We touched on this yesterday, actually. I don't like it because I liked his other helmet. I like pink. I think it looks cool. It looked great on that car. I think it is a nice helmet, but compared to his other one, I think it's a step down. Again, it doesn't matter, does it? It's his helmet, but at least it's distinctive. We've got the green of the Aston Martin on Stroll's helmet, and then bright pink for Vettel. So you're not going to miss them. Plus the massive number on the front of the car. They've really made sure we can identify their drivers, haven't they, this year, Aston Martin?
Definitely. I mean, isn't it weird how Formula One fans, we just moan and critique the strangest things? Like the number designs on some of the cars this year is terrible. Aston Martin have done it right.
It's true, isn't it? You look at me like, well, that's just. I mean, the Ferrari one. Latifi, a bit of a twitch there coming through turn 6, 7. So just cutting the track there, but he's kept it going. I'm not sure how I feel about the Williams numbers. I like the Mercedes ones being just an outline, but I don't think they're going to be easy to spot for fans. And I know people say, oh, it's only a number, it doesn't matter, you can tell them by the helmet. You also have to bear in mind there's a massive halo in the way of the helmet now, so it can get tricky to kind of spot them. But yeah, we do critique the weirdest things, don't we, sometimes, as fans? Like, it's a number, does it matter? And if you watch it on TV, they're identified by something on screen anyway. So I will say, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, and you'll see it in a bit when you're on board with Latifi, Dan. I know your stream's a bit behind. But that Williams onboard, the front of the car does look very, very nice, livery-wise, on the onboard.
Yeah. I saw it yesterday and clocked it. I can't, but I don't think I've ever hated a livery so much on a reveal and then thought it looked so nice in the actual flesh. There's still some things I'm not too sure about, especially on the rear of the car. Still a bit messy, but the front half... Yeah, they've done a great job. They don't have a big mustache like Ferrari either, so that works well.
It's thanks to you. Every time we went on board yesterday, that was all I could see, was just a massive mustache. I was like, thanks for that, Dan. That is my season ruined.
It's too hard to miss, though. It's huge. All the other teams have these tiny little ones. Ferrari, nope.
I don't know. Findlay asked if they changed the unlimited helmet design rules. I think they have. I think they're free to change them as they want to now, aren't they? That rule's gone.
Yeah.
Which I'm kind of glad, because it was a bit daft to say to drivers you can't express yourself through the only thing you're allowed to express yourself through in Formula One anymore. But also at the same time, for casual fans, they're gonna be looking at some of these drivers going, oh, they got a new one in this weekend. It's like, no, it's just Sebastian Vettel's 900th helmet of the weekend. I mean, during his Red Bull days, how many did he have? He had one every race, didn't he? Some gorgeous ones. Don't get me wrong, but in fact, I've got one somewhere. Not like a full helmet. I nicked it from him at Tesco or whatever. But I've got one from, I think it was Singapore 2013. Latifi stopped on track, so I'll wait, but that will probably be a red flag. Or is he doing a practice start? No, he stopped. He's had another spin, and he's ripped up his right tyre. Rubber flying all over the place there. So we'll see if we get a replay of that. But yeah, it's the one that's really all glittery, and I think that's one of my favourites. And also he had I think it was a black and bronze or a black and gold one, which looked really, really cool too. So, we're going to get to see some great designs, but from a casual fan's point of view, it's probably not ideal, but we'll see what happened with Latifi. I assume just a spin. Where is this? Come through turn 4. So a few drivers have been having problems up here this weekend. So through 4, through 5, and into 6. And then I'm guessing through 7 his back end's going to go. Yeah, back end goes through 7. He lights up the rear tyres. Slides all the way down to turn 8 off track. And then a load of rubber on that right-hand tyre. So, yeah, quite a slide there. From that, we'll be back to the pits, and probably the last we'll see of him for a few minutes, but he got to go. I thought we were going to get a red flag because he stopped, but yeah. Is Das banned? Yes, Das is banned for this year. I've not seen anything that's changed on that one. Dan, and apart from F1, what is your favourite sport? At F1 Words, says Nicholas. Probably football. Closely followed by probably NBA, and then snooker. Is snooker a sport or is it a game? Let's not get into that debate.
Yeah, it's a sport.
It's a sport.
Surely it's a sport. If esports is a sport, snooker's a sport.
Is climbing the stairs to go to bed a sport? Because if it is, I'm a master. I am the greatest at that one. Ricardo goes fastest on a 32.3. On a 32.2. Sorry, have you got a? Are you a football man, Dan, or is it just F1?
Football hooligan, me.
I can imagine.
No, I like football. After that, over lockdown, I've been getting into a bit of NFL recently, learning the ways of American football a little bit. But yeah, I assume like you, mate, racing's the main one.
Yeah, I suppose I'd probably put Formula E in there, probably between football and NBA. I like Formula E. I'm not quite there with it yet. But But yeah, the thing is, people criticise Formula E, but whether you like the electric racing or not, you can't deny it's bloody insane to watch sometimes, and it's a lot of fun for to spend your weekend watching. I think we had two really good races to kick off the season in Formula E, but they weren't crash happy. I know there were some big accidents, but they weren't as crash happy as we've seen in the past. I mean, I think I want to say Rome or Paris last year, possibly. I might be completely wrong there, Daniel. Correct me.
Paris.
Jerome D'Ambrosio driving over the top of another car to get past it because the track was blocked. We've not seen that kind of chaos, but yeah, I like Formula E. Driving over the top of another car.
I think the Paris race was a carnage race in the wet, but I think the one you're on about was New York at the end of last year.
Yes.
And he climbed over Verne when Verne was going to win the title because they'd crashed out on the last lap. I think the standard of driving has got a little bit better over the last few years in FE. I think now we're seeing some of the guys from F1 move over there, some of the boys from F2 move there. I think a few of those incidents are happening less and less.
Apparently, Fernando Alonso was approached or had discussions with Formula E about a possible drive, but apparently, I think it was a gag in an interview with Spanish media. I might be wrong because I was reading two articles on Formula E the other day. One was from Spanish media, one wasn't. But I think he was saying that essentially the conversations were had, but Alonso didn't take the proposition seriously at all. So I think there are drivers who are heading over to Formula E to carry on with their careers, but there's still some drivers who maybe aren't taking it particularly seriously. But I think it's a fun series. It's a growing series. The fan base that watch it are mad, which is great. And it's a growing sport. So I don't think it'll ever rival Formula One, but it's going to have its own history. It's going to build its own legacy, isn't it? It's a world championship this year. So, and at the end of the day, whether it's electric racing, hydrogen racing, steam-powered racing, whatever it is, it's racing. And that's great. The more series we have, the better, because we've got more to choose from then. So, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Exactly. I mean, I'm never going to moan about another option. I don't watch the Bundesliga, but it's always there just in case, and if you want to watch that instead of the Premier League. So, yeah, I've got no complaints about Formula E. I agree with you. It will never be on the level of Formula One, and I can understand why drivers like Alonso, it's not that appealing. It's what we haven't got a full calendar yet, but it'll probably be 8 to 12 races. It's only just got World Championship status, so it's still in the growing stage. But I do think there's potential for a big driver to go there and get a few championships, because that bit of consistency is what a few of them lack in FE, and someone could make a bit of history if they moved over. I don't know.
The thing is, I mean, Formula E won't be on the level of Formula One isn't a criticism. It's just Formula One had a 70-year head start.
Yeah.
To build. So in 70 years, Formula E will be, if it's still going, will probably be massively popular. And then the next series coming through, everyone will be like, "Oh, it's not like Formula E. It's terrible. Formula One and Formula E are the pinnacle of racing. This Formula." I don't know what to come up with. Formula Steam is absolutely horrendous. I hate it. And then that'll do 70 years. And the next one that comes in, everyone will be critical of. So, yeah, Formula 1 got a good head start. So, Lewis Hamilton there with a load of Flovis all over the side of his car, still twitching. Really understeery yesterday with the Mercedes. I wouldn't mind another onboard today, actually, because I did wonder if maybe the sand was playing its part in that, or whether the car is a bit of a diva again this year. But they've got their new floor. He's wide at turn 4. That rhymes. They've got their new floor, the lasagna sheets, as people keep calling them. So, yeah, they've been hiding that all winter. If you missed it yesterday, they launched the car. They've been hiding all winter about this thing. And even at launch, that car is still understeering. But they hit it all at launch and in the renders, and they were not letting anybody know. And then they pulled the covers off every yesterday, and everyone sort of looked at it and went, interesting. So expect to see that Mercedes floor, if they turn out to be dominant, crop up at probably around Spain, I would say, on most of the cars. So, yes. Cat Grayson says, can you please refer to the Russian by any other term but his name? Somebody asked about missile attack. I assume it's about attack mode in Formula E. I just like the fact that you have to drive through a zone as Hamilton spins. You have to drive through a zone and then arm your attack mode. In fact, I think we could have a red flag because Hamilton's spun and is in the gravel, and that looks beat. So I think we're getting a red flag, and I don't think he's getting out of there, and he's just dug it in. So no, we are going to go red here. The checkered flag is out according to the official timing screen. There you go, red flag. Lewis Hamilton's had a spin. Look. I'm not, I'm not going to start this, Dan, because it is only testing. And we've been here before with Mercedes where they've had a difficult start to testing. This is not going well. They were really struggling yesterday. They've now got a car in the gravel.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. I don't remember the last time Lewis Hamilton had a spin or a crash. This is not going to plan for Mercedes. No. We've said already, still expect them to be at the front. Don't get carried away with these people just because Lewis has had a spin and they couldn't get going yesterday. But it certainly won't help them for the first race of the season. And Red Bull this morning, still picking up plenty of laps. They must be buzzing.
See, it's come through. I think that's turn 13 he's come through. Prior to that, I'd already said he was understeering all over the place. And he's sort of come into the corner. The back of the car's gone round and he's just into the gravel. So I think that's turn 13. It's back onto the back straight, I think. It's turn 12 where I always lose it on the game because I keep touching the curb on the inside and the thing keeps going round.
Horrible corner then.
Awful. But yeah, turn 13 for Lewis Hamilton. He's in the gravel, still sat in the car. Whether he thinks he can get it out of there, we'll see. But it might... I will say this as well. If you're new to Formula One, this is the first time you've watched testing. When we get a red flag, if you have a red flag in practice, the marshals are running out quickly and getting the tractor out there and getting it on the truck. In testing, they're kind of like, yeah, we'll get there in a minute. It's a lot more relaxed when recovering cars. I think they wait for the team to come down to cover it all up as well. So really disappointing start to testing for Mercedes. And people in chat will talk about the actual missile attack in Formula E, which I completely forgotten about. Thank you so much for that. It wasn't the attack mode, the actual missile attack. I'm not going to get into politics and war and stuff like that, but it's concerning. Of course it's concerning, and I'm glad that... and I was keeping an eye on people like Hazel and Co on Twitter. I'm glad that they all managed to get out safely. I think everything was delayed, wasn't it? They were a day or whatever late leaving because of it. But it was good that everyone was okay in that paddock. Always a concern because motorsport, you know, it's a political sport. Of course it is, but it's not to that extent. And you just hope that nothing ever comes of that. You know what I'm getting at. You know exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. It was rough.
Yeah, definitely.
Scary, actually. It's like rough, scary, and I wasn't even there. You just think, oh, God, what if? But then that's me. I'm pessimistic. I'm always what if.
And it's a shame because that weekend was such a great event. They did put on a real good show with the racing, but overall, no COVID issues, no even mistakes from the marshals or anything, which is what we used to with Formula E. So yeah. In terms of the event itself, it was really smooth run.
I'm going to have a look while I've got the red flag out for some photos to put in. If you see my cursor on screen, there it is. Apologies for that. It's just the way that the timing's done. So I keep creeping across. I'm going to find some photos of what's going on this morning. So... it wants to download. After everything we had yesterday afternoon, I'm so nervous about downloading anything in case the internet's like, no. I wasn't able to do anything. I don't want to sort of take all the internet to bits over the weekend and then not be able to put it back together and end up losing the stream. So next week I am going to be looking at some new cabling and all sorts, and might even call out Sky Engineer, see if we can get somebody in, because we believe because it was knocking out my Sky Q mini box and the stream at the same time, it seems as though it's a problem with either the BT line, the cable that comes in, or a cable to the router, or possibly the router itself. So I'm going to explore that over the next week or so before Bahrain. So yeah, hopefully no problems today. But if we do, just bear in mind that what I'll do, same as yesterday, is let the stream will go down. I will stop it on OBS, leave it on YouTube, and then just keep restarting it. So you won't have to go anywhere. You just might have to hit refresh briefly. So there you go. I don't know why that's important. It's just good to let people know these things because when it inevitably all goes wrong, I hate the word inevitably, but it's true. At least we're covered. So yes, Yeah, they're getting the tractor now out to recover Hamilton's car. I don't know what was left on the clock, but we were under 2 hours, weren't we? So, yes. I'm English, so it's router. I'm not getting into this. I'm not getting into this. It's like aluminium. It's aluminium. Stop it. I was looking at chat. Sorry, people going, don't you mean router? It's like, nope, router. Leave me alone. Oh, yeah. Just I guess we're kind of at a stage now where we're just waiting. I'll ask you a question actually, Dan, while I'm doing pictures, so you can waffle to someone, see what's going on. So Seb's Aston Martin, that's a gearbox issue at the moment. Hamilton spun, that's why I've got a red flag. He's in the gravel at the moment.
He generally seems uncomfortable with that car, doesn't he? Which just seems so unusual for Lewis. Yeah. I know yesterday and probably today it's probably still a bit dusty and a bit sandy, but we're used to Seb, the one that's spinning, and yet no, he's not. Sorry, everyone. Well, that's broke your chat as well. I can imagine what word's about to be spammed. But
you've got to stop it, man.
Yeah, I know. But I was trying to think then. I cannot remember a time Lewis Hamilton has even spun out of a practice session or anything like that, and yet this weekend seems to be all over the place.
Well, the media are kind of blowing all this up, as you'd imagine. And
well done.
And I think it was the race tweeted a graphic that showed that this is, I think, Mercedes' worst start to testing since 2014. So everyone's kind of going, oh my God, this is their worst start to testing since 2014. It's going to be absolutely terrible. They're going to have a shocking season. Red Bull for the win. Just bear in mind that in 2014 they had a worse start to testing than they had this year and absolutely bloody dominated the sport for about 3 years and have done ever since, really. Never properly challenged all the way to the end of the season. So I shouldn't read this. That just proves you can read nothing into testing whatsoever. My God, that Alpine is sexy on track. Sorry, I'm looking at some pictures. As I'm putting them into this, getting them put into the stream. Beautiful livery. Hamilton is back in the pits. I'm not sure what course car he got in there. It might have been the Supra again. I don't know. Didn't see that one.
It is. I can see it on my screen now with a bit of delay.
We love a Supra, apparently. There you go. Concerning. I've got Martin Brundle in commentary by the sounds of it this afternoon. There you go. So they've tried to cover the car, but the cover is flapping up and showing off the floor a bit. So there's going to be some photographers about, I'd imagine, that are being told to get lost, get away from our car. But yeah, I know you're like me, Dan. You're not massively technically minded with these things, but what do you reckon to that Mercedes floor? Be interested to see if that makes a big difference this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mercedes. If anyone was going to come up with something out of the blue, it was going to be them. We mentioned it briefly yesterday. I'm surprised no protests from Red Bull as of yet. I would assume that's coming soon. But if not, I think you're right. We'll see these on every car by the time we get to Spain. I was just kind of under the assumption no little winglets or anything was allowed on the floor this year. So there's obviously some... I mean, looking at how it's designed, this must be a very specific loophole they're getting through. Because... it's nowhere near as complex as last year, but it's still pretty complex.
Yeah, I mean, Red Bull protest anything, don't they? So they'll probably have a go. But I've said this so many times. I know it's almost a Sean cliche at this stage, but I take the Ron Dennis approach. Stick with me. I take the Ron Dennis approach in that instead of complaining or protesting what another team has done, rise to the technical challenge. Get on with it. Design your own. Make your car better. Stop with all the protests. We want to see innovation. We want to see teams trying new things. So instead of having a good old moan about it, Red Bull, get out there and design your own version of it. But that's just me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I can't argue with that at all. I suppose last year, there's no way Red Bull would have been able to implement DAS, but no. That was deemed legal, wasn't it? So that stung them a bit.
I just think get on with it. I could kind of understand like the Renault thing last year with Racing Point because of the loophole they'd used, and it kind of gave them an advantage. I understand that, but from things like the floor, the diffuser with the Brawn, just get yours sorted. You can, don't get me wrong, ask the question. Absolutely say to the FIA, is this okay? Just to double check. And as soon as the FIA come back and say, yeah, we think so, just go design your own. Get on with it.
Yeah, don't keep mentioning it every 2 seconds. That's why we're losing, kind of thing.
Basically, yeah. Lando Norris at the pit wall there. So if you are just tuning in, we've got a red flag. Lewis Hamilton spinning at turn 13 into the gravel. That don't know how long we've got left. 1 hour 33. I don't know why I've stopped the clock, because the clock doesn't stop in testing. So apologies. I'll put that back on when we get to a decent point where I can just start it. But yeah, the racing is the clock is still ticking. I was watching Lewis Hamilton again. So coming through 12 into 13, turns in. Yeah, back end just goes round. Martin Brunner just saying there in commentary, the car might have been a little bit high up on the track at turning point, and then around it goes. So yeah, could be the end of this session. About an hour and a half left. So what do you reckon, Dan? 10 minutes to get that back maximum to the pit lane, and then they might go straight down there actually on the track because it's red flagged, isn't it? So straight to the pits, get it back, check for damage. It should get out again unless there's some major damage.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, it wasn't a particularly heavy spin, was it? Maybe a flat spot. That's about it.
I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised. It looks like we might be going green in a moment as well. If it hasn't already, I can hear cars in the background, but it might be just on the replay. So I'll wait till they stop showing this one, and we set the timer off again, and we can go green. No, they're not going green at all. They're still putting the car on the truck. I'll get there, I promise.
Lots of spins though this morning.
Yeah.
Yesterday, all morning, there was one for Max really early on, and that was about it. I don't know if it's a bit more windy today, but I would imagine from my just looking at the screen, it looked a little bit more windy yesterday out of the two.
Yeah, it is windy, absolutely. But, I mean, because Latifi and Sainz kind of lost it at the same corner, and Hamilton had a moment there as well, there could be some wind there that's catching him out. But turn 13, I think he's the first one we've seen off there. So, I don't know. We're not there, are we, Dan? We can't really stick a finger out the window. It's no good because it's Lincoln, so we're not going to know. Willie's had a couple of spins. Hamilton has spun Mercedes. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought there's any link there, really. Insert Nico's meme. Is Mercedes over, says Ed. Good one. I like that one. Is the car fully covered? Not really. I mean, they've covered it, but there's the wind is flapping the bottom of the sheet around, or the cover around, so a few people might be able to get a few photos there. They were just saying commentary actually about how teams do pay photographers to rush around and get photos of undersides of cars and things, so be interesting to see. How's McLaren doing, says Magic Jack? Top of the session at the moment for Danny Rick, so in fact I'll run you through the times now because we're coming up to an hour and a half left of the session. At 9:30 in the UK. Daniel Ricciardo fastest 32.2, 29 laps. Fernando Alonso 32.3 on 34 laps. Carlos Sainz 19 laps so far on a 1:33.0. So Sainz has had it wasn't really a spin, a bit of a slide at turn 7. Just went off track but kept going. Nikita Mazepin at 1:33, 1:26 laps, 32 laps for Sergio Perez. Not quite the most there, no. But yeah, good first morning, 33.2. Lewis Hamilton, 33.3, 35 laps. He is currently, his car is being recovered after a spin at turn 13. He ended up in the gravel, that's why we've got the red flag. Nicholas Latifi, P7, 33.4, 32 laps. He's had a couple of moments and a big slide all the way down to turn 8, which has destroyed his tyre, so he's in the pits at the moment. Yuki Tsunoda, they're all in the pits at the moment, but you know what I mean. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:34.7, quietly getting on with it out there, 33 laps. Good afternoon yesterday, good morning again for AlphaTauri. good all day, actually, I think they were, really. Ninth place for Giovinazzi, 25 laps of 37.9, and Sebastian Vettel of 38.8, only 6 laps, as Aston continue to deal with a gearbox issue. So I'm just going to check Twitter while I'm saying that. To make sure we've not had an update from Aston Martin, but the last was where is it? Sebastian is currently in the garage due to an issue related to the gearbox, so not great for Aston Martin again. But that is your running order as we approach, or we go through now, an hour and a half left of the session. So day 2 of testing. I feel like more's happened this morning than happened yesterday morning. Anyway, Dan.
Definitely. I mean, not a lot happened yesterday morning, to be totally honest. Yeah, I can't work out what it is either, because I wouldn't imagine they're pushing anymore, because the times are... Well, what did we end up with yesterday with Ricardo on top? Did he have a 1:33 in the morning? We might be a little bit quicker, but not much.
Frankie says, people reporting some issues with cars using Mercedes gearbox. I'll have a look for that one. I've not seen anything myself. I'm not really looking, obviously. Apparently it's windy, but the commentator said this is the usual amount of wind speed every year. So there you go. Why can't you stream it here for us to see? Because that's illegal, copyright law. They just take the stream down, and they probably take the channel down as well, so not worth it. We've got the live timing. I'll keep you as updated as I can, but I'm sure there are streams out there that are willing to take the risk. I'm not going to do that. I keep saying, if anyone wants to send me £1 billion, we'll see if we can get the rights from Sky. Looking at you Annette, I think you've got at least 2 or 3 billion in your bank account. I know that, as a matter of fact, but she sat there going, I bloody wish. she'd be there at testing, owning a team if she had 3 billion, I'm sure. How is Mick Schumacher going? It was difficult for Mick yesterday morning, wasn't it? Because he had a gearbox issue as well, had to have that changed. I think he only got about 15 laps on the board, so difficult for him yesterday, but hopefully this afternoon we'll get a few laps from him. Looking forward to seeing what he can do this year. And do you think Mercedes are struggling with tyre warm-up without DAS? That's from Jamal. That's an interesting point, actually. They've session's gone green. That's actually a fair point. Might be. I'm not. We'll see. I'll check Tez notebook tonight, and we'll keep an eye on Twitter and see if anybody says anything. But it could be a thing, because obviously it's something they were really good with last year, and they used their advantage quite a bit, didn't they? So yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if it's causing the spins. To be honest, but it's something worth bearing in mind, if not for testing, Jamal, certainly for things like virtual safety car and safety car restarts. Didn't think about that this season. I like that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how long Lewis had been out there. He'd been out there a while, hadn't he? So I'd like to think his tyres were up to temperature with the spin, but definitely during the season, I feel we're really going to find out how much of an effect DAS had last year, because most people said it didn't have a lot, but it wouldn't have been on the car if it didn't have some sort of effect. So from that point of view, Red Bull should be a little bit closer.
So I have no idea why. Somebody just says, Sean, look at the video screen. I don't know what I've done. Ricciardo, Mazepin, Tsunoda, and Giovinazzi out on track at the moment. Who just asked me this one? I'll try and find you some give you a shout out. Ewan said, who's running this session? So Ricciardo, Alonso, Sainz, Mazepin, Perez, Hamilton, Latifi, Tsunoda, Giovinazzi, and Vettel are all running this morning. And then this afternoon, Norris is in for Daniel Ricciardo. Gasly's coming in for Tsunoda. Leclerc is in for Sainz. Stroll is in for Vettel. Mick Schumacher is in for Mazepin. And Bottas is in for Lewis Hamilton this afternoon. So, yes, that's that one for you. Was it Max who accidentally sent you 5G last year? No, Dan, it was Jack. Jack sent me $3,000 for some reason. And then panicked because he realised that it had gone through and thought I wasn't going to send it back. And I nearly went on holiday. I nearly went on holiday. Sorry, Jack, I can't hear you, mate. Sorry, you're breaking up. But yeah, no, he did. It was a joke that went wrong, and I think he had to ring his bank. He might not have done it. At the time, he was a bit concerned he might have to ring his bank and explain that it was just a joke. It's an interesting phone conversation. Hi, I sent $3,000 to someone as a joke. Can you cancel that, please? Oh, I think that was it. I was going to say I'd like to have
Must be.
£3 to just send somebody randomly, but I think it was a deposit for his house, to be fair. So kind of needed it back. We got some practice starts at the end of the pit lane, Dan. Oh, let's get excited. We've got an Alpha down there and a Ferrari. And for some reason, Mazepin has stopped as well right at the end of the pit lane. Is he doing a practice start? Are you allowed to do a practice start there in the fast lane? I don't know. Testing might not matter all that much.
Well, I don't know. They didn't like it in Sochi in practice. It was before the race, wasn't it, actually? It wasn't in practice with Hamilton. It was before the race.
How weird. I think he was waiting for them to do their practice start, to be fair. And now he's pulled up on pit exit to do his. So, yeah, a few cars out there now. Ricardo, Alonso, Sainz, Mazepin, Latifi, and Giovinazzi. So, there you go. Red Bull will win the Constructors, and Max will have a good challenge for the title. Says bruh. I mean, they could win the Constructors if they can nail it this year with the car. They're pretty confident so far. So if Perez gets it right and Verstappen drives how Verstappen drives, and maybe if Bottas doesn't get up to speed or there's some issues as we're seeing at the moment with that car, maybe they can. But I still expect Mercedes to come out on top this year. I'm not. I'd be very surprised if anybody other than them won the titles. Pleasantly surprised, because it'd be nice. You know, no Mercedes hate, but it would be nice to see somebody else win a title, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just a bit too big of a gap, isn't it, I would say. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love Red Bull to have some kind of ingenious system underneath that chassis that we can't see that's going to give them, I don't know, double DRS or something, and they're going to be able to take the fight to Mercedes. But in a season like this, where teams are still going to have one eye on 2022, I think the gap that we saw from the majority of last year will still be there. But hey, they comfortably won in Abu Dhabi on pace. I think they'll be closer this year, and that's not a bad thing.
Yuki Tsunoda just running wide there as you were talking, Dan, up at turn 11. No damage done, carries on. So yeah, it's busy out there out on track. We'll keep an eye on this one. Bet you weren't saying this in the early 2000s, you Shumi fanboy. No, I wasn't. I was younger then. No. And you know, it probably if I was a Hamilton fanboy, I wouldn't be saying it now either. Or if I'd been a Vettel fanboy, I wouldn't be saying it back in sort of 2010 to 2014. But as a bit more neutral these days, so it's nice to sort of just be like, it'd be nice to see a few people. I mean, you again, at least see a fight that goes down to the wire would be nice. Give us something to get excited for Abu Dhabi for a change. And from a content creator's perspective, you have no idea. Well, you probably do have an idea. You probably see it on the channel. How bored people get come the end of the season when the title's done, and how much everyone's just kind of like, not interested. It's like, okay, fine. I'm not wasting time anymore then. Trying to find it. I keep seeing questions and I look at the screen, see what's going on, and look back and I can't see it. That's age for you, Dan. Definitely. What's your opinion on the liveries now all the cars are on track? I think we discussed this yesterday, Dan. I think we're in agreement that all of them look better than we thought they were going to. Even the ones that we knew were or felt were absolutely stunning. Even they look better. So like the Mercedes looks better out there. The Williams looks so much better out on track. I think the Alpha Tauri, which looked nice anyway, that looks better out on track. Yeah, I think they're all looking good. They're all good looking cars.
Yeah, I think the one for me that I think looks the best is, or the most improved from the renders, is the Haas. Especially with Mick Schumacher's yellow helmet he had yesterday. That looked really cool for the however many, 15 laps we saw him. But yeah, a smart looking grid, not a very colourful one. I think we touched on yesterday, missing that pink and yellow. But overall, most of them are pretty good. Not a fan of the Mercedes AMG sticker bomb. But apart from that, it's a strong livery grid this year.
Yeah. The Haas one was interesting. I was actually looking as well. Somebody's just come to me as you were talking about Haas there, that I was looking at a picture of It was after they launched the car, and there was obviously Gunter Steiner there, Schumacher, Mazepin. The overalls are different. I know that comes down to sponsorship, but Mazepin's got I think, is it a university sponsor he's got that he had during his junior career that he's got on his race suit, and then he's got the Haas badge, but Schumacher's got the 1&1 badge, and I know 1&1 is a Schumacher sponsor, but it's not unusual to see it, but we don't see it very often in Formula One that you see these drivers having different sponsors and things on their suits. So I just it was just something that stood out to me. And then you've got Schumacher's got the massive Haas logo, and Mazepin's got the university sponsor, and they just looked a little bit different. So it doesn't matter. We're not going to see them, are we, really, this year, because they're going to be in the cars. But it's just something that's spotted in the picture how different the overalls actually looked, or the race suits, I think we call them, don't we? How they look. So yeah. I do like the Haas livery. I do actually like it out on track. It was one of those I didn't hate, but also didn't really love in the renders. And then as soon as we saw it out on track, I was like, that actually looks quite nice, to be fair. Carlos Sainz. On board with Carlos Sainz, that bloody mustache. I hate you, Dan. Going through turn 4. Yeah, I think somebody asked me earlier, actually, in the chat, if we're going to be seeing the green logo on the Ferrari this season. We didn't see it at all last season in the race, and I'm trying to think if there's anywhere it might be shown this year, because it wasn't shown in Abu Dhabi. It's currently on the car now, but it wasn't shown in Abu Dhabi. And I'm not sure if it'll be in Bahrain for the race, but somebody did point out on Twitter that it was actually taken off the car last year because there were a few complaints and investigations and whatnot going on into whether or not it should be on the car. So that could be why we didn't see it at all last year, as well as obviously individual laws in individual countries. So we'll keep an eye on that one for Bahrain, but it's on the car now, so I assume it will be on for race weekend, because the law in Bahrain is the same in testing as it is for the races.
Yeah, it's such a strange company and sponsorship. I mean, it's certainly a fun rabbit hole to jump down if you've got a bit of spare time, folks, looking into the background of Mission Winnow. But usually they run it at Suzuka, is what sticks out in my head. But apart from that, it just seems to be a bit of a lottery on where they use it. Because it was a couple of months ago we were here in Bahrain for 2 races and they didn't use it. So I think you're right. I think it was a little bit more to do with investigations that were going on at the time. But it's still a strange decision having it on the car in the first place, and the whole background of the company. Very shady. Rich Energy-esque is what I would say.
Sebastian Vettel, they're still investigating the gearbox issue. He is out back in the paddock, apparently. He is still in his race suit, but it's an hour and 15 to go. Time is running out, so it's not looking, based on the pictures I'm looking at on Twitter, as if he's going to be going anywhere anytime soon, which is a shame for him, a real shame. But yeah, not a great start. Not a great start for Mercedes at all, and I don't actually think it's been that great for Aston. I know that Stroll got some good laps in yesterday, but a couple of mechanical issues, or 3 mechanical issues, including the stop at the end of the pit lane, which they've said wasn't anything major, but it's still an issue. A bit of a shaky start for Mercedes A and Mercedes B, I suppose we could call them, Dan. Feels a bit harsh on Aston Martin, which could take away their branding and call them Mercedes B. But
I know what you mean, though, because I think a lot of us coming into testing thought it'd be McLaren that would have the issues with Mercedes, but it seems to be the complete opposite.
Just having a quick scroll through Twitter, see if we've got anything going on other than most of the updates are on Lewis Hamilton's car being returned to the pits at the moment. But yeah. Not seeing anything. I think everybody apart from Aston Martin, obviously now Mercedes with that car in the gravel, seems to be having a relatively decent and straightforward morning. Of course, Latifi had his spin and Sainz had a slide, but everyone else seems to be getting the laps in at the moment. Ricciardo, Perez and Hamilton are in the pits, everybody else out on track. So it's getting busy out there for the last hour and 15. What has... 39 laps so far for Yuki, 40 laps now for Yuki Tsunoda. He is up there with Fernando Alonso as most laps for the day, 40 apiece. So good stuff from them. I think Alonso needs to get some laps in. We touched about is obviously having to have the metal plates in his jaw, and it's his return to F1. So get his laps in today, and he seems to be doing plenty of them, so that's good. He is on all day, by the way, Fernando Alonso fans. He won't be stepping out on Ocon. I think they are splitting tomorrow, Alpine, because I think they're giving their drivers a day and a half each. So, but today it's Yuki Tsunoda. I said about a straightforward morning, very nearly losing it on the exit of turn 4 there, but he's okay. That Alpha Tower is another one that looks very nice on board. But we've got a lot. You said this yesterday, Dan. You were having a good old moan about it, but all the cars seem to be blue, and the timing tower is a bit bland. And it really doesn't matter what you look at it, you go, ugh.
It just, you're not wrong. I was doing a few bits and bobs yesterday, and I've never had to find so many shades of blue in my life. Like, trying to do all the different teams. You'd have thought one of them maybe would have gone a bit bold and different. I don't know.
I'm hoping, again, people will point it out, because you're not allowed to get excited and enjoy things. But I'm hoping this year that the liveries are just sort of similar for some teams, because it is just an evolution of last year's car, and next year we're going to see big changes. Because I know that Williams, somebody made the point in YouTube comments last week, that maybe we're going to see a proper big rebrand from Williams next year, and that this year, because it's an evolution of the car that the Williams family started running last year, that they've got this heritage livery, if you like, this nod to the past, and they're going to keep that for this year. And then next year we're going to see a big rebrand, still Williams probably, but different colours. Wilson bringing in their touch to things, and maybe we'll see some changes there. But yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if we might see a different Haas livery come race day. I think they are being investigated for that, aren't they? Or people are looking into it to see if it is okay, because they're, the whole Russian flag argument. But it's not. I suspect we won't, because I guess the loophole there is that although a driver isn't allowed to drive using the Russian flag, and at the moment, I think, is it 2 years or something like that? So they're not allowed to do that. I know athletes and other sports as well. And Russian teams couldn't use it, but Haas are an American team, so you'll probably find that because they're an American team running effectively the Russian flag on the car, they'll probably be okay. If they're a Russian team, which I suspect they will become the end of the year, then that might change. But do you think Haas can get bought out, mate? I'm almost certain that this time next year we'll be talking about your Alkali or Mazepin Racing or something like that.
Yeah, I think so, because there was even talk last year, wasn't there, before any of this even came about with the new sponsorship, that Gene Haas was kind of having enough. It was, F1 was going in the wrong direction. He didn't feel like he could fight with the big boys. I think everything Gene was moaning about, Formula One have put things in place to try and combat that. But at the same time, I just don't think the heart is in it from the team at the moment. And I think the decisions they made last year, there were some great drivers on the market. Even if they needed money, I think there were still other options about. So I think getting in Mazepin, getting in the sponsorship does scream a takeover in the works.
Yeah, I didn't, obviously, like you say, there was some talk of it last year, but when they went for a pay driver, I didn't instantly think buyout. It wasn't until I saw the livery and the sponsorship, and you look at the boards in the pit lane, it's like you've got your Alkali massively across the top, and then underneath it's like Haas F1 team. So that's how I read that sign. So I think that's what that's why I now suspect that we're probably looking at a takeover, probably announced later in the year. Gene Haas, I don't know. I kind of just don't feel like, because this rumour's been around, because he's always said, hasn't he? I think you've just touched on it there, that he didn't want to be trundling around at the back. That wasn't his goal. He wanted to be competitive. And if he wasn't competitive, it didn't make sense to be there. So I think I might be wrong. He might say, I'll do 22 and see what the running order is and see how things are. But I think it's more likely we'll see that team bought out at the end of this year than, or my gut feeling is saying that. Of course, we don't know. But yeah, it'd be a shame in many ways, because I think having an American team is what what the sport needs and Liberty Media needs if they want to grow the sport over in the US, in North America. So obviously it's fairly popular in Canada, obviously, but I mean, the United States, North America. So if they want to grow it over there, having an American team is only a good thing, and they want a second race there as well in the States. So to lose an American team might hurt them a little bit there, but I don't know. It's a bit of a shame. I quite liked Haas. But it's sort of all started to fall apart since that black and gold sponsor came in. It's kind of all fallen apart a little bit, hasn't it, since then? And I wonder how damaging that was financially for Haas, because they never really got paid. Whole season without a title sponsor, technically, because of the money not coming in.
True, but that car also was awful that year.
It was terrible.
So that can't have helped either. Yeah, I think their inexperience really hurt them in 2018, because they should have got fourth in the constructors, not the drivers, crikey, the constructors standings. There was a certain driver who had a few crashes that year. He won't be named.
Magnussen.
Yeah, the other one. But at the same time, that Australian race that year, where both the cars, the tyres weren't on at the pit stop, and strategy issues throughout the season. And it was just a bit of a mess, despite the fact they had a great car. And ever since that year, it's just got worse and worse and worse. They're a team that, pretty much with all the teams for next year, 2022, could come good. They could suddenly be at the front of the midfield. We saw it in 2014, didn't we? Where all of a sudden it was Williams and Force India fighting for best of the rest, with McLaren. Well, they got the podium in the first race, but rest of the year, not really there. Ferrari, I think Kimi Räikkönen finished 12th that season. Ferrari no wins with Alonso. So next year, anything is possible for a team like Haas. So I'd like to say, they stay for one more year, give it one final shot. But already this year, having a paid driver is one thing, but completely changing almost everything about the team, branding wise, almost the DNA of the team. They don't feel like an American team anymore. And I think that is more what indicates a big change to me. This just already with the title sponsorship, it feels like you're Alkali Racing more than Haas Racing, if that kind of makes sense.
Bogan World says those pit stops killed them. Young Wizard said Haas were always average. Darren says Haas gone backwards. Shannon G made millions off the advertising, just sour grapes because they will never win. New rule changes and cost cap will change a few things next year, I believe. And Sue says might have helped if they'd gotten prize money from the beginning. That's a good point. Obviously, new teams. I don't know if that's changing or has changed, but I might have a look at that later, actually. But when Haas joined, they didn't get any prize money for the first couple of seasons, I think. So you'd like to think that a team coming in would know that and would budget for that. But obviously, if you have a budget to work to and then you have to put some money aside to cover the next couple of seasons, then absolutely, I tend to agree with Sue that if they'd have got the prize money from the start, first season you finish, I can't remember where they finished, were they 7th-ish or 8th or something in the standings? If they'd done that in their first season, then got the prize money for that for their second season, maybe things would have gone better from there. So I think that's a really fair point. Is that a replay of Tsunoda going off from earlier, or whether he's done it again at 11? So yeah, we see a lot of cars running wide for testing. So yeah, I'm gonna nip off for a wee, for a yellow flag, Dan, and I'll leave you with chat. Audible eye roll, and that's going to happen here. And I'll be as quick as I can, mate, and I'll be back in a few.
No worries at all. I'm going to keep rabbiting on about Haas, if that's okay, chat. Apologies, but any excuse to talk about the team I once loved. Not so much these days. What I will say about Haas is that, especially with regard to next year, it's going to be so interesting to see how they play this new cost cap, to see how they continue their relationship with Ferrari. Also, we won't do red flag today. For those of you interested in chat, first of all, like the stream. This man is giving up a lot of time this weekend. Big like massively helps him out, massively helps out his channel. If you could do that for me, that would be blooming lovely. Thank you very much in advance, guys. But yeah, with that Haas and Ferrari relationship, 2018, that car was basically a Ferrari. There was no beating around the bush. Very similar to the pink Mercedes we had last year. We basically had an American Ferrari in 2018. Is the reason the last couple of Hasses haven't been great is because the last couple of Ferraris haven't been great? I don't really think so. I think it would have helped last year if they had a better engine. But overall, that car was a bit of a mess. The team, however inexperienced they were, didn't have the car behind them. And it'll be interesting for next year to see how much of Ferrari's assets they're allowed to use. I believe those regulations are staying relatively the same. And then the question mark comes, how much of their own budget, their own cost cap, they're then going to be able to use on manufacturing those other parts. So I think Haas have got a good way back. Something we did mention yesterday, which I do think's a little bit of a mistake, is the fact they've got 2 rookies in their car this year. Not only have they been going backwards the last couple of seasons, they've now got 2 drivers that have never really been in the Formula One car before. I know Mazepin did some testing for Mercedes a couple of years ago now in winter testing, did a session, also did one for Force India, it was, I believe, at the time. Didn't think they quite transitioned to Racing Point yet. So he's had a couple of run-ins. Schumacher also did a couple of runs for Haas last year, did a few run-outs over the winter with Ferrari in their 2018 car, but nothing concrete, if that makes sense. And their reserve driver, bless him, Pietro Fittipaldi, I absolutely adore that man. But at the same time, he's only got 2 races of Grand Prix experience. So they're a team that have potential, but when you look at all the other teams around them, I don't think they're going to be able to overcome a lot of them. 2018, they were kind of in a great position where McLaren was struggling. Alonso and Van Dorn never quite were able to wrestle that car. The Hulk did great for Renault. He was able to really bring that team up. Sainz struggled a little bit. Racing Point, Force India, not really in the picture as much that year. So Haas almost had a free card, a bit of a freebie that year. Whereas this year, already we've been saying in these 2 days of testing streams, look at how many teams can win Grand Prix this year, can be fighting for best of the rest, fighting for podiums, whereas Haas, I think a lot of us, let me know in chat where you think Haas will finish in the standings. I don't even think they're going to be picking up points. I can't see them getting through to Q2 unless there's some incredible heroics from either of their drivers, which again, I think is too much pressure to put on these guys that did have difficult junior careers. You know, Schumacher, though he won F2, it wasn't like Charles Leclerc, who dominated, George Russell, who dominated. So, yeah, let me know in chat where you think they'll be. I think 10th is what we're going to see a lot of.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it's not. I think 10th place is... Lewis Hamilton's back out on track, by the way. But, yeah, I think 10th is where Haas will end up this year. I think we said it yesterday, unless we have a mad, crazy race, and they manage to pick up some hefty points, I think Williams will score a couple this year. I'd be very surprised if Alfa Romeo don't score. But, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You think... Oh, I think I'm the opposite, you know. I think all of those back 3 teams will really struggle. And I think it will just be... Yeah. I think it'll be one occasion where Williams nicks a point, and then that's just a complete gamble out of the 3. I'll just send to chat while you're away. I think already over these, yesterday and this morning, we're talking about how many different teams can win, how many teams are fighting for best of the rest. And I don't know about you, mate, but I struggled, when looking at predictions for the year, putting drivers inside that top 10. There were too many. So I was putting drivers, for example, I don't know, Ocon and Gasly in 11th and 12th. And I thought, yeah, but I want them in the top 10. I think they'll have a good season. Yeah. So it's got to be an utter carnage race for those back 3 teams to get points.
See, yeah, no, I feel good for Williams this year, and I can't. And when you've got, people can say what they want about him, but when you've got Kimi Räikkönen in that car, a bit like in some ways like Alonso, you never quite know. You might get a first lap like we saw in Portugal last year. I think it was Portugal where he puts in such an incredible lap and picks up a couple of points. But I think they've got the work cut out. I think they're going to need some retirements. And of course, we're going off what was a chaotic season, full stop, on and off track. But if it's anything like last year, chaos could easily ensue at some of these races. So, yeah, I don't know. in the ideal world, all 10 teams will score points and all 20 drivers will score points. That'd be nice to see. I think it's been... When was the last time? I think we had one a couple of years ago. Sorokin picked up a point or two, didn't he? And that meant we had about 20 drivers out of 20 had all scored, and that was the first time in a while that had happened. So it'd be nice to see that again, but being realistic, you're going to need some chaos. I'll just run through the time. We're at the top of the hour, 10 a.m. in the UK. So if you're just getting up this morning, where you been? Come on. We've been up for hours. We've streamed for ages. You're all going to be quite normal by the end of the day. We'll be absolutely crazy. So far, Daniel Ricciardo is fastest to 132.2, 37 laps for him. He is out on track. Fernando Alonso has just gone out, 32.3, 44 laps. Latifi's on track as well, 132.5, 41 laps. Carlos Sainz is sat in the pits at the moment, 32 laps, 133.0. Nikita Mazepin, 133.1. He is on track, 42 laps, 32 laps for Checo. He's in the pits at the moment on a 33.2. I'll check Red Bull's feed in a minute to make sure there's nothing wrong there. Lewis Hamilton, 33.3, is out on track, 38 laps. He spun and went into the gravel, bringing out the red flag, but he's back out there now, so obviously no damage done. Yuki Tsunoda in the pits, 134.4, 46 laps, 42 laps for Giovinazzi, 137.9. He is out on track. And Sebastian Vettel, 38.8, just 6 laps as Aston Martin continue to investigate a gearbox problem with an hour to go. And according to pictures on Twitter, Seb Vettel still sat in the paddock. It's not looking good for Vettel this morning. So it's all going to be down to Stroll this afternoon again by the look of it in terms of laps. Although Vettel got a few in yesterday, or quite a few in yesterday morning, really. So I don't know why I said that. I'm thinking of a different team. Anyway, anything else happened this morning? Latifi had a big slide between 7 and 8. That destroyed his tyres. He had to pit to get rid of them. We've seen Tsunoda off the track. I think it's seen a couple of others running wide as well. Carlos Sainz had I'm going to call it a slide. It wasn't a spin. Just to let you know, fastest tyres, by the way, C3 for Ricciardo, C2 for Alonso, C5 for Latifi, C3 for Sainz, C4 for Mazepin, C2 for Perez, C2 for Hamilton, C3 for Tsunoda, and C3 for Giovinazzi. So Latifi first one to use the C5s this weekend, which is interesting. So that's why he's got some good pace for testing out there, up there in third place. Obviously, again, usual caveat, you can't read anything into testing, and we'll go through the other caveats as well, or the housekeeping. For anyone just tuning in, there is no live footage in this stream for copyright reasons. I'm not taking on FOM there. Enough for headache as it is with videos. You can also follow me over on Twitter. If you are new as well, please do subscribe, and don't forget to drop a like as well. That'd be massively appreciated. I mean, watching actually. 1,700 at the moment, so 400 odd likes, so please do leave a like, always appreciated. And if you would like to support the stream, you can do so through PayPal. 100% of the donation comes to the channel. Please do leave a message though if you do donate through PayPal, because it's good to read those out and give you a shout out for that one. You can through Streamlabs as well, and also using Super Chat here on YouTube. Links for all of that are in the description down below, and breathe. There you go. Max in chat, Sean! Exclamation, I'm not going to shout it. Did you know you're on Sky Q Box in the F1 section of the sports? Yeah, I did, but I don't like going there because it reminds me of how nice my logo looks when it was red. Because I've not changed it. So, yeah.
Disgusting. How could they?
So
I like the green. I think it looks nice.
It stands out more than the red because a lot of channels are... You know, I know you've got your blue in there, but a lot of F1 channels seem to be black, white, and red. So bringing the green in, I think, is better. But I do miss the red. It was nice and simple. It really, really was. Ryan says Verstappen is not running today. Perez all day. Absolutely. We've got Checo in all day and Alonso and Giovinazzi in all day today. So Bottas in for Hamilton. Gasly for Tsunoda, Leclerc for Sainz, Norris for Ricciardo, Schumacher for Mazepin, and Stroll for Vettel this afternoon. So we'll see how they all get on there. Let's have a look for... I think it's more probable that Red Bull will challenge Merck for P1 than McLaren Red Bull, but let's hope for both of those to happen. And that's a separate conversation, but I like to read stuff like that out. Nino says Haas is selling out this season in order for their drivers to gain experience without pressure and to have more wind tunnel time than others, which really matters for new regulations in 22. And of course, as well, Nino, worth mentioning that next year it's the proper numbers for the aero scaling, isn't it? This year we've got a sort of toned down version so it doesn't affect people too much, but next year it's the full the full effect of that. So absolutely, I think that's possibly a great shout with Haas, Dan. Finish last, get the most wind tunnel time, put all your money that you've bought in with your new sponsorship and your driver, and spend it all on next year.
Yeah, I think so. And what we quickly mentioned as well while you were taking a whistle was that
Whistle.
yeah, the whistle was how if they do rebrand or whatever, is how their Ferrari relationship's going to be. Obviously, that engine was a bit of a stinker last year. Hoping it's a bit better this year, but when the cost cap comes in, I wonder if some of these B teams are going to get a bit of an advantage because a lot of their spending will just be buying parts from other teams rather than investing themselves. I wonder if that'll give them a bit of an advantage or not.
Maybe. But like for next year, if Haas put focus on this year, on developing that car to a point, and then get to next year and they haven't really put all that focus onto it, they might end up 8th or 9th in the standings. Whereas obviously full focus on 22, they might end up, who knows, 5th or 6th. Might end up as a top 3 team, as dreamland as that might sound, but it could quite easily happen. So yeah, I've just got an email from from Alfa Romeo for some reason. Bear with. I'll answer that later. I don't know what that's about. Sorry, it just really threw me then. It wasn't a press release. It was an email from somebody there. So I will check that one out. Probably telling me off for something again. But yeah, I mean, we'll see with Haas. I think it makes sense to just spend as much as possible on next year. They're not going to make any big leap up, are they? So do you think we might see? Let me know what you think, chat, and I'll ask you as well, Dan. Do you think we might see a situation like 2009 where, the Brawn style situation, Toyota, Red Bull suddenly go from midfield, back of the grid to top 3 or something like that? Or do you think the regulations aren't changing enough? Whole new car design, but whatever, Dan. What more do you want, man?
I think there'll be one team that drops back massively because there's got to be, right? Like in theory, it could stay the exact same, but even if I don't know, a McLaren suddenly, out of all those midfield teams, if just one team, McLaren, decided to fight for the title, that changing things up quite nicely because Mercedes finishing second, I'd say that's a bigger shock than Williams jumping up 2 or going down 2. So I think Mercedes, Red Bull, Ferrari, if any of those 3 were in the bottom 4 teams, I would be massively surprised with all the resources they've got, with all the spending available. I'd be very surprised if they weren't fighting at the front. I think we'll still see the main contenders roughly where they are, but there'll be a few surprises in there. And all this is going to need, like you mentioned with 2009, is one team to get one part of the car, one loophole that no one else has seen, and happy days, they're flying out front. So in theory, any of them could be at the front, but I do think as a general rule, it'll be quite similar.
Ash is hoping for a 2009 shake-up in the chat. Andrew says, I think every team is focused on 22. Maybe Red Bull with Honda will compete, but all the others are focusing to 22. They know Merc have this era in the bag. Knox says Haas for World Drivers' Championship 2022. Imagine if McLaren became the champion for 21 because of the Merc power units. Who else have we got? I hope that at least Red Bull could challenge Merc better in 22. Who knows? McLaren managed to be rich and terrible at the same time. That's fair. They were pretty poor with that Honda power unit, weren't they? And do you think Merc will stay on top after 2022? I mean, I would be very surprised if Mercedes weren't one of the team to beat next year. I can't. There's no guarantees, and it's an opportunity for Red Bull, McLaren, Aston Martin and co to kind of close that gap or even jump ahead of them. But I think I'd be very surprised if Mercedes aren't still a top 3 team and challenging for wins and all that business next season as Perez goes third on a 32.4 on the C2 tyres. So, yeah, I think I can't see them doing something crazy like suddenly being the 7th fastest or something like that. They'd have, because they'd have to really cock it up, wouldn't they? They'd have to really go the wrong way, and that's not the Mercedes that we've come to know since really probably certainly 2013, since they got everything in place with Toto Wolff and co. They've not really put a massive, the fact people are still talking about Germany 2019, that pit stop, tells you how often they make mistakes, really.
Yeah, and the whole point of the new regulations is to make racing easier, battling easier. And one thing that is for sure is Mercedes is going to have one of the best lineups on the grid next year. So from a driver point of view, they're going to be fine. They're going to be hunky-dory. So even if the car's not the best on the grid, they're still going to be able to fight for wins, I would expect, fight for podiums at worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, do you? We might get to that first race of 22. Haas and Williams lock out the first two rows. Mercedes and Red Bull go the way Ferrari and McLaren did in 2009, and they're towards the back end, or sort of back end of the midfield. So you never know. But I'd be surprised. Carlos Sainz out there now, on board with him at Ferrari Mustache. If you wonder what we're saying with Ferrari Mustache, by the way, it's just those little winglets on the very end of the nose, as you can see it from. It's not on the end of the nose, but the bit you can see on the onboard camera. It just, if not a mustache, it's whiskers. It's the prancing cat this year. We've got Giovinazzi. There's only really, Alonso's Perez just come in, so Alonso, Perez, and Latifi in the pits. Obviously, Vettel's still there with his mechanical problems, a gearbox issue. If you're just joining us, so just a double check, because it's worth it on Aston Martin. See if they say anything. No, nothing as of yet from Aston Martin, other than to say that it was a gearbox issue for him. So frustrating for them, but yeah, it's hard to know how much of an impact this is going to have, because they are evolutions of last year's cars. But obviously, the floor changes and the changes for sorting out and getting sort of reducing the downforce, they're going to need quite as much time as they can, really, aren't they? But I suppose I think you could give an F1 team 50 days of testing and they'd still want 51. That's the impression I get when you listen to 3 days not enough, 6 days not enough, 8 days not enough. Any teams that look much worse or better than expected in testing in terms of confidence or reliability? That's from Big Lipid. In terms of reliability, I am surprised to see Mercedes having the problems they're having, and therefore obviously Aston Martin. That's a surprise for me. But there were alarm bells about reliability at times last year for Mercedes, weren't there? So maybe there's something there. In terms of, and again, we can't obviously read anything into the lap times, as you'll know, but I think in terms of confidence, Red Bull and McLaren seem to be absolutely brimming with it this year, don't they? It's only testing, obviously, but they just seem to be really, really comfortable and confident with their programs and their cars this year.
Yeah, as soon as you read out that question, my mind went straight to McLaren. Not because they're right at the top of the timings now, but how many seasons now is always the main headline something to do with McLaren struggles, McLaren breaks down again? Nothing so far. And of all the seasons, I thought it would have been this one with the new power unit, where they'd get a few teething issues, maybe some kind of gearbox overheating potentially. Nothing too crazy, but little issues. And sure, they might have a couple behind the scenes that we don't know about. But from what we can tell, even from the driver's body language, they all seem pretty happy with the car. They're one of the few teams, if not the only team, that haven't had a spin, which bodes well. And it's just been very plain sailing. Same with Red Bull. One spin for Verstappen yesterday, a little moment for Checo earlier running wide. But apart from that, all very quiet, which at this stage of the season is kind of what you want.
Armand says, don't forget Alpine and Alonso. I have a feeling you're not going to let me forget Alonso this year, Armand. I expect this one to be a running one through the whole season, but we certainly won't forget Alonso. But it is worth mentioning Alpine, because Esteban Ocon yesterday did some really, really good running. I'm just going to try and see if I've saved his time somewhere and his laps. He was over 100 laps in the end, was old Esteban. 129 laps and was third. All right, it was on the C4, but I mean, Alpine do look do look solid so far in terms of their pace and their reliability and getting those laps on the board, which is the most important thing in testing, of course, and understanding their car. So I think giving them that dark horse tag for about the 6th year in a row or something crazy like that is probably not a bad thing for Alpine. So I think they'll surprise a few, including me this year, and I hope they do. The more the merrier. I mean, obviously we want to see as many teams as possible fighting for wins and championships, but just in that midfield fight alone, the more the merrier with that one. And I hope I'm wrong with AlphaTauri as well, by the way. I hope they're not P7 in the championship and kind of could adrift a little bit and getting on with it. I want to see them right in the mix, right in there. And I think with, Tsunoda's quick, Gasly was impressive last year. They've got the car right, which in theory, I can't see many getting. It's difficult to see how anyone's going to have a massively worse car than they had last year because there aren't that many changes. So, hopefully they've made a step forward and we can have AlphaTauri in that fight, because that would give us McLaren, Aston, AlphaTauri, Alpine, and Ferrari in a really tight midfield fight for third would be pretty epic. Although people seem to be quite confident McLaren are going to challenge Red Bull this year. I'm not quite so sure. I think that's a bit of a step.
Yeah, I think I'm going to assume that comes from Abu Dhabi, where Norris was so close to that pole position. Now they've got a Mercedes engine. People are hoping that that'll be the difference. I don't think they're wrong. I just don't think Abu Dhabi was a good race to read into with everything going on over that weekend. Mercedes having a bit of an off weekend. Hamilton just coming back from missing a race. McLaren have been going in the right direction. There's no doubt about it. I just think that step is a little bit too high moving to Red Bull. How consistent Max was last year. Third every race he could, every qualifying he could. Couple of race wins in a season where he didn't have the best car. So I think McLaren pushing that and making a big jump in front of the likes of Aston, Alpine, AlphaTauri, Ferrari, I don't see it myself. They'll be in the mix, and we said yesterday, I think a real theme of this year is that we're going to show up to each race having no idea what the pecking order is, which is great, but I still think overall Red Bull and Mercedes will still be the front two.
According to Ted, there's some good news at Aston Martin. I was listening, Dan. Don't worry, mate. I'm not just like whatever he said. Ignore him.
No worries.
Ted. I just said Ted Vettel. Then Ted Vettel's got an update on Seb Kravitz. Apparently, he's had his lunch and he's back in the garage with his race suit on. So we might see Seb Vettel back out this morning. Sorry, for some point in the next 40 minutes. And just very quickly, fastest tyre, C3 for Ricciardo, C2 Alonso, C2 Perez, C5 Latifi, C3 Tsunoda, C3 Sainz, C4 for Mazepin, C2 for Hamilton, and C3 for Giovinazzi. And I think Vettel, it's not on the screen there, but I think Vettel was on the prototype tyre with his lap, which if you are just tuning in, really interesting stuff. The prototype tyre is exactly the same in construction and all that business as the C3 medium. However, it was built in Turkey rather than in Romania. So they're just testing that one out. So don't expect a massive discrepancy there. Unless Turkey are doing something mad with the tyres. Oh, let's fill them with concrete or something like that. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy there. So I don't expect much. But yeah. Mercedes will challenge Haas at this rate, says James. That'd be quite the turn up, wouldn't it? If it turns out their testing struggles are genuine. You can't help it with Mercedes, can you? Had years. And I know a spin and a gearbox issue, they happen. But when you listen to them year after year, oh, it's going to be close this year, guys. Oh, we've got problems with the power unit. We really think Red Bull are faster than us. When you listen to that for 4 years and every year they just go on and dominate, you get to a point where you just... Every time you see a Mercedes on a timesheet that's a little bit lower than you'd expect, you sort of think, yeah, whatever. See you on pole in 2 weeks. I mean, he's had his spin, but he's got 47 laps in. Alonso hasn't spun, and he's got 50 in, so only 3 more. So, they're getting on with it, Mercedes. Still getting it done today. So, to be fair, it wasn't that long recovering the car, was it, really, for Mercedes and getting him out again. So, there you go.
Still haven't broke 100 laps though, because they did less than 50 yesterday, right?
I can tell you. Well, I think I can tell you. I've saved things all over my phone, and I'm like, I think I can tell you.
It's somewhere here.
Yeah, just one moment, everybody. Hamilton did 42 laps, and Bottas did 6. So, yeah, 48 laps in total yesterday. So they've already... If Hamilton goes out and does a couple of laps now, they've beaten that this morning. So that's how bad yesterday was for them. But and just for anybody wondering, the Aston Martin gearbox is the same as the Mercedes gearbox. So I wonder if there's any carryover there, because they had to change Bottas's yesterday. So I wonder if there's a similar issue. But obviously that's speculation at this point. But we'll see. Hopefully Aston will get Seb out there for... If we get out for the last half an hour, get in a few laps, be something for him. But otherwise, we won't see Seb again until tomorrow afternoon, which means that he did 50, I'm sure it was 50 odd laps yesterday. Just a moment. I was like, but I'm just going to leave the graphic open. I might as well. Vettel did 51 laps yesterday. He's only done 6. That's 57 laps. So even if he gets a few in now, he's going to need to really pump in the times and the laps on Sunday afternoon. I think tomorrow afternoon, Dan, and if Stuart's listening, I don't know if he is because he's moved house, he's unpacking. But if he is listening, I think we're in for a very busy afternoon tomorrow, because there are teams like Mercedes, drivers like Hamilton and Vettel that are going to want to get more laps in. You've got Alonso's going to want to get as many in as possible, and he's doing half a day. I think tomorrow's going to be so hectic all day, but certainly tomorrow afternoon, and that last hour or so is going to be hopefully mental. A few cars on C5s, hopefully pumping in somewhat consistent times or competitive times would be nice to see. But it's going to be manic tomorrow, and I can't wait. Final day of testing tends to be quite busy, but good fun.
It's strange to think we're halfway through testing already, or half an hour away from halfway through, and some of these teams are still struggling.
Eru, who's handling the live timing, says, referring to Mercedes, the team who cried Toto Wolf.
Get back to the timings.
Yeah, focus on your work. Stop making puns. We're not here for this. We like a pun, but do your work. Yes, very good. Good. That's all I can say to that. Very good. Anyway, good morning, Dan and Sean. Thank you for the stream. No worries, Crawford. Thank you with an F, apparently, for popping along. Good to see you. We are still morning, aren't we? It's throwing me off. It's throwing me off, Dan, this testing business in Bahrain being later there, sort of starting at 10 a.m. and being lunchtime for them in half an hour, and I'm sat here thinking I probably should have had some Weetabix or something because it's nearly breakfast. People going, breakfast at 10:30? Are you mad? But yeah, it just feels weird that lunch is at 11. But yeah, there you go. Testing is testing to get all the spins out early, says Sabotage. Very good point. Get your mistakes done now, and then obviously nail it next week, or 2 weeks now, isn't it? 2 weeks of the race. Big Lipid says, what if we had C2.5 and all the others 1.5, 3.5, which were a mix of 2 and 3, and on weekends teams could choose between 4 to 5 compounds? Would it make the race more fun? I think having more tyres available would generally make it more interesting in terms of strategy, but the C1 to 5 is nice and simple to understand for casual fans at the moment, to be honest. Throwing in 0.5s and all that business might cause a bit of chaos, but it would be interesting to see. I mean, I liked having the Pirelli Rainbow. I actually don't think it was more or any more complicated than what we have now, as Latifi goes wide at 11, lock up, and then throws his handle out of frustration. But I don't think, because people said the Pirelli Rainbow was too confusing, but Jonty made the point yesterday afternoon that at least then you had the super hard, lol, and then the hyper soft. We used 7 tyres. It was so super hard to hypersoft. We used 7 tyres, and they had the markings that were a different colour. So every weekend, if you saw the pink tyre, you knew it was a hypersoft. If you saw the ice blue or whatever it was, you knew it was the super hard. Whereas now, you'll have the C3 will be the medium at one race, and then the soft at another race, and a hard at another race. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's more confusing for a casual fan than just having a rainbow of colours. This is what that tyre compound is.
I'm a bit in the middle, to be honest, because
like
I like the. Well played. I liked the old system, but I did think eventually there were a lot of names you had to remember, and we only showed up to each weekend with 3 dry tyres. I'm remembering that right. It was, wasn't it? but it was just the particular range. So soft, super soft, hyper soft, whatever it was. Whereas I think this system is much better for a casual fan if we didn't talk about the likes of C1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like in this session, if it was just soft, medium, hard, like it would be in a normal season, I think if you were just getting used to F1, that would make more sense than why is there pink tyres this weekend? Why is there white and yellow tyres this weekend? Rather than all of that carnage, it's just the same three. And then, you don't really need to know if it's C5 this weekend or C3, if that makes sense. I don't know. I think the idea, whoever popped that in chat, of different teams running different compounds, I like that. Probably an awful lot of work for Pirelli to do, but I think that would spice up the drama quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Because we're not casual fans, we probably don't really know or can't really give a fair assessment as to what's confusing and what isn't, because we do say hard, medium, soft tyre, but we also really focus on C1, C2, C3, C4, etc. So for us, that's fine. But I don't think it makes any difference for somebody who is watching every minute of a weekend like us losers do. I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever, but I can see it from a casual fan. I guess if you're not interested in what the compound is, as long as you know, like you say, Dan, medium, hard, soft, or hard, medium, soft, that's all that really matters. Bruss says, thoughts on Drive to Survive and what Matt from WTF1 has said. Matt says a lot. I don't... Which one specifically? I'll have a look on his Twitter. I don't know what you're referring to there, but I'm looking forward to Drive to Survive. Really looking forward to that one. I know somebody did a spoiler-free review and said it's possibly the best one yet. So I'm looking forward to that. And actually, it could be quite tasty given, obviously, COVID and everything last year. But I still love that one of the final lines in Drive to Survive Season 2 was Christian Horner saying something along the lines of, next year's going to be a hell of a year for F1. And now you look back and you go, you weren't bloody kidding, mate. You saw that one coming. But you're looking forward to it, Dan. Next Friday, I think it's out, isn't it?
Yeah, of course I'm looking forward to it. Grosjean's in the trailer. There's more Grosjean episode, more Grosjean content back in F1. Like, I'm very much looking forward to that. And in the trailer, the little the meme that's come out with Mario and his wife.
Yes,
big fan of those memes. So yeah, love Drive to Survive. And I think the Matt Gallagher thing, I think he's seen it, and I think he did a video on it. I haven't watched it yet, but I think that's what they're referring to.
Okay. I've not seen that, no. So I'd say I'll have a look tonight, but I won't, because by the time I've got this set up for tomorrow with pictures and timing reset and got all the drivers put in, and then watch Ted's notebook and have my tea, it's time to go to bed. So
it's time to start again for the next day.
It's weird because people always, what do you do in your spare time, Sean, when you're not talking about F1 or making content? It's like thinking about F1, dreaming about F1, watching old F1, playing F1. Pretty much it, really. Apart from Fallout, of course, Dan. I do like a bit of Fallout. I'm back on 4 at the minute. You'll be pleased to hear, mate.
I thought you might be trying out New Vegas or something. Now they've added it to Game Pass.
No, but I need to. I've not played New Vegas.
Plastic fan. Disgusting.
Well, I've seen people play it, so I know the story. I've watched I suppose I ought to try and see what's going on here. So I kind of watch people play it, and it's just I don't rate it having watched it, but when I watch someone playing a game, I often go, oh, this looks a bit rubbish. Then I play it, and it's like the best thing I've ever done. So I think there's something for playing it yourself and immersion, role-playing and all that business. But got a bit bored of 76. No new content at the minute, so it's just
finally.
A grind. So when they bring out the next part of the DLC that was promised at the end of last year, and bearing in mind it's now mid-March, I know they've got problems at the minute and they've just been taken over, so I'll let them off. But yeah, probably stick with 4 for a while. People, what quest are you doing? Base building. Want to see my bedroom? Not that sound. That sounded weirder than it needed to sound.
It's fine.
Dan knew what I mean, and that makes it sound even weirder.
do.
Let's roll on.
Yeah.
People annoyed that I haven't played New Vegas. There you go. Mercedes is sandbagging again, says Daryl. They were all sandbagging yesterday afternoon, full of sand, weren't they? Yeah. Tim Tams from Dylan is a question. Yeah, Penguins, aren't they? I just joined the chat. A simple explanation about the new tyre system, please. It says Alexandros. Nothing's changed for this year as far as I know, Dan. The compounds are the same, aren't they? So it's C1 is the hardest of the compounds and C5 is the softest. C3, obviously, therefore, being middle of the range medium. We've got a prototype tyre as well this year, which is, well, basically it's been built in Turkey rather than Romania, but it's exactly the same as the C3, but nothing's changed this year. But next year we've got the bigger tyres, haven't we? The bigger rims.
Yeah, the F2 style tyres,
Yes.
I think.
So that'll be... Yeah, because this is where I've got thrown off. This year was supposed to be the year, wasn't it, for all the big change? And obviously it had to get pushed back, so we're kind of working on 22. So yeah, the new rims and that are coming next year, which I think are going to look really cool because they look great on the F2 cars. They're going to look incredible on an F1 car. So I'm looking forward to seeing them. So yeah, tyres very much the same this year, C1 to C5. And then next year, I think we've got quite a bit of tyre testing coming up actually as well this season. So they did release a schedule, Pirelli. I'll see if I can find it for either later today or tomorrow and we can have a look through that. But I think the schedule is everybody but Williams is taking part in that over the course of the season. I don't know why Williams aren't though. Unless I've missed something.
Yeah, I've not seen much on that. That's a strange decision.
Maybe money? Although you'd think that Pirelli would be compensating teams for that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you guys seen the McLaren diffuser loophole? Says Timo. I haven't.
I haven't either. Sounds good though.
A quick search. Things like that get me excited. I can't help it. Even though I'm not that technically, up on the technical side of things, I still like things like this.
There's something different about an F1 loophole. Just seeing how they get around it, especially McLaren. I feel like we've not heard about a loophole used by or found by McLaren first for quite a while.
Oh, I missed this yesterday. No, it wasn't yesterday. It's today, isn't it? So it's from Matt Somerville over on Autosports. Just having a quick scroll through now. So he says the package for McLaren came... the package of the rules change was the 3 parts. So that's the floor that we've talked about, the brake ducts and the diffuser. We know what the diffuser does. If not, you'll have to give that a quick Google. It's best I don't explain that because I'll just confuse people. But McLaren have done something unique. They've done something that allows a workaround that allows it to have 2 strakes below the theoretical cut line, which has been created to reduce their height in the new regulations. The aerodynamicists have extended the floor transition rearward to create these lower strakes than should be possible. Taller inboard strakes then gradually extrude. Yeah. So it looks like they've played clever with the floor and the rules there, and basically, but that's an advantage then potentially. Matt says there that it will be evaluated by other teams, so we'll probably see that will change very, very soon, but they won't be able to copy it just yet because there's only 2 weeks to the first race. So that's an interesting... I'll have a proper read of that later. Thank you for that, Timo. I'll probably dig into that a bit later tonight when I'm in between doing other bits and bobs. But yeah, that's an interesting one, Dan. So they found something in the regulations that allows them to get around the regulation, basically. So some clever play there from McLaren, and that might be why they seem so relaxed and so confident, or one of the reasons.
That's all. That's put a big smile on my face. This is a very different McLaren this year. Already, we've said, finally they're not getting any kind of issues, but an extra little nugget like this on top, that's great. I'm sure Stuart will be able to tell us a little bit more in detail. Apologies, I'm not the technical expert to give you a hand here, fella. But as we always say, if it's on the car, it's going to be helping him out. And if no one else has done it, that's a big win for McLaren.
Yeah, and it's just nice to see people trying something technical stuff. So we might see protests then about McLaren's diffuser and Mercedes floor in Bahrain. I hope not. I hope Red Bull and Ferrari and co, again, like I said earlier, look at that and say, well, that floor seems to be working quite nicely. We'll copy that. Oh, that diffuser's a good idea. We'll copy that. It'll take a few races, but it'd be nice to get that on the car, and that'll be the last thing we upgrade for this season. As Lewis Hamilton goes back out. So a quick run through the tyres for you. 24 minutes to go, so I'm a little bit later than half hour, but Timo got me, piqued my interest there with that one. So Ricciardo, 132, 245 laps. He is in the pits. In fact, actually out on track at the moment is just Tsunoda, Mazepin, Giovinazzi, and Hamilton is just about to go out. So Ricciardo, Alonso, 32, 3, 53 laps, 39 laps for Perez, 132, 4. Nicholas Latifi, 32.5, 47 laps, 57 laps for Yuki Tsunoda, 32.6, going very nicely this morning. So looking like another day, unless there's some problems this afternoon, that could see AlphaTauri through 100 laps again. So really good start to testing for them. Carlos Sainz, 33.0, 45 laps as well, so he's getting on with it. 62 for Nikita Mazepin, 133.1, so Haas might get over the 100 today as well. Lewis Hamilton, 133.3, 133.3. Well, that's how I'm reading times this year. A 133.3, 48 laps on the board. There you go. Giovinazzi, 137.9, 63 laps. And Sebastian Vettel, 138.8, is still in the pits. 6 laps with a gearbox issue. Ted said a bit ago that he'd had his lunch and was back in the garage with his race suit on. So there was some hope we might see him, but I'm not confident at the moment. And so just Mazepin, Hamilton, Giovinazzi out on track at the moment. So yeah, good morning, just got up from sleep. Can you please give an update of what's happened this morning so far? There you go, Fowler. Just busy with the times there. If you'd like some more info though, I can have a look. We're all getting a bit excited now because McLaren we've all found something, or people on the internet have told me about something that's been found on the McLaren, and we've had a look, and a few loopholes being exploited on the diffuser, so keep an eye on that over the next couple of days, and indeed over the next few weeks. Alonso driving well, Perez as well, getting lots of laps on the board. Latifi's had a big slide. That was on his way to turn 8, which pretty much destroyed his tyres, and he was back in the pits but could continue. Nothing with Tsunoda. Sainz, bit of a slide as well, but nothing major. A lot of cars running wide, as you'd expect in testing. Mazepin, can't think of anything happening there. Lewis Hamilton had a spin, beached it in the gravel, and that brought out the red flag, but the car was pretty quickly recovered, and he's back out on track now. Giovinazzi quietly getting on with it, and Seb Vettel has got a gearbox issue at the moment. It doesn't look like he's going out, so yeah, that's it's been fairly busy this morning, but mostly cars running wide again. But we've got Bottas in this afternoon for Lewis Hamilton. Gasly will be in for Tsunoda. Leclerc will be in for Carlos Sainz. Norris in for Ricciardo. Schumacher in for Mazepin. And Stroll will be taking the place of Sebastian Vettel. Seb in the car tomorrow afternoon. Stroll in tomorrow morning is the only one I know for whatever reason off the top of my head. I don't know why I specifically Aston. Maybe I'm going to be an Aston fanboy this year, Dan. Maybe it's my turn. Maybe give me some grief then. Get your revenge.
Yeah, about time.
Why not? It's Roman's racing IndyCar this year, isn't he? He's doing the street courses.
Yeah, he's doing all of the road courses. And who have they got? They've got someone in to do the ovals. Oh, it's Pietro Fittipaldi. That's who it is. He's doing the ovals, and Grosjean's doing the road courses.
I forgot about that. I know. I like how honest he was as well, Roman. Just to sort of say, look, I don't feel like I want to do the ovals and put my family through that, so I'm going to do the road courses, and then I guess you'll see how he feels in the future, maybe go for that. But I don't think Gene Haas is funding him anymore either, is he?
No, I don't think so.
So there you go. But I hope we see. It's probably going to get me watching IndyCar, because then I can watch see how he gets on. Then when he, if he does terrible, I can just be like, Dan, your man's rubbish.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to getting up at God knows what time in the morning, but I know some of you already in chat are up in ridiculous times in the morning to watch this. So I've got no excuses really to watch my man win an IndyCar. So yeah, it's going to be a learning curve. I don't really know a lot about IndyCar. I watched the 500 and that's about it really.
I think there's people in chat. There's Annette's in there, absolutely furious at you now. In Australia,
I'm
up all night
fine.
watching it. There'll be American fans going, "Well, how do you think we feel after having to get up every single weekend for Formula One?" You've made some enemies, Dan.
Yeah,
That's it,
feel
mate.
free to shout at me. I deserve it there. I can't be lying. I can't lie.
TNT Productions says it's 4:40 a.m. here. 9:40 p.m. for Sam. 12:40 p.m. for Patrick. So there's a few people in the morning. I can see a few AMs in there from people. So we are still AM here, but it is 20 to 11. To be fair, I was up at R5 this morning because
Crikey, I was up at 10 to 8.
sounds about right. Well, I didn't
Yeah.
because I didn't get any sleep Thursday night. I just literally ended the stream and went and had my tea and went to bed last night. So I had to go this morning to set up the stream for today, whereas tonight I can get it ready tonight, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, stop moaning, Dan, about having to get up early. There's people in this world who have to do it every weekend for Formula One, and we're suckers for it. I mean, I actually like getting up early. I like for Formula One, I like the early morning race in Japan and Australia because it's nice to get up, watch it in the morning, kind of spend the day digesting it. I like that. I much prefer it to the evening races.
Yeah. I would agree with that, especially the Australian one, because that's usually about 6:30, 7 o'clock for us in the UK. So that's usually, that's the prime time. Whereas, again, I'm just going to get shouted out in the comments. I don't really care at this point. I've dug the hole. I'm just going to jump in. The US races, where they're at 12 o'clock at night, disgusting behaviour. Move the times. Make them a night race.
Oh, God.
There's your engagement in the live chat, mate. You're welcome.
This is Dan knowing that as of 12:30, he's not back on here for a while, so he's not going to face the grief anymore. Yeah, I like. See, I'm not complaining. I'll watch F1 whatever time of day it is or whatever time of night. But the more I kind of feel like I quite enjoy Brazil and Canada because they're evening kind of tea time. But at the same time, I feel like I'm just hanging around all day waiting for them. So I quite like
definitely.
I like the morning ones. It sounds bad, like get them out of the way, but you know what I mean. And then be able to sort of focus on other things. And at the same time, I like the normal times at lunchtime. But you could put a race on every weekend at 3 a.m. and I'd be up for it. So there you go. That's just who I'd probably stay in bed for most of them, to be fair. Exactly that, Andrew. The early races are great because you're up early and you have all the day. I think, does it allow you, Dan, to get your review videos out on a Sunday rather than a Monday? Do you always put them out on a Sunday?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I usually just do them straight away. Depends on if I'm jumping on with you or not, really. I very rarely do them on a Monday.
It's me that used to do Monday, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's why I hate the US ones. There's my valid excuse.
Because he's up all night. I really enjoy getting up at 2 a.m. to watch races in Britain and Europe, says Katie. 9:12 p.m. here in Adelaide. So still, not too bad in Adelaide at the minute. Seb's in his race helmet, that pink thing, which to be fair is pretty much the same as his other one, but pink instead of the German flag. Looks like he's going to be getting in the car. So Seb fans, we might be getting still up on the jack, so he's got to come down yet. So maybe a good 10 or so minutes for Seb this afternoon. But I suspect that's probably more to shake the car down for Stroll this afternoon now. Interesting thing I've just literally spotted. In all the promo material that we got when the car launched, the shoulder pads or whatever you want to call them, the lapels were pink. Whereas now they're not. They're the yellowy green fluorescent thing. What colour are we calling that?
Yes.
Yellow.
I'd say yellow. It's probably green, but
yeah,
we'll say yellow. Yeah, that's so strange.
Has Perez had any issues? Was a question from somebody I kind of caught as I was looking across there. There's nothing from Red Bull. Red Bull have been really quiet on Twitter today, so not heard anything from them. But it is worth mentioning that it is only the 39 for Perez this morning, but he is in all afternoon. So we'll see this. If he's not out relatively quickly this afternoon, then maybe there is something going on. But I can't see anything from Red Bull. And generally, if Red Bull haven't said anything, then there's not going to be much around. I'll just have a quick scroll through my timeline, see what's going on. But yeah, just an interesting thing. It's not a big deal. Just spotted they changed the race suits up and got rid of that pink, because I did not like that at all. Didn't work for me.
I wonder if that's a spare race suit or something, because surely they wouldn't change it mid-session like this. I can't think what they were using yesterday.
I don't know.
I'll see if I can find something.
I'm just half having a scroll through and trying to keep chittering and see if I can find anything on Sergio Perez, but Perez. That's me searching. Perez.
I would guess with Checo, the main thing for him this morning was to just get used to the car, right?
Yeah.
All of these new guys. So 39 laps. I think that's good. And then he can do a race stint this afternoon would be my guess.
There's nothing on Twitter, so yeah, no, I don't. I can't see anything on Perez, but I'll keep an ear out and keep an eye out, see if anything happens there. So Jerry says Mercedes back on it. Hamilton's out on track, so he's done the 54 laps now. Did have his spin earlier, but pace wise, again, it's testing. The pace doesn't really matter, does it? But pace-wise, 33.3. It's just about laps, isn't it? So he's out there doing them, which is good for Mercedes. He did quite a few yesterday afternoon. It's Bottas that needs the laps, actually, I'd argue. I know the team could do with them, but Bottas needs the bloody laps.
He's only done 6, hasn't he?
Yeah. So this afternoon's going to be interesting. Bottas will be queuing about 20 minutes before the session to make sure he's straight out. And he won't come back in until checkered flag comes out. He'll need him. So, yeah. Nothing, unfortunately, on Perez. Hopefully he'll be... I mean, he might have gone for an early lunch. And then get in this afternoon and really pump in the lap times and pump in the laps. So, 50 for Ricciardo, 58 Alonso, 39 Perez, 47 Latifi, 57 Tsunoda, 51 Sainz, 69 for Mazepin, 54 for Hamilton, 69 for Giovinazzi, and 6 for Vettel. Just waiting to see if Seb might come out shortly. He looked ready, so we might do.
On Seb, yesterday, they did have the pink shoulder pads. So where these yellow ones have come from, I don't know.
Dan's on it now with his shoulder pads. Forget your technical stuff. Dan's going, I don't know what was going on yesterday.
This is more me. This is more interesting than the Mercedes loophole for me. McLaren even. Crikey. Mercedes haven't been that good this year.
500 laps for the morning today, Eru says so far. So good one there. The neutral can't understand a single word these two morons on commentary. Damn these two. Maybe listen then, moron, if you're going to be like that. So there you go. Help us if you open your ears. Hamilton is out there, definitely. Dan the shoulder pad man. That's it now. You Tim Tam Dan and Dan the shoulder pad man. Atrocious day for Aston Martin. I hope atrocious morning. Anika, hopefully we'll see a better afternoon for Lance Stroll, definitely. Probably just spares given BWT being a late sponsor. Good shout there from Julius, actually, on the shoulder pads, because obviously BWT was quite late announced, wasn't it? So, and a lot of people say that pink looks like an afterthought on the car. So maybe it was just a case of they've got one pink suit for the promo shots, and then they'll have to use the green ones till the new ones come in Bahrain in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that sounds very probable, actually.
There you go. We can only hope Daniel Ricciardo is going to be in the top 3. P1 at the moment, so it's a good morning for Danny Rick. Again, like I say, McLaren Red Bull, very confident at the moment. So that's good news. And I'll have a look tonight. I'll try and have a look this afternoon, but I'm live all the way till 4, so it's a bit tricky to sit and just stare at pictures and not say anything to you all for 10 minutes. But I'll have a look tonight at the McLaren loopholes, have a bit of a read, and we can discuss that tomorrow with Stuart in the morning and see what we can find out overnight. So, yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what McLaren could do this year. Just under 10 minutes to go, still waiting for Sebastian Vettel to get out there. It'd be nice to, like I said, I think it'd probably be more of a shakedown for Stroll this afternoon now. If Vettel goes out now, make sure everything's running okay, system checks and all that business. And we'll see how we go. The Alpine livery is lovely, it says Young Wizard. I don't think I've seen, hate's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. I've not seen much hate for the Alpine livery this year. I think a lot of people seem to absolutely love it, and it does look better out on track. As we've said about all the liveries, they seem to be much better. So, yeah, I'm enjoying the look of this grid this year.
Yeah, especially the Alpine. I think it's just because it's a bit different. Every team is blue this year, but but it's a very much a standout blue, and the kind of chrome finishes it's got as well. I think that's what I really like. I mean, you can't see it too well in the day, I guess, but just away from the mat is what I like about it.
Even a Ferrari green. Or the Mission Winnow green, I suppose it is, isn't it? Even that looks better out on track.
Yeah. I don't think there's any terrible ones now.
Just watching Carlos Sainz now, just as you just was saying that about the green. C3, he's currently on track, 38.9, 8 laps on that one. So good to see Carlos in that Ferrari. He's not in all day, is he? Leclerc's in this afternoon, so back in the car tomorrow. But good running from him, actually. He's got some decent laps on the board, 53. Who's got the most? 72 laps for Nikita Mazepin and Antonio Giovinazzi. Jesus, they've had busy mornings. I mean, even Tsunoda. What was Tsunoda doing? He was 57, so lots of laps on the boards for some teams out there, so that's good to see. Absolutely. Sean the Prawn, absolutely. I'm usually Sean the Sheep. That's what I usually get. So Sean the Prawn's a refreshing change, to be honest. What's Gio's current best? His current best, 136.5. Is he on track at the moment? I think he is. His last lap was a 136.544. So he's within sort of 300ths of his 300ths of his fastest time at the moment. He's on the hards and a 3-lap stint. So yeah, you see me arrow on there, can't you? Again, I need to stop doing that. I predict Perez will win 3 races, said Peter. I think I've gone with 2, Peter. So 3, not a stretch. Not that my prediction will be right, but 3 definitely not a stretch in that car. Ryan Kelly just reminding everyone that testing times mean nothing. Absolutely, it's that right-hand column that really is key during testing. It's getting those laps in. I want Ricciardo to win the Australian Grand Prix, says CPB1. I can think of at least one person in chat that will agree with that one. Absolutely. I mean, imagine the atmosphere. I mean, could you imagine we get fans back and Hamilton wins the British Grand Prix, Verstappen wins the Dutch Grand Prix, Perez wins the Mexican Grand Prix, and Danny Rick wins the Australian Grand Prix? Could you imagine? And a Ferrari win at Monza. Good Lord.
Well, yesterday when you asked me what race I was most looking forward to, and for some reason I picked Australia, that's the reason why.
A Danny Rick win.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Australia because it'll be interesting to see, because it's always been in March, so it's going to be interesting to see if there's any difference in November in terms of, the weather. I'm sure Annette or somebody can tell us if there is much difference, because I know it's only a few months, but it'll just be interesting. I'll tell you what else will be interesting, actually. Whether or not, if Albert Park are hosting the first race of 22, whether they bother taking the track apart or not. Is there any point if they're racing towards the end of November and then, 3.5, 4 months later, they're running the first race of the season?
That's a long time to close some roads.
Is it proper public roads, though, Albert Park? It's Canada that's not proper public roads, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Canada's, because that's on an island, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just a strange place for a track.
maybe keep some of it closed off if they can, because it seems like a lot of money to take it all to bits and then a week later have to start putting it back together again or something like that. So we'll see. I've got the track changes for Australia this year, which will be something to look forward to. So you might be onto something there, Dan, with Australia as a pick, because they've got the track changes as well.
Yeah, that's the bit I think I'm most interested to see, because it's a track I like, but I'm not too sure whether that's because it's the start of the season and there's new faces, new cars. Oh,
sorry, Dan, we got a red flag, mate.
That's all right.
I don't know why. We'll see what happens here, but I don't know what's happened for a red flag. We've not seen a car stop, have we? I know you're a little bit behind, Dan.
No. Yeah, I was just going to look at the timing boards, but they took it down, so I couldn't see it was on track either.
I'll keep an eye on that for a minute. Fola says, when do we get to know the Saudi track? Are the changes in Australia's track taking place in 21 or only 22? Thank you for your contribution again, mate. The Australia changes are coming this year, so in November. The Saudi track, I don't know when we're going to see that. It's really weird, kind of going on the F1 website and seeing under the track map to be confirmed for the track layout. Seems weird.
Yeah,
to me.
you'd have thought they'd have something in place by now. I mean, I'm sure they do. I hope they do. But I thought we'd at least be able to see some sort of track layout.
Yeah. Obviously, they've not decided on that. I know it's going to be street race for the first one or two, isn't it? And then they're hoping to build a proper track. So, a purpose-built venue. What we got here we go. So, this is Sebastian Vettel out there. Locks up straight on into the dust and all that. But no, there's no... He's just locked up and run wide. That's not brought out the red flag unless he's dragged a load of stuff onto the track. Could be a system test.
On Twitter.
Flick just saying, is this so they can test the systems, etc., such as going to VSC in a minute or so? Could be. It could be. Check procedures, put the red flag out, and drivers come in and do what they need to do. But with a couple of minutes to go, it seems a bit weird to just run a test. It is a test, apparently. So there you go. So red flag, but yeah, is that not something they could test? Well, it's 4 hours of testing. I mean, lose a couple of minutes. What's that really? I mean, for Seb Vettel, it's a lot because he's just gone back out again and done 2 laps. But it looks like they're going back now. Fernando Alonso's heading out anyway. So I think it's the same as that confusion we got at the end of yesterday, Dan. Red flag, and then they go back out again, and then the red flag, and then it's VSC by the look of it.
Strange.
It's all. I know it's part of the FIA. I knew about the FIA test for the VSC and that, but I didn't know about the red flag. So there you go. It is a test, so that's good. We got Mazepin and Alonso at the end of the pit lane, so we should be seeing them head out again with a couple of minutes to go. You think Seb Vettel would be first in that queue? We are green again, so no accidents or anything. Interesting. There you go. I just wonder because nothing had happened, so I was like, why have we gone red? But yeah, that makes sense. It would be a test, so there you go. I must get out of bed now. It's 11 a.m. for flip's sake, says Eamon. I've said that to myself a lot this winter. I suppose I better get up. It's 1:30. You're not alone on that one. A minute and a half to go now, and then we'll run through the timings. They are testing things like the red flag and virtual safety car. They should do a blue flag test just for Seb Vettel. Lol. Says first name, last name. Vettel is back out, by the way, on the prototype tyre. So I think they should be running the VSC now. Usually what happens. Karun Chandler there just saying, does Seb look high in the car to Martin Brundle? He does a little bit now. He does a little bit. So, yeah, just worth something keeping an eye on. Maybe something they're trying, I don't know. But, yeah, not really much to say now. We're just waiting for this checkered flag to come out. But we should be... I mean, we're not going to see any better times because by the time they all get round, I wouldn't have thought much. But good to see Seb out there ready for the afternoon. Obviously, stroll in, but it's good to see the car out there. It's kind of what we're waiting for now, Dan, isn't it? The checkered flag.
Yeah, I wonder if Seb looks high because they've set it up for Stroll.
Could be ready for the afternoon.
Yeah, and they would just giving it, like you say, a shakedown here just to make sure it's running ready for that afternoon session.
Yeah, if you're having to change the gearbox, I suppose you may as well get it all set up for the afternoon session, so you can literally just, as soon as it goes green, get out, can't you? Then rather than having to mess about and whatnot over lunch. So there you go. Checkered flag is out. Maybe. I'm sure we'll never know, Dan. It's one of those things that we'll probably forget about in 3 minutes. But yeah, it was just a red flag test, everybody, and so the VSC as well was a test too. So nothing to worry about there. Anybody know what the hoo-ha about the McLaren rear diffuser is? Says ZKev1. They've essentially exploited the loophole and got some extra strakes. On the car is what I read briefly. I've not had a proper chance. They are doing some practice starts, by the way. I've not had a proper chance to read through that, but I will do. I know it doesn't help you now, Kev, so apologies. But I'll have a look tonight, and then I'll go over it with Stuart tomorrow, because I'm sure it's going to be a talking point, like the Mercedes floor is, for a little while now. So yeah, good to see. And again, maybe that is why there's a lot of confidence at McLaren. They found something that they're happy with and think is going to give them an advantage. But the best bit about that for me is if it doesn't get sort of protested or anything like that, it's then spending the entire Spanish Grand Prix weekend, which is usually when teams bring their first big updates, working out who's copied the floor and the diffuser and who hasn't, which will be interesting. I mean, I think the Aston Martin floor has changed a little bit since its launch and since its shakedown. And it's a bit closer to the Mercedes floor. Obviously, teams don't share and can't share information, but the Aston floor does look a little bit closer to the Mercedes floor than it did during its shakedown and whatnot. So yeah, I think we're going to see a lot. This year is sort of evolution, and they're building for next year, and a lot of development will be on next year. But I think we will see. And correct, obviously, if you completely disagree, Dan, just say. But I think we'll see a lot of development from most teams between sort of now and probably the first third of the season, and then it's just going to go very quiet in that regard.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we got to maybe one final upgrade package after the summer break, but after that, I don't expect a lot.
Yeah, because they might have an upgrade package they've been working on for a little while, and then chuck that on for, is it Belgium straight after the summer break? And it usually is. So yeah, they might do. But I don't think. I mean, Haas have already said they're not. Haas have been quite clear they're doing nothing to that car, so that's absolutely fine. And maybe Williams and Alfa Romeo, they might even bring an upgrade package to Spain, and then that's that. I mean, Williams' car at the moment is already according to them, a first race or almost a first race upgrade spec car, and it's only testing, so they might get everything through for Spain and then give up. Because I keep saying it, but Williams, Haas, Alfa Romeo, 2022. The rules change is such an opportunity. They can't pass it up. They've got to focus predominantly on that. They really have. I don't like teams writing off seasons because we want them to be competitive, but if it's their best chance to move up the grid, then they've got to take the chance. They really do. Is it known why Red Bull have so... I've not seen anything on that one, Dan. On Red Bull, that's from Erwin. I will have another double check. Now you've brought that one up. Albert Park is on roads used by the public, but they could leave most of the track set up and still let the public roads open, says Mike. That'd be fun. I know there are rules of the road to follow, but that could be fun, couldn't it, if you're an F1 fan? Oh, just off out for a drive. See you in an hour. Oh, he's not. He's down Albert Park again. Oh, for God's sake. I'll just double check Red Bull. 39 laps for Sergio Perez in his first stint of the day with a quickest time of 1:32.4 is all that Red Bull have said. So I can only assume it's planned. That's all I can assume because they did so well yesterday with the laps. It might well be that this morning they only intended to do around that number of laps, and then this afternoon he's going to go out and do high fuel 100 laps or something like that over the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. Because so far all he's done is that one quick shakedown at Silverstone, and that was it. So I'm fully on the train of thought that this morning was just get used to the car. He had that tiny little off at turn 10, I think it is. But apart from that, quiet session, I would assume all went well.
Morning session is done. So if you're popping off for some lunch, I will catch you a little bit later. I'm here all the way till 4. Dan's with me till 12:30. And then we've got Jonty and Dyllan this afternoon, Stuart all day tomorrow as well. So links to all of their channels and bits like that are in the description. So do go check them out. Ricardo fastest this morning, 1:32.2, 52 laps on the board. Fernando Alonso was second, 32.3. His F1 return, of course. 60 laps on the board. 39 laps for Sergio Perez, 1:32.4. Nicholas Latifi up there in fourth place, 32.5. He did use the C5 tyre for that one, though. So, Williams fans, you can get excited and you can be optimistic, but it is only testing, and that was done on a much softer compound. Bit of a up and down morning for Latifi with his slide and damage to his tyres, but he's still got the laps in at 47. Yuki Tsunoda, 57 laps, 1:32.6. Carlos Sainz, 33.0, 56 laps. Nikita Mazepin, I think the only other driver to use soft tyres today. I think they were the C4, though, 1:33.1, 76 laps this morning for him. Lewis Hamilton spun, ended up in a gravel board, had a red flag, but got going again once they'd recovered the car. So all was good there. 58 laps in total. 100. Again, I did it again. 133.399. It's a 1 minute. 33.399. Christ. Antonio Giovinazzi, 1:36.018. 73 laps for him as well. So he's in this afternoon. So if he does another 73, he might get a lot of laps in today. Gio and Sebastian Vettel in the end did 10 laps, 1:38.8. Of course, he had a gearbox issue this morning that's kept him in the garage pretty much for all of it. He did then come out on track, did 2 laps, and the red flag came out. It's about Seb's luck this morning, and then went out for another couple just before we got the checkered flag at the end there. So there you have it. That's where we're at with the running order at the moment. So yeah, if you're off for some lunch, I'll catch you all a little bit later. Please do leave a like before you disappear. 1,500 watching, 600 odd likes at the moment as well. So leaving a like will be massively appreciated. You can support the stream as well. PayPal. The other ones, what are they? Streamlabs and Super Chat as well. Links in the description for that. And you can follow me on social media too. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new as well. Lots to come this season. Have you got your race weekend schedule planned yet, Dan? I've not got any idea. I've got 3 options in front of me at the moment that I can't decide on.
No, I've done nothing. So unorganized. I was a bit shocked when testing suddenly arrived. I don't know how that happened, but I had nothing ready for yesterday. Yeah, very unorganized this year. I would I would throw out there.
To be fair, I'll let you off. We've only had all winter.
Yeah, it's not been long.
I don't know what I've got this vision of you yesterday morning being like, oh crap, it's testing, rushing to Discord. Oh my god, I can't believe it's here already. Crazy.
It was basically that. Yeah, you're not even wrong.
Williams looked good, says Cholo. Yeah, I think obviously it's always difficult to tell in testing, isn't it? But I think Williams, they're another team. They're probably not brimming with the confidence that McLaren and Red Bull are, but I think they seem optimistic, and I think there's a lot of reasons there for them to be quite optimistic. And Williams fans as well. I think it might be another very similar year to the last couple of years. Certainly, sort of last season. You know, George Russell getting into Q2, bits like that, and maybe they can pick up some points. I don't think we're going to see anything incredible from them, but I feel like this year in F1 in general is a transitional year, but it feels even more so for Williams because it is their first year without the family in charge. It's the first car that Dorilton have sort of overseen, even though it is just an evolution of last year. So it feels like very much, kind of going back to what I said about the livery, maybe in the branding that we'll see a change next year. It just feels very transitional for Williams in 2021. But I think they're going to, when I say they're going to surprise people, do not expect a front row lockout in 2 weeks' time. But I do think they will even surprise you, Dan. I think they will this year.
I think they'll be better. Don't try and throw me under the bus. I think they'll be better. I just still think they'll be in that back 3 group. I think the gap to the likes of McLaren, Aston Martin, that's way too much. And I think even the gap to AlphaTauri, a little bit too much. possibly. God, I'll randomly just take Spa as a random weekend. Maybe on one particular circuit, they're close to AlphaTauri challenging them, but over the course of a season, I still think they're firmly in that back three group, and I think they'll be lucky to get points.
Jack Chambers says, "Yo, Sean, can you give a shout out to my mum who's listening? She's called Sue, although I call her Trout. This is absolutely her Mother's Day present. Thank you for your contribution as well. Good afternoon, or good morning, Sue. It's not afternoon at all. And if he calls you Trout again, just give him a clip round the ear roll. Especially with it being Mother's Day tomorrow. That's unacceptable, Jack Chambers. Not impressed with that. But yes, good morning to Sue, and happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there. I feel like let's break into a song then. Happy Mother's Day to all the mums out there, and here's a tune on Radio F1 Word or something. Mother's Day in the UK tomorrow, and happy Mother's Day to my mum as well. Obviously, can't see her anyway because of restrictions, but I'll be streaming all day and probably won't get to speak to her tomorrow night, so she won't be listening because she's not really an F1 fan. But if she, on the off chance she is, happy Mother's Day, and I'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon. I've not forgotten you. Please don't be angry. So there you go, Jack. There you go. And I hope he's probably now got a really sore ear. If I was to, I'd give him a whack for that one. Trout. I'm going to ask him later what the story is behind that one, because that's I'm wondering why now. But there you go. Yeah. I forgot his Mother's Day tomorrow.
I didn't, but I may be going shopping this afternoon. It may be left a little bit last minute.
Where are you going shopping? Is it all open where you are now?
It's all very quiet where I am, to be honest. It's been quiet all the way through. I'm just going to go to Tesco or whatever, pick up a few chockies.
Yeah. What are you getting your mum?
Disgusting behaviour.
Why not? We'll talk to you guys in chat for the while we're waiting for the. What are we waiting for? The afternoon session. Good Lord, I tell you. Williams has C5 on tyres, so yeah, definitely. That's why I sort of said just get excited if you're a Williams fan for some optimism this year, but it was done on the softest compounder tyre, so that's not. I mean, they're not representative times anyway, but that's certainly not where they are. If Merck are genuinely struggling, they could be the fourth fastest, but if they are sandbagging, they are P1 for sure, says Mr. Bungle. 100%. I don't think they're sandbagging. I'm gonna not defend them, I suppose, on that, but I don't think they're sandbagging. I think they are just struggling with a few things. The car looked a bit rough on board with Hamilton yesterday. It did before his spin today, so I think they're just struggling with that, and obviously the gearbox issue for Bottas yesterday morning. So for once, I think there are problems, but I would be very surprised if they're fourth fastest come Bahrain. But if they're fourth fastest, and we've got three teams up there ahead of them, then it means that we're getting one hell of a season in 2 weeks' time, starting in 2 weeks' time. So, yeah, I'll be down for that. Again, no Mercedes hate. Just be nice to see a few teams in the mix at the front. So, yeah, but I think sandbagging is the wrong term this winter, isn't it, Dan? It just genuinely seems like they've got issues.
Yeah, it's not as if they're trying to hide their pace, because we can see, first of all, they weren't out at all yesterday in the morning, and then today they've had a spin. So that's not them sandbagging, hiding anything, having a spin. That's just, like you say, a few issues so far.
Apparently, Jack did get a clip round the ear.
Good stuff. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah. Give him another one. One from me and one from Dan. Poor Jack's just sat there going, ow! Leave me alone. Hope McLaren is really good, says Ram Sweat. Sachin, how long until the next session? 45 minutes, I believe that is. I think you answered this yesterday from somebody else, Dan, but Yurak wants to know, who are you supporting now Grosjean is gone?
Not really sure is the answer. Bit of a neutral for the time being. It's not that easy to let a driver go. It might seem easy, but it's not.
I mean, surely got to be Stroll.
No comment.
I'll say this, and I'm not influencing who you support. You will support who I tell you to support, or anything like that. I thought that when this season after Grosjean had gone, that you'd be supporting Yuki. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know where it came from. It was just my guess.
Yeah, you might not be far off. I've got a few ideas in my head, but I want to see how first half of the season pans out.
You want to try and pick a driver that doesn't crash quite so much and is super quick, so you've got something to celebrate for a change, rather than just constantly feeling
Yes,
let down.
yes. That's basically. I want a driver that scores some points for once.
Might I suggest Lewis Hamilton?
Well, if testing's anything to go by.
It'd be about right, wouldn't it, for you? I'm a Hamilton fan now, and Hamilton is 20th for the 4th race in a row. Damn. McLaren will be 3rd, says Jay. I really like Vettel too, says Anthony Schmidt. I don't get why how people can't like Seb. I think he's a. It sounds awful, but he's kind of like a bit of an old man. It's sometimes in like a younger man's body. Just some of the stuff he watches and some of the dad jokes he makes. I quite like. I don't see there's any. I kind of feel like he's one of the most down to earth drivers. Weirdly, maybe just me. I don't know.
No. I think the most down to earth driver. I would say.
I was gonna say Kimmy's down to earth, but Kimmy's just on planet Kimmy, isn't he? So he's probably he's down to planet Kimmy. AC says Dan equals neutral equals Fiat or Mazepin.
No, thank you.
You should support Tim Tams, apparently. I'm just worried for Aston and Ferrari. Mercedes can be somehow 3rd in Bahrain, but their car is good. They just need to learn the airflow with the low rake. That's Mr. Bungle just answering our answer to this question. So there you go. So, yeah, I think we'll see, won't we? I think I like doing these testing streams because I love to sit and catch up with you all and have a good chat for a few days. And as good as it is to see cars back, it's not really the most exciting stuff to watch. But I try not to read too much into it. It's actually one of the reasons why I started doing the streams rather than doing the, no offense, Dan, the post-testing videos, because I just felt like I was trying to read way too much into something that wasn't there. I didn't watch yours yesterday, so I'm not saying that's what you've done, by the way.
That is basically not what I've done, because I say it's so difficult, isn't it, with the times, because you can't read into them, but that's the only data we've got. So you kind of have to play piggy in the middle.
There is nothing for us to hate. Danny Rick, says Kenneth. That's another one, actually. Is he down to earth, or like Kimmy, is he down to planet Daniel Ricciardo? I can't laugh at the guy. I can't not laugh at the guy. He just always makes me laugh.
He's bonkers.
Yes.
Even this can sound silly, but oh well, my shift's nearly over. Have you seen his shoes for this season?
No, but you are our fashion expert today, apparently.
Apparently so. I'll try and see if I can find one. His shoes are a similar design to his helmet, but they just really look wacky. They're so Daniel Ricciardo.
If you watch your Sky, by the way, they're showing the 1987 British Grand Prix as a classic F1 race. So I've got that on in the background. I'm not really paying much attention to it. I'm trying to think which race that was. Well, obviously the 1987 British Grand Prix, but you know what I mean. What happened in that one? But PK versus Mansell. Oh, is that? Oh, that. Yeah, I'm with it now. I'm with it. It's fine. Kimmy is down to earth. Look at his socials. He's a normal guy doing normal stuff, being a dad and just being normal. Pretty much, but that's from Harry, by the way. Exactly that, but just kind of with the edge of the fact he's Kimi Räikkönen and just so unbelievably chilled. Is there anybody? Provided he's got his steering wheel, we don't really hear him lose it, do we? Most of the time, he is just so relaxed that he's just Planet Kimmy. That's what we're going to call it. It's not a dig at all. But yeah. A young Danny Rick looks like the specky kid from the Wonder Years. It's weird, actually. Not shaming the young Daniel Ricciardo at all, but when I look at Ricciardo in his HRT debut and look at Ricciardo now, I think they're almost unrecognisable as the same person. They just look so different.
Yeah. It's like Seb on his debut for BMW. Looks nothing like he does now.
See this right, Water X Dragon. Okay, this is not F1 related at all. and it's a pet peeve, and I know why they do it, but said this ad YouTube made me watch midstream is way too loud. What is it with YouTube? And you're watching this video, and it's just you're listening to it at a normal volume, and then you put an advert on, and it blows your bloody eyeballs out. Why has it got to be so loud? I'm such an old man at times, aren't I, with my moaning? Like, I went into a club and it was just far too loud in there for me. What is
Too
the music
many
these kids listen to? But do you know what I mean? The adverts are just suddenly like, right in your face. And it's just like, oh, why? Well, because it grabs your attention. But, come on, YouTube, turn it down. I'm with you there, Water Dragon. I am. There you go. Danny Rick was defo a goofy-looking lad too. That's from Dan, the indoor man. Coolio says, Sainz just got caught out by very unusual circumstances. There's no way he could have known exactly how bad Ferrari would be last year when he signed with them. The thing is that, and I think that's in response to Hector, who said, feeling sorry for Sainz. Of course, he saw the lack of pace for Ferrari last year, but most have been hoping they would have made more rear-end improvements. I think it's weird because I actually think Sainz is probably relieved he didn't sign for Ferrari any earlier. He's probably relieved that it is this season and not last season. I know they had their problems, but the thing with Ferrari is with the resources they have, the money they've got, their history as well, what we've seen them do, the times they've bounced back before, even if they never, ever get back to championship winning ways, you would fully expect at some point there'll be a top 2 or 3 team fighting for race wins and podiums consistently, and that's what Sainz is probably looking at long term. The thing that concerns me more for Sainz is how long term are we talking? Because Ferrari seem very much on board with the idea, if you like, of bringing Mick Schumacher into that car. So this 2-year deal for Sainz, is it just going to be a 2-year deal if Mick Schumacher hits the ground running? That's my only concern for Sainz at Ferrari, is that he is just there to plug that gap until Schumacher's ready.
Yeah, possibly. I think he's a good balance for Leclerc, though. Yeah. I think that's a solid teammate duo there. I think if he wants to stay, he's really going to have to impress. I think you're right. They've got a great junior talent pool at the moment, whether that's Schumacher, poor Ilott. I think he's probably missed his chance now, which is awful to say. But he's got to hope that Schwartzman has a bad year and he can find himself in the Alpha for 2022. But they've got options, Ferrari. And that's a lovely place to be in. Not if you're Carlos Sainz, though. But I think already last year, the 2 years with McLaren and even his junior career and time at Toro Rosso and Renault have proved he's good enough for F1. So even if he did miss out on a Ferrari seat in, when are we talking now? 2023, I guess. I think someone else will want him. I think there'll be seats around. Alpine will probably have a couple of driver changes by then. Maybe even like Mercedes or Red Bull, if Checo's thinking about coming towards the end of his career and retiring potentially. So I think he's a driver that'll always be in demand, even if he's got a difficult couple of years ahead of him. Yeah. Look at Seb, who had a terrible year last season. Yes, he's a 4-time world champion, but he's still a driver capable of doing what he did at Red Bull in the early days of Ferrari. So I think he'll be okay.
I suppose the point is as well, you just said there about the options. If Hamilton retires at the end of 22, let's say, and it's Russell, I know this is totally fantasy land, and I'm not saying this will happen or anything like that, and let's say Verstappen goes to Mercedes and partners Russell, maybe Red Bull chase Leclerc, or if they can't get Leclerc, they might go for Sainz, and then Schumacher gets to move up to Ferrari. If Leclerc were to go to Red Bull for argument's sake, I don't think he will, but if he did, to replace Verstappen, because to me that would be sort of a logical move, if that makes sense, because they're kind of a similar, not generation, because they're not that much older than the younger generation coming through, but you know what I mean? They're kind of around, it's been around, yeah, I know what I'm saying, just leave me to it. But if Leclerc were to move to Red Bull, maybe Sainz could stay, or if that seat opens up at Red Bull and Sainz is impressed at Ferrari, he could end up at Red Bull if Schumacher does get promoted. So I think I agree there'll be options somewhere, because drivers are going to retire, aren't they? Drivers are going to move on. How long's Kimi going to be around? There could be a seat at Alpha if they're Sauber in the future and take some strides forward. Alonso at some point is going to retire. So yeah, I don't think we'll lose Sainz from Formula One, but I'm just not sure how long term he's going to be at Ferrari. And just on the shoulder pads for you, Dan, Debba said on Twitter that the shoulder pads were a quick sew-on afterthought addition to the driver suits at the Aston Martin launch. So that's why that's one, why they look dreadful. And two,
Yeah,
why
that
they
makes sense.
and two, why they were changed, or at least the other ones were used for testing. So there you go. So I assume they're going to be the proper driver suits for the. I don't know. We'll see, won't we? It doesn't matter, but it's piqued your interest, Dan, and that's all that matters, mate. That is all that matters.
Yeah, I don't know what this fascination is today with driver overalls and shoot. One of those mornings, folks. That's what it is.
Danny Indoorman says, when will we be getting Chamber's prediction video? You'll have to ask him that one tomorrow. I don't know if he's doing one this year. He's been a bit busy with moving flat, so by the time he's got settled and that, I think the season will be underway. So we'll see. That's one for him, though. I don't normally put that forward because it's other people's channels, but I would like to point out I am the reigning champion of the prediction challenge. So, and I'll be getting my trophy in the future, hopefully. Yes.
Yeah, remind Jonty this afternoon that he's not a champion yet. I might not be the reigning champion, but I'm in the club.
Yeah, you were the first. You were like the Jean-Eric Verne. He wasn't the first FE champion, you absolute bellend, Sean. It was Nelson Piquet, wasn't it, Junior?
It was indeed,
My God. You know what I mean? It should have been Jean-Eric Verne. He's amazing. I love him. Leclerc has sworn allegiance to Ferrari, says AC. Massa will be 2021 champion, says Electroda. Do you know, I don't expect to see Massa back in Formula One, but a few years ago he retired and came back the next season, so you never know. You never know. I was going to lunch, but this conversation is too interesting. Good work, lads. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Interesting is a phrase that I've been called a few things in my time on this channel, but not interesting, so that's good to know. Thank you for that one.
It doesn't sound like us, does it?
No. Are you sure you're listening properly? Okay, here's a good one from Hector's Keepers going. Whose lineup is stronger, Ferrari or Red Bull?
Oh, that's harsh. Oh, I would say Red Bull. I think Verstappen has the edge over Leclerc at the moment due to a bit more experience and outright pace. And I'd probably give Perez the edge over Sainz for almost the exact same reason.
Yeah. It was the route I was going to go down. I was hoping you were going to say Ferrari, so I could argue with you.
You can pick Ferrari. I'm not going to stop you.
No. I think. See, I like Charles Leclerc. I think he's got a lot to offer. I already said about Carlos Sainz and untapped potential, but I don't think Leclerc isn't on Verstappen's level at the moment. He might be in the future. We don't know. But I don't think he is just yet in terms of raw speed and everything else. And I don't think. If I'm sat there based on pure talent and speed alone, and I'm picking between Perez and Sainz, it would be Perez at the minute. But if you look into the future, I mean, Sainz isn't. He's still got a good few years in him as Carlos Sainz. I'd sign him, but I think it would be Perez at the moment. So I can't disagree with that one. Thank you to Ermin, who sent a contribution via PayPal. I don't think you've left a comment or question, but if you do send money via PayPal, please do leave a little comment or something so I can read that one out. But thank you very much, Ermin, for that one. And I think we've just had a super chat or a Streamlabs donation. We have indeed, and that's from Erminator. I don't know if that's the same person. It says, do you think Mercedes are actually in trouble? I think we seem to be agreeing, Dan, that they're not in trouble as such, but they're not in great shape at the moment. It is just a really rocky start to testing, but that we'll probably see that either this afternoon or tomorrow or even 2 weeks in Bahrain, they'll be back to pole position and winning ways pretty quickly. It's not a great start, though. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, there's certainly a few issues there, which testing is never a dreadful thing, because if you want issues, get them in now, get them out of the way. No issues from McLaren or Williams. That's 50% of the Mercedes teams having no issues, so that's not dreadful. And even today for the actual Mercedes team, their issues was a Hamilton spin. It wasn't anything mechanical as far as we know, so that's not dreadful. The gearbox issue yesterday for Valtteri, today for Seb, slightly alarming, but that might just be I don't know, might just be complete coincidence that they both happened at the start of the year. With Mercedes, I'd be very surprised if there was some kind of underlying unreliability issue for the season.
Mr. Math says, I'm loving this conversation. I feel like I'm in a pub with the lads talking about good old F1. It's exactly what we go for on these testing streams. Just sat back, talking about Formula One. If something happens on track, we'll tell you. But I know last year people were like, oh, why aren't you commentating on what's happening on track? God, that'd be tedious. Lewis Hamilton's going around this corner slower than we know he can. I just go for a let's all just sit and chat about Formula One. Answer lots of questions in the chat. Take your comments as well and throw people under the bus because that's what I like to do with crazy questions to usually to just try and wind up Dan. It just doesn't work because you're so ludicrously chilled.
Was that a compliment live on air?
It'll do, won't it? I mean, it's the best you're going to get.
I'll take it.
If you want to take
I'm going to
compliment.
clip that. I'm saving that for the rest of the year. That's it's made my day. Thank you very much.
Is it just me or is the sound very low? It might. I don't know if it is low now. I did just sit back a bit in my chair, so that might be why. I usually sit basically on top of the mic because I've got the new mic, so it's a bit difficult. I can crank it up if we need to later on. We'll see how we go. Dan the Indoor Man says, God, I miss watching F1 at the pub. Gianni wants to know Ferrari placement prediction. Where do you reckon Ferrari this year? I think I put them fifth in my prediction. I didn't. I put them fourth. And I'm probably gonna stick with that for now, but only because we've not really seen enough from Aston Martin just yet. Again, only testing, but I want to see a bit more from them first. But it's the same thing I said to you yesterday, Dad. Just because I've put Ferrari fourth and Aston Martin fifth, it doesn't mean that Ferrari are fourth, 100 points clear of Aston Martin. It's probably a couple of points in it. So one good, one bad result could make the difference between fourth and sixth quite easy in that midfield. So I'd say the problem is, as a fan trying to second guess the teams this season before we've seen any action, McLaren are targeting a minimum of P3. Aston Martin are targeting a minimum of P3. Ferrari are targeting a minimum of P3. And Alpine are targeting a minimum of P3. So it's very difficult to work out who's going to be where. So I just think Ferrari, with their money, the resources, the new power unit, the changes to the rear, areas they've struggled on, sorting their cooling out as well for this year. I've just got a good feeling, but I just think McLaren are going to have the edge. So I've gone fourth for Ferrari.
Yeah, I don't want to do the same because I want I want to do something different. But I think fourth is pretty much bang on. It's going to be a complete toss of the coin, and it's strange. You mentioned all those teams fighting for third, and one of them's got to finish sixth. So does that mean they had a bad season? It's going to be such a strange year, but that's what we want. We want unpredictability. I think Ferrari with McLaren have the best driver lineup, the most rounded driver lineup in that group. So I would give them the edge, but it's all going to come down to that engine, which yesterday we already saw some issues with Charles Leclerc at lunch. Seemed to be fine afterwards, and Sainz, for the most part, has had pretty clean running. That half spin-ish thing this morning was the only real issue. But it's just been quiet at Ferrari. It's not been super joyful. Like, yes, this engine, it's finally where we want it to be. It's going to be working. But it's not been all doom and gloom either. So hard to place at the moment, but I've got a gut feeling about fourth. I think it'll be a step up from last year. And they weren't a million miles off from that group last season anyway. So fourth makes sense, I would guess.
Yeah. And like you've just said that, and I made the point some in the comments because they were quite annoyed. I think I put Alpine a bit low, and it's like what we have to remember, and I don't mean this to be condescending in any way, but we have to remember that the nature of competitive sport is that somebody has to be first and somebody has to be last. So even if Alpine had an incredible season, all it would mean, but unfortunately in Abu Dhabi, both cars crashed out in turn one, and McLaren, Aston and Ferrari had great races. That might be the difference between third and sixth. That's not to say Alpine will have a crap year. It's just to say that unfortunately for somebody, as you've just said, Dan, somebody's got to be in sixth place out of that midfield. So that's just the way it is. It's the nature of it. But Yeah. I just think Ferrari will be in that mix. They will be better than last season. I'm sure of that. And I think P4 is doable, but at the same time, again, could easily be P6 if it all goes wrong, or if somebody else shocks us. We don't know what this McLaren loophole might result in Ferrari being so far off McLaren. It's unbelievable. Maybe the tie-in that Aston Martin has with Mercedes, that might be detrimental. Perhaps Alonso coming back could really give Alpine the boost, and he makes a difference there. They could easily end up sixth again, no doubt. But I think fourth. But I, to be honest, do I care in that midfield battle who's where? I just think it's going to be absolutely incredible to watch. I really, really do. And if McLaren and Ferrari and co can get a little closer to Red Bull and Mercedes, even if not consistently to challenge for wins, and let's say Red Bull are right to be confident they can challenge for the titles, if you've suddenly got Ricciardo up there splitting Verstappen and Hamilton at odd races, somebody like that could decide the title. I know I'm getting a bit ahead of myself and a bit excited, but it's true. Taking points away from people.
You're not wrong.
I know I'm not.
And I suppose
it's unrealistic.
It might not be this year, because even that Mercedes last season, we didn't see it very often, but when we did, really struggled in traffic. And if we're assuming Red Bull are going to be closer, Mercedes is going to have to make more strategy risks. And that could imply they're going to have to move back into the midfield a little bit. Not in terms of pace, but if they come in, I don't know, try and do an undercut on Verstappen to block off Perez, that might mean they have to work their way through traffic. So very easily, especially on tracks like Monaco, Singapore, where overtaking is difficult, yeah, these midfield guys, I think will play more of a role this year.
I've just upped my mic by a decibel, so hopefully that's made a difference. But if it's sent me robotic, let me know, because sometimes when I change things on here, it does actually send me a little bit robotic. And I don't know why. I'm still working it all out, Dad. It's all new.
Sounds good my end.
That's all right then. I'll bring it down a little bit. But yeah, just turn it up a little bit, because it's different levels for streaming and different levels for video recording, which is weird. I don't know why. Probably because I do more in post to the video edit than I do to streaming. So we'll see. Yeah. So if I sound all right, let me know. Let me know. Apparently, Tomo's rated the Alfa Romeo livery the best one. I'm furious.
It's my second favourite, I'd say, behind Alpine.
I guarantee you Jonty's punching a wall somewhere, though. He can't stand that livery.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he'd absolutely love it. Does he like the Haas livery? I feel he's a Haas. I feel that's quite retro. I feel that's his kind of vibe.
I can't remember what he said. I mean, he doesn't class the Ferrari or the Aston Martin as liveries because they're just colour of a car, which I sort of get.
Okay. Not sure about the Red Bull one.
The thing with the Alpha for me is it's middle of the road. I like that they've inverted what they did last year, but as Jonty's pointed out, there's areas that you look at that it just doesn't look right, and it doesn't look like it's finished. But I can't, and I know we're still talking about liveries, but I can't shake the Aston, the Alpine. Who else have we got? I've really liked the Haas livery, as mad as it might sound. I mean, people might disagree. And I love the papaya orange. I love the papaya McLaren. I think that is kind of going to become a little bit iconic in the future. If they get some bloody sponsors on there, it'd be better. Would be good to see. If not, just plaster AMG across the back of the car. It's fine. But I think there's some... Yeah, I'd not rate the Alpha as best. But I don't agree that it's the worst. As I said to Jonty yesterday, I get the criticism, but I think there are worse than the Alpha out there by a long way. I was trying to think of who's got a bad livery, really. Yeah, anybody's got a bad livery.
One I was really conflicted with because I loved last year's. I thought last year's was so good. This year's I wasn't too sure until we've seen it out on track the last couple of days. It kind of looks like a Mercedes from head on, especially I felt so sorry for you guys when it was dark yesterday and the Alpha, the Mercedes and the Aston Martin all look very similar on track. But yeah, AlphaTauri, I think, is a nice change in the end. Prefer last year's still, but much better than I thought it was going to be.
Expat Pete says, any truth to the rumour that Red Bull has hired Cyril Abiteboul? One, I didn't know that's a rumour. I don't know if you're cracking a joke there, but my word, that'd be a turn, wouldn't it? Cyril Abiteboul working alongside possibly Christian Horner at Red Bull. I can't imagine. I don't think so. No, I don't think there's anything in that at all. If they do, I expect them to make a reality TV series out of it.
Yeah, why not?
Because that'd be good. Cyril and Christian, Horner and Abiteboul. Although I do realise, actually, by the way, if you weren't with us yesterday, we were looking at the airbox of the Alpine and how bulgy it looks compared to other ones, and I said that maybe that's where they've stuffed Cyril Abiteboul, and I missed the opportunity to say Cyril Abit Bulge. So apologies that I missed that obvious pun. I was so angry with myself last night when I thought about it. Cyril Abit Bulge. Dan feels sick.
I'm just disappointed. I'm just imagining it now. Everyone in chat just shouting at you for missing it. It's not good enough.
It's appalling. I should be spotting those things from a mile off. For anybody wondering, the afternoon session starts in about 19 minutes, so midday UK time. They're just finishing off the 1987 British Grand Prix. Classic race on Sky. It's not that it's been going since 1987. Nigel Mansell's had enough. Still go around. It is, or I think we're about to see the... we're getting close to the famous overtake now, so that'll be cool to watch. The flared nostrils on the Ferrari look sick. I like the Ferrari nose.
Yeah. Considering they've not used their tokens on the nose, it looks so much better.
Yes, Newt Duke, that's exactly what I'm saying. Do Mercedes win the championship with Mazepin alongside Hamilton? That's Hector. With the drivers, yeah, obviously that's a silly question. I mean, in the constructors, we're not. I don't think we've not seen anything in Mazepin, have we? Really in F1. I mean, the raw speed's there, but we've not really seen anything of him in Formula One to really judge that. But right now, no. I think you could say that about most of the rookies. You could put them alongside Schumacher, and we wouldn't be seeing the constructors for Mercedes. That said, he did win the constructors for them on his own last year with his points tally. So there you go. But no, I think Bottas is doing a good job there. He's doing what he needs to. That's the Mansell overtake on PK, just happening on Sky. What a move that is! The dummy. It's the dummy that sells that. Really good. Crowd go wild as you'd expect. I'm commentating on a 1987 race. There you go. It's just an iconic moment. But yeah. Bottas is doing the job he needs to. You could put somebody, a Perez maybe in there, a Sainz, as we've talked about him, maybe Gasly, possibly. Someone along those lines. You could put them alongside Lewis Hamilton. They probably would still win the constructors, but Schumacher, Mazepin, Giovinazzi, I'm just looking through the timing there, Tsunoda, Latifi. I think they struggle to win the constructors with them there at the moment. I'm not saying they're bad drivers. I'm just saying that there's no experience. Put Tsunoda there now. There's no experience, is there? And we've got no gauge other than F2, and F2 is a completely different animal to F1.
Yeah, and when a little bit different, but Albon at Red Bull, the gap between him and Verstappen, you can only imagine what it would be if it was Hamilton and Latifi in the same car, if that makes sense. Nothing against Latifi. We were being lovely to him yesterday, so I don't mean to pick on him. But then I guess if Hamilton didn't have as competitive a teammate, would he be winning even more Grand Prix? I suppose Valtteri only won 2 last year, didn't they? So probably not really. It would still be close. They'd still be up there. But yeah, I think you're right. There's a couple that perhaps Red Bull would give them a real run for their money.
Arjun says, what's your opinion on Bottas saying he will be selfish this year? It's the same thing we hear every year, isn't it? Last year he had a plan to beat Hamilton and we didn't see it. Or if we did, it didn't work. I like Bottas and I'm so desperate for him to challenge, but we hear every winter that he's got a plan or he's going to be more aggressive or he's going to do this and he's going to do that, and it never really comes to anything. But interesting, actually, in commentary, They said this morning, I caught it before it went live, something along the lines of this is possibly Bottas's last chance to win a world championship. So commentary seem to be feeling like it's his last season with Mercedes, and I'm not saying that they're going to know for sure, but they're on site, they talk to people, they probably know more than I do, so maybe that, or they definitely know more than I do, but maybe there's something in that. It's just the same thing we get every winter from Bottas, and it's, if you go back to the Rosberg-Hamilton battle, they were saying the same stuff when they were going head-to-head in the early days. Every teammate, if you go back far enough, you probably find Barrichello saying the same about Schumacher. It's not... They can say what they want over the winter, it's what they do on track, and I hope he can challenge. I'm desperate for him to challenge. I really am, because he's best placed to give us a title fight, isn't he?
Yeah, and everything he's been saying about being more selfish, that's the perfect thing to say. That's the right thing to say in this situation. But like we've not really seen over the last couple of years, he's now got to prove it. I think last year, his qualifying was much better. On most occasions last year, it was less than a tenth between the two of them, which is great. It was just then on a Sunday where Max Verstappen would find himself in between the two Mercedes. And he can't be letting that happen this year. Maybe that means, I mean, a couple of years ago, do you remember I'm sure you do, I think it was the 2018 Bahrain Grand Prix, when he could have gone for that move on Vettel in the last lap and didn't. And we were all moaning at him that he should have gone for the move. Why didn't he go for the move? I think those kind of incidents is what I'd like to think this year. He's going to be, right, I've just got to go for it. I've got to send it. Very much Daniel Ricciardo-esque style. But he's been saying this the last couple of years, and it hasn't come to fruition. If he knows right now he's not got a seat for next year, maybe we will see a different Bottas. Maybe that change in mentality will force him to be that bit more aggressive, that little bit more selfish, and that could change things. But at the moment, he's still got to find a few more tenths in quali and be way more aggressive in Grand Prix.
I agree, but it kind of depends who you listen to, because there are people that say, I think I'm sure Toto Wolff says something similar, that Bottas is better or is more settled and better when his performs better when his future is secure. I recall 2019 when there was all the speculation that Ocon might get the nod. Was it Ocon, possibly? I can't remember. I think it was Ocon.
I think so.
Might get the nod, and they hadn't signed Bottas up, and Toto Wolff was like, all this speculation is doing him no favours. But I maybe he does perform better when his future's secure. But I kind of agree with you. If he knows he's at the moment only got 1 year at Mercedes, then he needs to make sure that's the best year he can possibly give, and hope that they either sign him up for next year or it's an advert for another team to take him on, because he'd be an asset to any team. Absolutely. And I still think, and I'll always stand by this, people see him as the number 2 at Mercedes, and it does feel very much like that's the role he's filling, but he's doing a good job there to help them win Constructors' titles, generally speaking. And I made the joke earlier that Hamilton scored enough points to win the Constructors for Mercedes, but the truth is, if Bottas hadn't been up there with him, then somebody else takes those points from Bottas, like a Verstappen, and all of a sudden, that's not the case. Hamilton hasn't got just enough to win it for Mercedes. So I think Bottas is doing the job he needs to. But if you put him in a McLaren, if you put him in an Aston Martin, an Alfa Romeo, somewhere like that, I think he'd boss that team, and maybe even that midfield. It'll be right towards the top of it, and he'd be able to lead one of those teams like he did at Williams. I think he's got a lot to offer. And even, again, back to Dreamland, let's say they go all change at Mercedes next year and Verstappen does break his contract at Red Bull and makes a move there. Bottas to Red Bull, if they can get themselves a number 1, and even Bottas could possibly try for number 1, I'm not sure, but get a number 1 driver in there with him, and I think he'd do a job there as well. So I always feel like I'm selling Bottas short, but I'm just calling it as I see it. I think he does the job he needs to, but
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Because though he's in the best car on the grid, it's probably the worst seat to be in the sense that his teammate's Lewis Hamilton, and that he's always going to be judged against Hamilton. And it's not as if we've got Red Bull fighting for the win every weekend. So the only person we can judge Bottas against is Hamilton. Yes, he can do more, but like you, I think what we saw at Williams was a driver who knew how to lead a team that was aggressive. Certainly with Kimi Raikkonen, the battles those two used to have in that group was awesome to see. So that driver is still there. And what we've seen at Mercedes is a driver who is still good, who still knows how to drive, who knows how to get pole positions, knows how to win races. It is just the fact that Lewis Hamilton, one of the greatest of all time, is his teammate. So I'm with you. I think he could do a great job at any other team. I think he's even doing a solid enough job now. It's just that benchmark we give him is so high. It would take a mammoth effort to ever reach those kind of expectations.
I don't know what to say about Bottas. I can't ever say it enough, really, that I want him to be challenging. I just don't think that he will, and I hope he does. Again, I hope he proves me completely wrong. And his famous radio call, to whom it may concern, hopefully we hear that after he goes on a run of wins and fantastic performances. Because I have to say, when he did that in Australia, 2019, it was epic to come out with that, because he'd had including from me, such a winter of criticism because of the back end of 2018 was so bad. And he came out and did that, and it felt right. But when he did it last year, it was kind of like, yeah, mate, that's your second win of the year. Chill out. You know, do you know what I mean? It's kind of felt a little bit cringy. Not that it wasn't a great moment. It was great for him to kind of speak out. It was like, yeah, but that's great, Valtteri, but you need to be doing that more consistently. You haven't won since Austria, and you've just come out with that. Do you know what I mean? I try not to be horrible, but it's kind of like, all right, mate, just get on a run, and then we'll have that kind of thing. But last year I was quite disappointed with him, actually. I thought he was really going to kick on after what was a good 2019. He kind of answered his critics for the back end of 2018 a little bit, and I thought he'd really kick on and get closer to Lewis and really challenge. I know he was quite unlucky last year and I mean, like, obviously power unit failures and things like that. Nürburgring, for example, absolutely bad luck. The puncture of the timing, but nothing sums up Valtteri Bottas's bad luck. And before you say it, it's not all bad luck. I know it isn't, but nothing sums it up more than getting a massive chunk of Ferrari stuck in his car at Imola. That's Bottas. Through driving around, minding his own business, bit of Ferrari gets stuck in his car, race over, ruined, struggling for pace. That's the luck he gets, isn't it, Dan? It's not all luck. I'd never put it down to that, but it doesn't help things.
Yeah, and I hate being nasty to Valtteri, but the two races he did win last year, Lewis ran into some pretty big issues. One in Austria, contact with Albon and got the penalty. And then in Sochi, for some reason, the FIA hated him that weekend and gave him every single penalty under the sun for doing that practice start where he shouldn't have. So in terms of race pace, I maybe would have wanted to see a couple more wins last year, just head-to-head against Lewis. Because even in Germany, he was winning that race until he made that big lockup and let Lewis through. Just those little mistakes, we can get rid of him. He might stand a chance. I do feel bad for him because he is quick. There is a great driver there. It's just that next level, that superstardom, not quite able to reach it as of yet.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't, like you said there, you don't like having a go at him. I don't think you are. You're just calling it as you see it, aren't you? It's not. We're not being horrible to him. I don't think you can be horrible to Bottas. It doesn't strike me as a driver that's ever done anything to make you want to be horrible to him. Honestly, I don't think there's any driver really that has peed me off that much on a racetrack that I'm looking at and going, "Oh, I can't stand that Daniel Ricciardo. What a knob," or anything like that. I certainly don't feel that about Valtteri Bottas, but I want to see more. I want him to do it. And I know somebody's just made a great point in the chat, and I was going to read it, and I bet I can't find it now. From filling the blanks, as people expect a Rosberg every year, that's a lot of work. Rosberg chose to retire rather than fight Hamilton again. It's a great point. I don't necessarily expect him to be a Rosberg, like you said there, but I expect him to be closer than he is at times to Hamilton, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, and even Rosberg had a difficult 2015. Yeah. You know, he was quite a way off Lewis that season. 2016, I think he was very much on it. I don't believe the notion that he got lucky that year. I think Rosberg was great, especially in the opening 5 or 6 races that he won consecutively. So if Valtteri can find that kind of form, I think, has he ever won 2 races on the bounce, Bottas?
I don't know. Possibly not. No. So he needs a run. I know what you're getting at there.
Maybe
do the run.
2019 Suzuka and USA. I don't think they would have been back to back.
No.
Yeah, he does need a run. That's the answer.
I think just on the Rosberg thing as well, I tend to agree with about 2016, but maybe that's the Bottas we need to see if he's got that in him. Austria, not to that extent, but instead of making sure he gives Lewis plenty of space, just give him enough. Don't go as far as Rosberg did, where you give him no opportunity, but forcing him to turn in. I mean, Hamilton, of course, could have gone straight on and off the track and avoided it completely, but he's got to turn in at some point. So, he could go that far. Maybe, in air quotes, locking up at Monaco and running straight on at Mirabeau, things like that would be maybe the best way to take the fight to him. But obviously, I don't want to see Bottas and, well, people are going to say, yes, we do, because it means somebody else might win the race. But I don't want to see Hamilton and Bottas smashing into each other, because Bottas just wants to make sure he tries to take the fight to him. But he could be more aggressive. I mean, there were times, I can't think of the example, and I can't remember if it was the last year or the year before. There was a race I think it was 2019, because I was quite irritated at the time with it, where they went into turn 1 together, and I think it was Silverstone, and Bottas just gave him like so much space, and it was like, no, you need to put the squeeze on. I'm not saying run into your teammate, I'm not saying that, but that you've got to respect your teammate, and you've got to respect other drivers, but you've only just got to respect them. A Verstappen leaves a car's width and a little bit more. He leaves just a car's width. A Leclerc probably does the same. Vettel would probably do the same. A Hamilton would do the same. Whereas Bottas just seems to want to leave a car and a half's width or something. Do you know what I'm getting at? I want to see a bit more aggression in that regard. Not colliding, not anything like that that's over dramatic. Just put that squeeze on. Make Hamilton, force him to make a decision. And I think that's what Bottas lacks, and it's going right back to Bahrain 2018. That I still maintain. You've touched on it. If that's Verstappen, if that's Hamilton going for that move on Vettel, they're down the inside, because you've got the runoff at the end of that straight. Worst case scenario, you lock up, you go straight on, and you can rejoin and try again. Bottas just wasn't aggressive enough. He could have and probably should have won that race, but there you go. We'll leave Bottas there for now. Just come on, lad. That's it. Yeah, come on, lad.
You're right. Because we see flashes. When you mentioned Silverstone, my mind straight away went to 2019, where Bottas got pole. Bottas was winning. Hamilton passed him at Brooklands, I think it is, in Luffield. And then Bottas went down the inside of Copse, got back past him. That is the kind of Bottas we need to see more often. It's just few and far between. And when you hear drivers say, when Max is coming, to leave him a little bit of extra room. That's what Bottas needs to be this year. And he doesn't have to be nice about it or friendly about it. It's the results that are going to matter this season for him.
Yeah, I agree. We're 2 minutes away from the start of the afternoon session. For those that are coming back, welcome. Hope you had a good lunch. Let me know what you had. I had nothing. I've been talking for an hour. It was delicious. Fresh air. Well, I say fresh. I've been sat in a room with a PC revving. It's not quite fresh anymore. Anyway, bit much information there for you. If you are just joining us though, or just coming back, reminder: Ricciardo topped the morning from Alonso, Perez, Latifi, Tsunoda, Sainz, Mazepin, Hamilton, Giovinazzi, and Vettel. Gearbox issues, only got 10 laps in the end. Hamilton had a spin which brought the red flag. A couple of drivers running wide. Latifi sliding, Sainz sliding as well. No damage done for them really, apart from tyres in Latifi's case. Bottas is in for Hamilton this afternoon. Gasly will be taking the place of Yuki Tsunoda. Charles Leclerc coming in for Carlos Sainz. Lando Norris for Danny Rick is his teammate this year. Mick Schumacher for Nikita Mazepin, who did 76 laps this morning, by the way. So you would like to think Haas are going to get over the 100 today. Same with Alpha, actually. Giovinazzi on 73, and Lance Stroll will be taking the place of Sebastian Vettel as well. Dan's with me for about another half hour, and then we've got Jonty and Dyllan this afternoon, hopefully without the technical issues with the stream would be nice. Please, internet, stop playing up. But we are ready to go for the session. So, scratch that. Sebastian Vettel appears to be putting his helmet on. I'm just going to double check Twitter, but we might have Seb Vettel for the afternoon again. Maybe give Stroll all day tomorrow. Unless that was a replay. Maybe I'm wrong, because they're talking about Stroll being ready for business on Twitter. That was 9 minutes ago. We'll just keep an eye out. The track has gone green, by the way. But I'll just keep an eye on that. I'm not sure on this one. It was definitely Stroll in for the afternoon. So whether they've changed their mind, I don't know. But just bear with me. I'll keep an eye on their Twitter and see who comes out for today. They've not said anything, so I don't think so. I'd like to think they'd say if they're going to be changing their driver.
They put a tweet out 10 minutes ago about Stroll being in the car, so that's a good sign to me.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it was just a replay from earlier that I've caught. So there you go. Just make sure that timer's right, which it should be now. Yeah, more or less. Maybe half a second out or whatever. I'm not messing about with half a second. So there we go. All sorted. I'll do my housekeeping then for anyone that's popping in for the afternoon. Pierre Gasly there on TV. Obviously, I can't show the footage for copyright. I'm sure there are people out there willing to, but I'm not going to take that risk. But you can watch on Sky or F1 TV if you're in the UK. I'm sure there are others across the world that are broadcasting it. But we've got the live timing, which is updated manually. So if that does take a little bit of time, or a few seconds usually, behind the main timing, then that's just why we're just updating it manually. So bear with us on that one. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new. Welcome if you are. It'd be great to have you with us, not just for today and tomorrow, but for the rest of the season. Lots coming up. You can also drop a like as well. What are we at for likes anyway, Dan? Where are we? 800 odd, 1,500 watching. So that's a good like ratio, but a few more, always a boost for the channel. So please do. Let's see if we get over 1,000 again for the second day in a row. That would be good for a live stream. Doesn't often get over 1,000. I think people get sick of the waffling after a while. Like, oh, this is boring. Dislike. But yeah, get over 1,000. That'd be absolutely awesome. You can support the stream, of course. Links to PayPal, Streamlabs, and Super Chat down below. And just a reminder, PayPal and Streamlabs 100% comes through to me. And Google takes 30% of your Super Chat. So that's up to you. Every penny goes back into the channel, but no pressure as always. I just like to remind people. I was looking at RAM yesterday, but then I think I probably talked to Jonty because I think he's probably going to tell me that I don't need any. 16 is probably plenty for what I use. I just want a PC that's going to leg it out the door or something. I don't know, but so yeah, that's what we're doing. Links to social media as well in the description, and to Dan's channel, Dylan's channel, and Jonty as well. So yeah, everything down there, and Chainbear too. I think I leave them in permanently now. So. Yes, there you go. I'll get some images in as well when we get some afternoon running started. They are images from this morning and yesterday afternoon. But as soon as you get some more in, I will pop them up. They're provided by XPB. Totally allowed to use those. That's all bought and paid for. So, yeah. Now that's all out of the way, Dan. I'm off to bed. I'll leave you to it.
See you later. Okay, everyone in chat. Red flag when Sean comes back.
Yeah, I'm just going to nip off and have a quick 2 minutes, mate, and then I will. I'll leave you with answering some questions while we're waiting for cars to get on track, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
No worries at all, fella.
Behave.
I will try my very best. Right then, chat. Who are we looking forward to seeing this afternoon? Very much enjoyed Checo this morning. That's who I'm thinking straight away. Let me get up the list. I don't know if he read out the list, didn't he? Quickly go through it. Bottas, Checo, Lando Norris, Lance Stroll. It looks like he is in the car. We're not seeing anything that Seb is going to be in the car. That cheeky replay from FOM. Not They've done us dirty there. Nando's in this afternoon. Charles Leclerc. Interested to see what Ferrari are going to do. We mentioned that earlier, didn't we? How quiet it's been. Had that slight issue at the end of yesterday morning with Charles Leclerc breaking down. But apart from that, all pretty plain sailing. Looks very clear, which is nice. No sandstorm for today's afternoon session. Pierre Gasly, Giovinazzi, Mick Schumacher. That's one I'm expecting to see. Mick Schumacher, only 15 laps yesterday for the rookie. No mistakes on those 15 laps, to be fair, but that's not many laps. He's got tomorrow morning in the car. So really, he's got 2 sessions left to learn F1 because the first session didn't really count. And then we're racing. Then we're at the first weekend of the season. So, yeah, Seb is using Stroll's helmet. Pedro, I don't think so. That would be quite something, kind of thing that certain paid drivers might want to pay for. Lando for the win, yeah. McLaren looked good this morning, topping the times again. No issue so far. People looking at the rear of that car. I mean, you all know, myself, not particularly technical guy. But what I will say is it's great seeing a team like McLaren trying something different. It's been a long time since there's been a big hype around that team. Third in the Constructors last year, big results. But a quiet winter testing, I think, is probably even bigger for them. It's been a very long time since we've been to a testing and come out and said, yeah, McLaren, they're looking really, really good. Are they going to be challenging Red Bull? We had a chat this morning, and I'm sure Jonty and Dyllan will join the conversation this afternoon and talk about that. Little bit too far off for me, but it's certainly a potential. What did we see last year at Monza? They were right there behind Mercedes. Even without that crazy race, we would have seen the McLaren on the podium. Paul Portimao at the halfway stage of last season. Carlos Sainz leading the race. Very strange conditions in that Grand Prix. But again, this is a team that 3 or 4 years ago were getting 65 place grid penalties with JB and Fernando. Look how far they've come in such a short amount of time. And who's to say that this loophole at the back of that car doesn't make a big difference? You know, 2009, the rear diffuser made such a big difference for the likes of Brawn, Williams, Red Bull. Maybe it's going to make a difference. We're just going to have to wait and see. Hulkenberg, says Finley. Do we think Hulkenberg is going to come back at all this year? Would be great to see him. There was rumours that maybe he could be signing some kind of reserve driver role with Mercedes. They've already got Stoffel and Nick de Vries, so they're already in safe hands. Maybe all of the Mercedes teams use those drivers, but with 4 of them, maybe Aston Martin? I don't know. Interesting thoughts, though, Finley.
Call it fate, but I came back literally as you said Stoffel.
That's all you need to know.
That's all that matters to me. Stoffel Van Dorn. Yeah, I'm just going to put some pictures in, mate, while we're waiting for cars to get out there. Have we got any confirmation on Seb? I don't know if you caught anything.
Doesn't look like it. It does look like Lance is in there this afternoon.
We'll keep an eye on it. That must have just been a replay from this morning, but there was definitely a replay of Seb putting his helmet on, or a video of him putting his helmet on.
Yeah, there was. It was the yellow shoulder pads one again.
You're obsessed with them. That's it. That's you done all season. Every thumbnail, shoulder pads. I've tried to find some pictures. I'm really struggling to find pictures. I was going to say of the Aston, but that's obviously because they haven't been really out on track yet. That's why. But struggling to find pictures of Ferrari for some reason. But they did quite a bit of running this morning, didn't they?
Yeah, they're always a bit low on the image front, I feel.
I'll tell you who are Alfa Romeo. Until I signed up to XPB, I could never find photos for them. I know
Really?
you're in their media thing. They don't like me for some reason. I've had an email today asking for some stuff.
Okay, that's what. Yeah, fair enough. I was gonna say there's one of the better ones, to be honest.
I'm trying to think because I think Alfa Romeo are one of the few teams I haven't said anything negative about before. So obviously they want me to be negative about them. Maybe. Oh, why aren't you mean to us as well? That's exactly it, Sean. That's exactly it. Some work going on the Alpine by the look of it, and apparently it is Alpine. Ted confirming yesterday we're not to call them Alpine or Renault. They are Alpine. I assume any French-speaking people watching might know But I can only assume that is like Alpine is the French, obviously in a better accent than I do. The French pronunciation of that, because to me that says Alpine. There you go.
Yeah, it's like people that say Renault and Renault.
Don't.
I guess Renault's the. I know that one winds me up. So I'd assume it's a similar kind of thing.
I'm terrible with pronunciation, full stop, and that, so I'm not going to sit here too much and criticize people who say Renault or whatever. But yeah, what number did I get to? 69. Nice. Sorry, I number all my pictures to put them in so that I know what's what, but yeah. Don't ask. I try to be organised, Dan. It's the best I could do. I only try. I never succeed.
Well, the live timing went well this morning. No issues of what I could see.
God, thoughts of that. Knock on wood. Poor Eru sat there now going, no! PC crashes, catches fire. Has to throw it out the window, you know. But yeah, like we touched on this morning, as Charles Leclerc goes out on track, when I was talking about, when we asked about I asked about your schedule, you're like, I've not really planned anything yet. And it's like, I'm sat here now and it's 2 weeks till the season starts. We've had so many weeks since the season ended. I still haven't got anything planned, definitive. Do I want to do a review this year? I don't know. Do I want to preview the season? I don't know. Do I want to do this live stream, that live stream? I don't know. So don't worry, Sean. Just decide the Thursday before the first race again.
See, I've got a valid excuse because all of my uni deadlines are that weekend. So F1's going to be a lovely treat. So that's my excuse I'm using. Is it very valid? Not really, because I've finished most of them. But that's that's what I'm going to be saying.
Game Over says, are those prototype tyres yesterday sometimes the 2022 ones, or what were they? That's from Game Over. They are exactly the same as the C3, just for anyone just tuning in as well. So exactly the same as the normal C3, except they've been made in Turkey instead of Romania. So that's why they're giving it a test. Newt Ducum says, pronounced Peugeot, but I genuinely know someone who calls them Puget.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Peugeot.
No, Puget. Puget.
Sounds like a Pokemon, that does.
Petty Le Puget. I don't get it. Peugeot. I sure can't speak. I can't speak at all. The problem is, as you might have noticed if you've been around for a while on the channel, I like to talk quite quickly because I get a little bit too excited when I do videos. And I also like to try and keep my videos kind of under or as close to 2 minutes, 10 minutes as possible, because I don't want to be putting out 30-minute content for people other than live streams. So I kind of like to go quite quick, but then I get to live streams at testing and it's like 8 hours of testing and I've said everything I want to in the first minute and a half, and then I realise I've got to try and stretch it out. So I need to learn to just be sort of read your comments and questions a little bit slower, and maybe, I mean, not like stupidly slow or anything like that.
You can try.
Yeah, I can try.
You know. See, this afternoon you'll have Jonty and Dyllan keeping you on your toes. You know, I'm here panicking after 4 hours, so you doing 8. Fair play. That's a heroic effort for 3 days in a row.
I got Stuart on for 8 hours tomorrow, so that could be at least, like, you're going
all
shortly.
Day.
All day. So you're going shortly. Dyllan and Jonty this afternoon, they'll be able to kind of, we'll be able to cover some of the topics that we've already covered because they'll be able to give their view on it, and I can let them talk a bit. But by tomorrow afternoon, me and Stuart doing 8 hours together, we'll be kind of like, can't you talk now? No, Sean, please, you talk. we'll see how it goes. I will try my
very best to throw some crazy questions in the comments. Don't you worry, I'll work something out.
I expect it. I will look out. I
mean, the chat are good, but you know, we're going to be talking Grosjean FP1 sessions. That's what we're going to be talking.
Hell yeah.
Mercedes 2022, Grosjean, is he coming in? So be prepared.
Fowler says, I have a friend that pronounces it pigeon for Peugeot. It takes
is there
all
even
sorts.
Any words?
So is Stroll in the Aston, just to confirm, because he's just gone out. So we've got Giovinazzi, Leclerc, Gasly, Stroll and Schumacher. So that must have just been a replay of Seb Vettel earlier putting his helmet on for whatever reason, other than they're probably just talking about him. I wasn't listening at the time, so yeah, we shall see. Like how Ford is pronounced crap. The English language. Fair enough. Hulkenberg should have a seat. I think he's one of the fastest drivers as of now, says Yeet Meat. That's a bold claim. I was quite annoyed when he didn't get a seat at the end of 2019. Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah. So I was quite annoyed because I think that there's still something about Hulkenberg I feel is unproven, but at the same time, leaping to the other side of the argument, it's not like he hasn't had the opportunities, is it? He's been around since 2010, year off, and then came back. He's had that car in the position to score podiums. He's had that car in the position to potentially win a race and didn't. And then you look at when he was teammate with Perez. Perez is picking up podiums in the Force India. Hulkenberg isn't. It's not, the point I'm making is he's a good driver, and I kind of feel like he's there was more to give, but again, you can't ever say that he didn't have the chances. Although it's annoying because I'd love to have seen him win Brazil 2012, for example, but I don't kind of get too angry at him for that, if you like, for the want of a better term, because, you know, wet conditions, slippery, under pressure for the first time leading a race at that point, you know, young in his career, you got to give a bit of leeway there. I mean, if you know, sticking it in the wall in Baku a few years ago when he was on for possibly a podium, yeah, that's annoying. Completely unforced and into the wall. Germany. Again, can we blame Germany 2019? Crazy conditions. Can we really blame him for that? Everyone went off at that corner pretty much, didn't they? So, or felt like it. But yeah,
there's been moments. I'm still a big Hulkenberg fan. I think I look at the 20 drivers we have this year and think he should be on the grid. But it just goes to show you've got to be a good driver, yes, but you've also got to be able to play the politics perfectly. And look at Checo. I mean, Hulkenberg and Checo teammates. Checo had the edge, but they were similar overall on pace, and how a couple of driver moves can make such a difference, and how Hulk thought Renault was such a great place to be. They let him down. All of a sudden, he's out of F1. Whereas Checo, yes, Aston Martin ended up being have kind of let him down, let him go, but he's ended up in a Red Bull. And yet at one stage, they were at such a similar stage of their career. And a couple of years ago, probably would have considered Hulk and Perez a similar standard of driver. So such a small little difference can make such a big change overall. But already now in testing, we're saying, is Fernando ready to come back after a couple of years out? And one season, maybe it's doable to come back after 2020. I think there'll be seats next year. And I think if Russell does leave Williams as an option, but there's not going to be many for him.
Right. This is the point I went wrong yesterday, Dan. I'm just going to move us into the streaming tab in case Dylan and Jonty want to hop into this one. This is where it all started going wrong yesterday. So hopefully everything goes okay from here on in. If the stream suddenly goes down, we know what the problem is. It's Discord. We see him okay. You can hear me. You laughed at my shockingly bad joke, so that's okay. But yeah, Hulkenberg. I mean, we might see him this year. He's linked to Aston and Mercedes, I think, isn't he, for a possible reserve driver role? I think you were saying about it when I came in about Stoff, possibly. So I think we might see him this year. There's a very strong possibility drivers are going to test positive at some point in the early season. I'm not saying they will, but it's possible. We saw it last year. Well, it depends who's getting vaccinated, because Bahrain, I would say in some ways, somewhat controversially, someone's had a lock-up at turn one, despite the fact much of their population haven't had the vaccine, are offering the vaccine to F1 personnel, which is nice. It's a nice gesture, but a lot of people have refused it. But I know there are some, and I know for a fact there are some in the paddock that are getting vaccinated. So I don't want to talk too much about COVID because, well, we've had a year of it, haven't we, everyone? Let's put it that way. I mean, obviously could have been much worse for us. We're all still here, but we've had a bit of a year of talking about it, so I don't want to go about it too much, but it could have an impact in the early stages of the year.
Yeah, especially with some of these events that are going to be back to back. Well, I suppose the triple headers are a bit later on, aren't they? But I suppose with these ones coming up soon, it gives them chance each team to get a reserve driver ready. Because last year it was such last minute for Hulkenberg and also Fittipaldi and Russell. Maybe this year a little bit more prep going into that. I think teams will keep an eye out for that kind of thing.
They do seem to be taking the reserve driver role a bit more seriously this year. You know, something about horses, doors, and after bolting. Uh, that's just typical F1, isn't it? Really? COVID 2020. Oh, we don't have any reserve drivers. We're going to need them though. 2021, we probably won't need them, but we'll make sure we've got them this year. Bit late now, lads. Come on. But yeah, it's good to see them taking that a bit more seriously. And Mercedes have got Stoff and De Vries, and I think they're sharing that with McLaren and Aston again. Possibly. Oh, Williams have got Aitken, haven't they? And co. So they're all right. But yeah. Although I'm pretty confident. Obviously, don't want it to happen. But if Bottas or Hamilton have to miss a race, I'm pretty sure it'll be a case of George Russell getting bumped up again for another race at Mercedes, which is going to hurt because I want stuff in that car just once.
Do you
Just
think
once.
so? I don't think they will do that this season, you know.
I do. Test him out again. Hopefully, no bad luck this time. Get him out there and maybe offer Stoffel or Nick De Vries to Williams, assuming Formula E isn't going that weekend, or they can go with Aitken.
Matt, I just don't think Williams would want that happening again. I think last year, because it was the end of the season and everything was pretty much said and done, I think they were happy doing that. I don't know. I think if we're early on in this year, they would be more inclined to keep George, especially if we're hoping for a few carnage races at some stage.
That's a fair point, actually. Yeah, everything was wrapped up, wasn't it, at that stage? And Williams probably weren't going to be picking up much, if anything, in the championship, were they? With a couple of races. That's a really good point, actually, Dan. Didn't think about that. You're welcome. You're welcome, mate. You got to get one in 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, won't we? What's going on with that? But hopefully, we don't have to be dipping into reserve drivers. I know it gives a bit of hype to a weekend when a Hulkenberg comes in, for example, or Russell gets a quick promotion. But yeah, I mean, Hulkenberg did such a. I've got to say that just quickly on Nico. He did so well last year to hop in that car at Silverstone twice. First time out of absolutely nowhere, even though he didn't get to race at the first race, to perform the way he did. But I actually think Nürburgring was more impressive. Just straight in that car. Yes, he qualified last, but he went and took that car to the points.
Yeah. Well, and then that second race in Silverstone, qualifying third. He's a genius sometimes, but he just never seems to get the luck.
No. He's a genius sometimes. Out goes Nando on the subject of geniuses. Antonio Giovinazzi stopped at the end of the pit lane, I assume, for a practice start. Guessing so. Alonso right up behind him, so I hope it's not a broken down Alfa or Alonso stopping there for a bit. Yep, just a practice start for those two at the end of the pit lane. There is a grid hatching there, actually, just on pit exit, so obviously you can do your practice starts in the fast lane, if you like, as we kind of speculated about this morning. Just for people joining late, I tell you what, somebody pointed this out this morning. Alonso's onboard camera seems very shaky. It is. It's really shaky for some reason. So I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, maybe because Cyril's in there trying to get out of the airbox. It's probably what's going on there. But yeah, if you were late, Vettel only got 10 laps in this morning due to a gearbox issue. They didn't get it sorted and ready to go again till about 10 or 15 minutes before the end of the first session. And then got out for a couple of laps. Red flag came out to test it and virtual safety car. And then he went back out again and did a couple more. So he's only done 10, unfortunately. So a lot of running needed from Seb tomorrow afternoon. Definitely. And Lance Stroll's going to have to pump the laps in as well for the team. I mean, he's already up to 7. So he's only 3 shy of Vettel already. So there you go. Devi wants to know where Perez is. Checo hasn't gone out yet. Red Bull have not said anything about Checo. But he did only do 39 laps this morning, and he's not come straight out at the start of the session. And given that they've not said anything, unless something or anybody spotted anything different, I assume that is just part of their program. They did loads of running yesterday. Maybe do a fewer laps in the morning, then do lots of running this afternoon. We'll see, but I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out for that one. Is it Cyril or Hulk who's stuck in the Alpine's airbox, says Newt Duke? Hulkenberg, let me drive, please. I just want to race. And what did Alonso say about his jaw? I missed a press conference. That's from Dre Bay. Is it metal plates or titanium plates? Titanium seems a bit much, Sean.
Yeah, I think just metal plates.
He's got to have metal plates for the season in his jaw, unfortunately, whilst he's recovering. So hopefully, no, it's titanium plates.
Wow.
Yeah. So there you go, titanium plates in his jaw for the season. I love that they're now doing the story of Alpine just on the live coverage now. This might take a while because they go through a new name every other week. What feels like it's a Tolman to Benetton, and then Benetton obviously on to Renault, and then off we went on God knows what over the next few years. So, yes, but I hope it doesn't impact him too much. I hope it's not too I mean, it's going to hurt. He's not going to tell you it's going to hurt, but it's got to hurt. So I just hope everything's okay. Just obviously, most important thing is he's okay. I did actually see, and I thought it was really harsh, actually. And I get what people are saying, but there were people saying, oh, you think these drivers with the responsibility of racing in F1, you think these teams would tell these drivers not to be taking risks during the winter? Generally, I'd agree if he was paragliding. He was riding his bike. He's hardly taking a massive risk as part of his training for Formula One. He was riding his bike and hit a car, or was hit by a car. I can't remember which way, whether he was hit by the car or he hit the car, but he wasn't. Again, if he was abseiling down the Grand Canyon, I'd totally agree with you, but he wasn't. He was just riding a bike and had an accident. So I thought it was too unfair on Fernando for that one. Yeah. I mean, Tiddlywinks can get quite aggressive, to be fair, so maybe there's something there, but a couple of people just answering that question on the jaw. Max is off to watch Chelsea lose. Play. Sorry, I misread that. We're back around 2:30. Unless they lose. Well, see you shortly then, mate. And Jonty is in chat. We'll talk to you soon, mate. It says all metallic body implants will always be titanium, 316 grade stainless steel, gold or silver. Or wood. Why not? Stick a wooden jaw in there. But yes. I don't know why. I don't know, mate. It's because you're going in a minute, so I'm kind of just filling 4 minutes. What? Yeah, I guess then. Question for you, Dan. What stood out for you this morning? What's got you excited for Bahrain in 2 weeks?
Ooh. Don't know about excited, but that Lewis spin, that's going to be the big talking point. I said it earlier. I cannot remember the last time we saw Lewis make a mistake like that. And I also can't remember seeing him struggle so much in a car. Seems so understeered, so not under control, which is something we don't associate with Hamilton. And also, again, I'm not technical. I'm sure Jonty cannot wait to jump in on this. That new rear structure on the McLaren, that loophole, that seems like such a fun thing that they've been working on. Seems like a real good atmosphere around that team. So yeah, I'm coming away thinking they've got a good chance heading into the first race.
Sorry, so it just made me chuckle. I had to mute the mute the stream for a second there. Sorry.
Child.
So it just gave me the giggles. I can't help it. I'm sorry. Sadeep says, surely 17 and 18 were better seasons than the last one. I did think about that when I was saying it. I thought 17 and 18 were pretty good. But I don't think so. Because that kind of really... Or it felt like at the time, it fell away a little bit towards the end of the year because we'd had all that ebbing and flowing to start with, and it looked like Ferrari were in the hunt, and then it all kind of sort of fell apart for them after the summer break, and it was still good, but I just think last year was, apart from a couple of exceptions, was pretty awesome start to finish. So yeah, I'm just hoping this year's a good season. I'm happy with that one, so hopefully all will be good with that one. But yeah, I'm over my giggle. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say what it was.
Come on. Explain the giggle. You can't let the people just wonder like that.
Not a chance of my reading that on stream. I'll message you it later. but I'm not reading it on stream.
That's cool with me.
And no worries, Jonty. I've just spotted that one in Discord. You're all right. Yeah, I'll still let Dan get off at past.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'll have to listen to his mouth anymore. But yeah, I think there's a few things we can look forward to after today. This McLaren floor thing's got me intrigued, so hopefully we'll see something from them. But again, it's testing. We'll see how we go. But Ricciardo looking good at the minute to top the session. Whole afternoon to go. Alonso's out there now on the soft tyre, and I'm already declaring Ricciardo the winner of day 2. Absolutely shocking. I know, but yeah, I'll let you go, Dan. It's been a pleasure, mate, having you on for the morning again, and for yesterday as well. And then tomorrow you can stay in bed if you want. Let's get up.
Oh, lovely. I'm going to very much look forward to that. But no, thanks for having me, dude. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. 4 hours with those two Muppets. It's going to be fun.
That'll go down really well.
Yeah, I'm going to run now before they jump in. So.
All right, mate. Yeah, I wouldn't go in waiting if I were you and say hi.
Yeah, I did that yesterday. That won't be happening today.
All right, mate. Thank you again, and I'll talk to you at some point just to say thanks properly for the weekend. But I'm going to end it with you, mate, by saying F1's back. Ah,
oh, you're so right. Right, see you later. Chat. Leave a like. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cheers, Dan. Thank you, mate. Thank you very much, Dan. A pleasure. I'll bring in Dyllan shortly and Jonty as well. It is past, so we'll go through the running order. 3.5 hours left of day 2, which means we've got a day and a half left, and we've done a day and a half. It does not feel like we've done a day and a half. It's absolutely flown by. Daniel Ricciardo, fastest at the moment on a 1:32.215. 52 laps on the board. For him, thus, in fact, that'll be all he does because Norris is in this afternoon. So a good morning from Danny Rick. Fernando Alonso is out on track at the moment, 32.3, a 10th off Ricciardo, 63 laps. Sergio Perez is out there, so he's okay, 40 laps now, at 1:32.4. In fact, Perez, Gasly and Norris, the only 3 on track at the moment. Nicholas Latifi, 1:32.5, 50 laps so far. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:32.6, 57 laps. Gasly in for him this afternoon. I'll go through who's in this afternoon in a moment. Carlos Sainz, 1:33.0, 56 laps. Nikita Mazepin, 1:33.1, 76 laps this morning. 58 laps for Hamilton, 1:33.3, 1:35.0 for Schumacher so far. 8 laps this afternoon. Giovinazzi, 35.6, 79 laps. He's definitely doing 100 today. Lance Stroll, 10 laps, already matched what Vettel did this morning. 1:36.0. Leclerc, 1:36.8. 4 laps so far. Gasly 37.3, 9 laps. I think he's just gone wide actually. Still going though. And 1:38.8 for Vettel this morning, 10 laps. And just a reminder, once again, if you are just coming in, that Vettel had a gearbox issue this morning, and that's why he got next to no running done. So not ideal. And just to let you know for the morning session as well, the tyres for everybody. Ricciardo, his fastest time was set on the C3. Alonso, the C2. So medium for Ricciardo, hard for Alonso. C2 for Perez as well. Latifi, the only one so far on the C5, so that's the softest. He was up there in 4th place. Tsunoda did it on the C4. Sainz was the C3. Mazepin was C4. Hamilton was C2. Giovinazzi C2. And Vettel was a prototype, which again is exactly the same as a medium, but made in Turkey instead of Romania. I'm going to keep saying that because it's the most fascinating thing that I've learnt over the last 2 days until I learned about the McLaren thing. So there you go. Newt Dukem says the F1 word, that lifetime, it looks like an Excel sheet. It's Google Sheets, same thing, isn't it? So yeah, it is. All done. Easiest way to do it, mate. Manually update it, stick it in a spreadsheet, bang it in the stream. Easy as that. Like Dan said, please do drop a like if you are watching. Massively appreciated. How many have we got this afternoon joining us? 1,600, 900 odd likes. So yeah, a few more and we can get it over that 1,000. And do subscribe as well if you're new. Lots of content coming up. If you would like to support the stream, all the usual stuff, PayPal and all of that are in the description down below. And thank you as well to everybody who contributed yesterday. Always appreciate it. Every penny goes back into the channel, of course. I'll get some pictures up as well as the session goes on. And we'll see how we go. But Yeah, my PC just telling me it wants to update, so no, you can do that later. Don't fancy that midway through a stream. Let's see what you're saying in chat very quickly, and then I'll bring in Dyllan and Jonty when he gets here as well. So, Cassetti is saying that hippos are apparently the deadliest animal in Africa. I love testing streams. So many conversations going on. It's great. It's a shame how reliable all the cars have been. Need a proper engine blowout before tomorrow ends, says Alex Pitt. Old school engine blowout, flames, lots of smoke. A bit like Hulkenberg's a couple of years ago in the Renault. Proper blow up would be good. Was that Austria? I think that one happened at. What do you think about Stroll's helmet design? That's from Anthony. I actually really like it. I don't. Perez, as I'm looking at him on TV now with his bright yellow helmet for this year, he stands out so well in that car. So I don't like it from the point of view that he looks like he kind of blends in with the car, but Michael Schumacher's red helmet used to kind of do that with Ferrari, didn't it? So, but I do like the design. The sort of Aston wings around it look really, really cool. So I do like it. Yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is you're going to see a car that looks like it hasn't got a driver in it and just know that's Stroll. So I suppose that's the easiest way to do that one. How will we all cope without our roving shoulder pad man? I know, Annette, it's shocking. He's going to go off and do some research into them if he can. Findlay says Mercedes issues again. I should have confirmed that actually. We went through the timing, shouldn't I? Lewis Hamilton had a spin this morning, ending up in the gravel at turn 13. He was beached there as well, so that brought out the red flag. So that's why they struggled for laps, but I mean 58 isn't bad at all. I know it looks not quite as good as Giovinazzi's 79, but yeah, it's still a good haul of laps for Mercedes. It's a good recovery there, but I don't know about struggling. We'll see what Mercedes say at the end of the day. They weren't happy yesterday, but the onboards that we saw of Hamilton prior to his spin, that car's still understeering a lot. So we'll see. We'll see as the weekend goes on with that one. Over 5 shoeies this season, says Drebe. Question. I was about 5, if he gets on the podium, I think 5 podiums isn't impossible at all for McLaren, but maybe for a win. That'd be good to see, wouldn't it? Daniel Philpott wants to know when Stoff is coming back. Never, unfortunately. I think you're looking at Formula E for Stoff for the foreseeable future, which is absolutely fine, by the way. Absolutely nothing wrong with Formula E. It's not quite Formula One, but still good. Bottas issue again. Only had 6 laps yesterday when gearbox failed. Is there a Bottas issue as well? Unless you're just referring to or speculating that we might see any trouble today for him. I'll have a double check. Nothing as yet, so I hope no problems for Bottas. Although he isn't out on track yet, so maybe still getting the car ready for him. I don't know, but I'll keep an eye out. In fact, I'll scroll through Twitter super quickly. Nothing immediately jumping out, so I'll keep an eye on I'll open the Mercedes feed and keep an eye on that one for you and see what's going on. So I'm going to turn the chat down very quickly before I go to Dyllan and Jonty with us shortly. I'm just going to turn it down because I can't remember what volume I set Dyllan to yesterday. And I don't want him to blow anybody that's got headphones on, blow their ears out. Good afternoon, Dyllan, mate. Welcome back.
Hello. Sorry, I just had an issue with my PC. I'm trying to, because I've been watching the coverage on my TV, and now I've transitioned over to my computer. I'm trying to get it to play on the player, but it's playing a video at like 500 miles an hour and then buffering and then replaying it, with no audio again. So I uninstalled it, reinstalled it, still doing it. So I just reset my PC and hope it's going to fix it. If not, I'm going to be watching it very fast.
Really, really quick in very small bites.
Yes, but there's no audio either, so I don't. Well, I mean, I have it mute anyway, but very weird. I've never had that before.
Well, with all due respect, Dyllan, I hope it's you that has all the technical problems this afternoon.
I know. I literally, I like just had you stream on that, and you're like, my PC wants to update. I was like, oh, now your PC wants an update. Now that it's time to talk to me and Jonty.
So I always had this vision then of being like, hey, Dyllan, PC restarts. I'd be like, oh, for God's sake. Obviously, it's you jinxing it. Did you catch much of the morning session then?
I caught some of it. I've been in and out. I know that a lot of people have been spinning, and I know Hamilton got beached in the gravel and stuff like that, which is obviously not very good, but at least he got, 58 laps on the board.
Sorry about that random noise. I just decided randomly to have a really good stretch. Sorry about that. Yeah, frustrating morning for Mercedes, definitely. But like I was just saying to them in chat, 58 laps. Given that he had a spin into the gravel as well, it's not a terrible morning for Hamilton. The problem is that Mercedes needed it to be absolutely faultless, didn't they? Really, after what was a disappointing yesterday. But I've not seen anything on Bottas, so I don't know what's going on there. I genuinely thought Mercedes would be almost queuing at the end of the pit lane with Aston Martin to get out and get some laps in, but
yeah, definitely.
Perez is out there, Leclerc's out there. I think that's Alonso. We've got Gasly as well. Latifi. So yeah, Mick Schumacher's out there too. So yeah, and Giovinazzi. So we've got quite a few out there. Just no Mercedes and no Aston Martin at the moment, which is weird.
Yeah, especially Mercedes, you'd expect them to be out there straight away because if Lewis didn't get stuck in the gravel, then you'd probably think he probably would have got, if he carried on going at the pace he was going, he might have got, 80 laps in maybe, something like that? Which would have been very good.
Yeah. I'm listening to chat discussing your name. Yeet Meat says his name is spelt Dyllan 1L because I have the same name. It's not, mate. It's 2 L's.
It's not. It's
I
2
thought it was
L's, and
one.
I've never, ever seen someone spelt the same way as me. It's weird.
So it's kind of like,
And I've never, ever seen anyone with my last name either, so...
Dyllan, basically, isn't it, really?
It's very,
double L.
yeah, very weird. I grew up in school all the time. When you put your name in the computer on Microsoft Word or anything like that, my first name and my last name always had the red squiggles underneath of my computer saying, no, it's wrong. And I'm like, no, it's not. Don't you tell me my name's wrong.
Yeah, so there you go, Yeet Meat. That answers that one for you. Punky Pink says his name is Dylan with 3 L's, which is Dylan. 1-2 Mercedes coming Bahrain, says Hamza. I think basically people are getting excited about the fact Mercedes are struggling. We might get a championship fight and that Red Bull look confident, but I feel like we've been here before. And I said this morning, actually, 2014, that was their worst start to testing since 2014. In 2014, they absolutely dominated the season. So it means nothing, all of this in testing. But I think actually, to be fair, the one thing I would say is with Mercedes having this new floor, not getting the laps in will hurt them to a point because they're going to want to understand what that floor's doing with the car. So I think it is a bit more detrimental this year than missing out on testing. Plus, there are only 3 days than, say, perhaps last year if they had a rough start or anything like that. So I don't think they're in trouble. I don't think we're suddenly going to see them third, fourth, fifth fastest or anything like that. I still think they're the team to beat, but it's certainly not an ideal start for them. So, hopefully from Mercedes' point of view, Bottas, and from a Bottas point of view, to be fair, he can get out this afternoon and absolutely pump in those laps as much as possible. But we'll see. I mean, he needs the laps as Valtteri, to be fair. Still not good, absolutely not. But we'll see. Merck sandbagging or really struggling? That's a question for Kevin. I think it genuinely is struggling this year because they had the gearbox problem yesterday, Hamilton's spin. I think there is an element of sandbagging in terms of the laps they're not doing. Like Bottas isn't out now unless it's a mechanical problem. That's part of their program. But yeah.
Did you hear that apparently Netflix were with Mercedes yesterday as well, filming? Apparently
that would explain a lot.
Someone saw Netflix like interviewing Lewis or something like that yesterday, and everyone's like, now it makes sense.
Lando Norris is out there. Somebody there, Jeff, just asking what times have been posted by Norris. He's just about to post one, actually, Jeff, or just about to start his lap. So I was wondering why Norris hadn't been out yet. He's done 4 laps, and he's just starting his flying lap now, so it'd be cool to stick with him. He's backed right off, so he's not going to be doing a timed lap then this time around. McLaren sandbagging, confirmed. Lando Norris driving around really slowly, unless he's got a problem. A lot of rake on that McLaren, as well as Jonty was pointing out yesterday. So, yeah, I'm quite hyped about McLaren this season, Dylan. I'm probably going to look a fool come Bahrain, but yeah.
No, I think McLaren are going to do well. I don't think they're going to get hurt as much as what people think, using their tokens to base around the Mercedes engine. The car looks nice. It looks good, and they didn't exactly have a bad car last year either. So,
I I don't want to ruin that name, but Massa says Aston are using the same gearbox, so perhaps an issue. I think that's, because Aston have got the same gearbox as Mercedes. I think there's something going on there. And of course, Williams this year, because there's some confusion yesterday, Williams are still using a Williams or sort of their own gearbox, so they haven't got the Mercedes stuff till next year. So in some ways, that's really good for Williams, but in some ways, it's kind of disappointing because it would have been interesting to see if they had similar problems. But McLaren are using, I don't know if they're using a Mercedes gearbox or not. Somebody confirm that in chat for me if you know. I'm not sure if they are, but it would have been nice to see if a third team was having similar issues, if we could definitely say Mercedes gearbox. But it definitely feels more than just a coincidence that the Mercedes gearbox in the Mercedes is having similar problems to the Mercedes gearbox in the Aston. That feels like too much of a coincidence. I'm with you on that one. So, yeah.
Looking on Google
They
from
are
the
not.
race, they say that Mercedes are still using last year's gearbox as well. Mercedes are using last year's gearbox. Aston Martin are now using Mercedes gearbox from last year as well, but McLaren and Williams use their own gearboxes.
I thought McLaren did, but I just want a couple of people in chat now just confirming that I thought they did, but I just wanted to confirm it before I went and put myself in a really awkward position and made a fool of myself again. I was pretty sure they did. Not that I ever make a fool of myself ever.
So if they're using the gearboxes from last year, then there must be some if there's issues that with the gearbox, then there must be some compatibility issues or some problems with it then being connected to the new engine or something maybe.
Maybe, yeah, because I don't recall them having many issues with the gearbox last year.
Literally, for the last few years, they've been solid on reliability, haven't they?
Yeah, we know that Mercedes are trying, have admitted or confirmed, as Norris comes into the pits again, that they are trying some new stuff they've not done before with the engine. So maybe there's some stuff there as we look at the gorgeous Aston Martin safety car and medical car. Once again, it is just... I'm going to train to be a safety car driver. I'll be slow. And they'll moan at me. But I'd just love to drive that car. Absolutely gorgeous car. Lando back in the pits for some reason. I'll keep an eye on the McLaren feed for that one. Still nothing from Bottas at the moment. And I don't think he's been out on track. So I hope not more issues for Mercedes. They can't afford another rough afternoon, but we've still got 3 hours and 13 to go, so plenty of time. Science looks promising.
Bottas in the garage?
Kevin. Yeah, Bottas is still in the garage, mate. He's not not been out at all just yet. So again, no, it says we've still got good 3 hours left over that, so he's still got plenty of time to get the laps in, but.
You just expect him to be out there, especially considering he only got a few laps yesterday as well. It's not like he had a solid run yesterday. And then, they need the laps so they can understand the floor and the back of the car. And Bottas needs to get his experience under the car as well.
Yeah, I just feel... I've just seen your message in Discord, Dylan, sorry.
No, that's fine.
I thought they'd be right at the end of that pit lane, ready to go. Really, not literally, but basically, so they could make sure that they get the laps in. Well, we'll see. I mean, Giovinazzi just out there pumping in the laps, 84 so far. So I'm looking at him and then seeing like 58 for Hamilton and thinking, oh god, that's not great for Merck. But Giovinazzi is just absolutely smashing in the laps at the moment. So. Let's see what we've got. Sean, a safety car man, absolutely love it. The look of Bottas, says Cassetti, is a little bit, isn't it? Or it feels like that. Kevin would love to see Tsunoda do well. Completely agree. So good last time. He really, really last year in F2. Oh, just like I sound like a Tsunoda fanboy all of a sudden, but it just. I did not expect to see that from last year, and to be that close to the title really come the end of the season was absolutely incredible. Purist would like some speed trap data. I'll have a look on Twitter in a bit actually. I'll see if I can find something. I didn't find anything yesterday. I'll be honest, I didn't look that deep for it, but I'm sure I could find it. Channel Infinity says Santa's real, 100% Santa is real. And how many crashes will Mazepin cause, says Zed Kev 1. I don't know.
We'll see. At the back. It'll be at the back, so it'll be lapped cars that'll be crashing.
I think we'll see quite a few coming together this year, just in general. So, bit of chaos. Why not? Why not?
Defending himself from the safety car trying to overtake him.
Annette just points out that McLaren seems fairly reliable. I think. Look, Annette, me and Annette are just gonna have a chat for a second. I think I'm excited for McLaren, and I'm confident for them. I'm fairly sure, Annette, and correct me if I'm wrong. You're probably massively hyped at the fact that Daniel Ricciardo is now sat in that McLaren, and I think you could potentially be in for a very, very good season. So, yeah, we'll see. Smash that like button harder than Grosjean could hit the barrier. We're nearly at 1K likes. Says Dan's not here anymore. We can stop that Danny Indoor, man.
Who's Grosjean?
Yeah, he's gone. Ricciardo for the champion. I know it's only testing, I know, but we're allowed to get excited. Let us get excited for something other than, oh my God, that paint job looks amazing. Fernando Lewis and Seb podium. That's from Channel Infinity. Multiple Idiots says Mercedes aren't doing well. Don't give me hope. And one more from you guys. Why is Gio so fast? Says Newt Dukem. Is he that quick? I mean, again, we can't read much in because it's only testing, but 33-1? He's good. He's doing all right. I actually, I think it was Ted. It might have been Ted yesterday saying, Alpha might be sort of 6th, 7th fastest, but I don't know if he's getting a bit ambitious with that one. I'm not sure it's going to be any good. To that point, I don't expect to see 6th or 7th for Alfa Romeo unless I've missed something, Dylan. I would have said they'd probably be looking at around 8th again.
I think they're probably going to be fighting with Haas and Williams, and then depending on how much of an improvement Ferrari have made to the engine, because Alfa Romeo could have the best chassis and aero on the grid, but if that Ferrari engine's still terrible and it's got no power, they're still going to be trundling around at the back. So if Ferrari's made some improvements, maybe they could be pushing for 8th. I don't know how good AlphaTauri is going to be, but I don't know. It all depends on the engine, really, I feel. It's all on the engine.
A lot tends to... a lot for Alfa Romeo and Haas is going to very much depend on what Ferrari have done. And Ferrari are quite confident. They reckon they've made up sort of a 10th of a second a lap. And I know other teams are going to improve, so you can't get too excited about that, because if Ferrari have found a 10th, but Alpine have found a 10th and a half, then that 10th is not irrelevant, because it means they're closer than they would have been if they hadn't found that 10th, but it's not exactly going to see them leap up to 3rd place all of a sudden. But it's positive noises coming from Ferrari, and I know that we have to be careful with what teams say, because, well, they like to mislead us, don't they, and keep things secret. But this time last year, Ferrari, they were so down. They were so down about everything. They did not think that car was going to be any good. It wasn't really any good. Whereas this year, it's nice to hear, I think, cautious optimism. I don't think they're being cocky with it, Dylan. We've seen in the past teams come out and be like, oh, we're going to be really quick, and then they fail. But Ferrari seems to have a bit of cautious optimism, which is nice.
I think they've probably learned, haven't they?
Yeah, don't big it up too much. McLaren learned that. I
would love Ferrari to be back up there with Red Bull and Mercedes, but if they're saying they reckon they found a 10th, is that just in the engine? The 10th in the engine?
Yeah, they think that's what they think, yeah.
And then if they could find a little bit more in the aero, they're definitely going to be closer, but they needed to find, 6/10 was it, to try and get to near Red Bull or something from where they were last year?
Yeah, there were a lot more than
and
that's
that's if Red Bull haven't made any improvements as well. So yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice to see them at least at the front of the midfield, because they were nowhere. Occasionally Leclerc got up there because of one-stop strategies and managed to get a couple of podiums and stuff like that. But for the most part, if they was on the same strategies as the other teams, they probably would have been behind McLaren. And yeah.
Kev says that Ferrari think they found 25 horsepower is what they think they found. So it's not, it's something, isn't it? It's got to be better than last year.
They're limited on what they can do, though, as well, aren't they? Because isn't there some kind of limitation to how much the engine suppliers can increase their engines as well? Do they have a budget cap as well? Was it? Or am I just making stuff up?
I'm not sure if it's this year. There is something. I know they've got the engine freeze from next year. I'm not sure on the budget for the engines, but there'll be some restrictions in there, definitely. But, I think
Maybe the engine suppliers had a token supply as well. Maybe I don't know.
I'll double check that one, but I can't remember what it is. But I know Ferrari, Honda, definitely, probably Renault as well, are going to be throwing a lot of updates at their engine this year, ready for the engine freeze. And I would imagine Mercedes will have to do the same to preempt that one.
I know that Red Bull did say that Honda brought the plans for 2022 already ahead, so I think that's already on the engine now. So going forward, Red Bull already have those ready. So I don't know. Honda could have a nice boost of power on the engine, but I'm sure Mercedes are probably aware of that, so they're just going to do everything they can. Have Mercedes actually said what they reckon they've found in horsepower? Because they have that bump on the car, which has added like an extra piece to the power unit, hasn't it? Have they said like how much extra power that might provide? Do you reckon?
I don't know, but you've just reminded me of something else, Dylan. Thank you. I meant to say it this morning. Obviously, on the Mercedes and on the Aston Martin, there is that bulge. I hate that word, but there is that bulge in the engine cover and in the bodywork. And people were wondering why McLaren don't have that. The team said yesterday that it's just the way their aero works. It is effectively still there, but because of the way they've got their bodywork and their aero, it just doesn't show up in the same way that the Mercedes and the Aston Martin is. That's the really oversimplified Sean version, as Valtteri Bottas does go out. But yeah, that's the oversimplified Sean version. It's probably a much more in-depth version of what that all means, but essentially it is there. They've not, they're not better with anything than Mercedes or whatever. So it's just the way they've got their bodywork.
They're not allowed to do that, are they? It could be a case of maybe McLaren are like, we don't want that. But if McLaren was like, we want that, Mercedes can't say no. Can they? They have to give them the identical engine as what they've got.
Bottas needs to stop talking and just drive. That's from Joe Hart. Williams doesn't have the bulge either, says Nick Enders. I'll have a look at the Williams, Nick. Thank you for that. I'd not spotted that one. I assume that's a similar thing to McLaren. I wonder if that's gearbox related in any way. That's a good. That's it. Nick set me off now.
I'm gonna go back and look at the reveal because I thought they said it was something to do with the engine. Let me go take a look while you're chatting. I'm gonna go back onto the old YouTube. I'll look at the reveal and I'll see what the guy said about it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. It's probably not anything to do with the gearbox. I'm just wondering if there's a link to the bodywork that means that I don't know. We'll find out, I'm sure. But I think the Aston. Oh, Kev. I think the Aston bulge is more impressive than the Merc bulge. Yeah, like obviously the gearbox isn't there. That's not really where it is, but it might just be that they've had to shape the bodywork slightly differently, which means they've had to taper it differently. I don't know. There's probably a really good in-depth thing on it somewhere. Well, that's basically it. There's nothing. They have still got it exactly the same as Mercedes. They just haven't got it showing quite as prominently. So we've got Alonso, Perez, Latifi, Stroll, Leclerc, and Bottas out there. So good stuff. We've got a few cars on track. Alonso doing all day, of course, as is Latifi and Giovinazzi. Stroll is in for Vettel. Is getting laps in. Already done more than Seb. And we've still got 3 hours to go. So frustrating for Aston. But Bottas is out there, so I'm just going to keep an eye on him. He's going slow, obviously making a bit of space. We can go for a run. Keeps us space. But yeah, Norris over the line. Just seem to back off a little bit. I don't know if we're going to see something fly off the car. There's a lot of sparks at the back of that McLaren. So skid block probably, I would say, unless it's the very front of the car that's scraping on the ground. They have got really proper rake on that car as well. So yes.
So they said that bulge near the side pod is something that HPP have done to put more horses into the power unit.
Okay.
Is what they said in the reveal, and that was it. So
we'll not hear much.
What? But yeah, no, they're not going into too much detail. But the bulge is something on the more horsepower. So an extra turbo.
Mateus on Twitter, thanks for the follow, says, what race are you looking forward to this year? I'm looking forward to Portimao. I mean, I answered this yesterday, and I said, I can't remember what I said, Canada, but now Dan's got me hyped for Australia because of the changes in November that we're going to see to the track. But I'll throw it to you, Dylan, then. What race are you really looking forward to this year?
God, I'm going to have to get the calendar up again because honestly, I forgot what the calendar is.
It might have been us that had the
Let me
conversation yesterday afternoon. I can't remember now.
I think we did have it, but I can't remember. I'm looking forward to France.
Bottas was wide. I don't believe you at all on that.
No, I'm looking forward to Netherlands.
He's okay though.
Sorry. Oh yeah, man, that sand and the dust makes it so much more dramatic than it actually is. Like if that was a different track with the same runoff, they'd be like, oh, he's gone wide. But when there's all the dust and everything, it seems like so much crazier.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I was like, oh my God, Bottas has had a massive off. And then you watch the replay and he's run wide and kicked up some dust. But just going through turn 11, understeering wide, bit quick into the corner, kicking up the dust, back on track. I'm going to go tonight and I'm going to sit. There's a lot I've got to do tonight now, apparently. But I'm going to try and remember to sit and watch a full on board of that Mercedes because it just seems really understeery from the few on boards that I've been able to catch while I've been doing the streams. Inlet I can't read that. Inlet plenum of the engine is what the bulge is there for. Yeet Meter's excited for McLaren. Gearbox issues. If anybody's asking, that's why only 6 laps for Seb. I can't see the original question, but that's why only 6 laps for Seb. Gearbox problem this morning. I try not to read your guys' conversations out because you're all a few of you are talking to each other. I keep reading out comments that are literally nothing to do with anything. But yeah, so Chandler finishes Baku, Interlagos in Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, Canada, and Australia. I think Zandvoort's a good shout, Dylan. I'm looking forward to that one, definitely.
That's what I was going to say. Like, if Zandvoort goes ahead because they can have people there, I'd love to see the cars go around that final corner with a camber, but also the fans there are going to be, like, insane. Like, I have a feeling they are going to be giving Italy, like Monza, a run for the money with, like, the fans for Verstappen, which is crazy because all it takes is Verstappen to be an F1, who's obviously become a fan favorite for a lot of people, and then all the fans are going crazy, going to all the tracks, and they then get a Netherlands track back on the calendar. Like, it's crazy, isn't it? Just how much influence a driver can have on the sport.
Advertising my Discord and my Patreon for a second. There's an F1 quiz tonight on the Discord. So if you're a patron and you're over on there, then you can go and check that one out if you want to answer some questions. I might try and pop in to those that are organising it, but I can't promise because I've got quite a bit to do tonight to catch up on reading for tomorrow and obviously getting the stream ready. So I'll see how I'm feeling after that. If I can pop in, I will. But yeah, so if you're a patron, don't forget to miss that one. A quiz could be good fun, actually thinking about it. But yeah. I live in Toronto. I wish I could go to Montreal, but can't see them having fans. That's from Kevin N. Mercedes are faking to give us hope, says Yeet Meat. Bogan World, I always look forward to Spa. Just love the track. I love Spa as well. Oh, one of my favourites. Always there. Should always be there as well. There's too many tracks. Every track apart from Sochi and bloody Abu Dhabi, says Channel Infinity. Yeah, just racing. Just give us racing. I don't care where it is. Joe just asking why the gearbox problems. The gearboxes are last year's gearboxes, so they're not new, just to kind of answer that question, but I've not got any more information on that, I'm afraid, Joe. I've got the Twitter feeds open, so the minute we get any more info, I can give that one a shout for you. Armin says, Sean is too busy counting the donation money tonight. I don't have to. YouTube does it for me. They leave me what's left when they've taken their cuts. And Britain and Japan. Good shout too, says Channel Infinity. And Danny Indoor Man, Joe Merker using last year's gearbox just to confirm that one. So 69 laps as well, as Oliver is pointing out for Alonso. So Alonso's out there cracking on. Probably shouldn't have said cracking on after saying that, but anyway, there you go. So yeah, I'm excited for most of the races this year. It's probably easy to say which ones I'm not looking forward to, quite frankly, than it is the ones that I am.
I think honestly, when it comes to the start of the season, I'm just happy for any race. And once you get into the middle of the season, then you realise that France is next. You're like, oh,
yeah, France. Not looking forward to that. Spain. I'm looking forward to it because it's cars on track, but not getting excited for it. I never get hyped for Hungary. Doesn't matter what I do, I can never get hyped for that race either. So
I like Hungary.
Probably
I like
Abu
it.
Dhabi.
The weather always like can have a mix there as well. And then that uphill sweeping left, I love that because when some people try and overtake there, it's like, wow.
Yeah, I get it's got its charms, and again, like you say, the weather can really mix things up. But it's just it kind of needs that weather to mix it up. Is the problem?
If people went to more strategies, like when Hamilton and Verstappen were fighting, and then Hamilton pit, and then was on a charge at the end, if we got more races like that, where there's not necessarily a lot of overtaking, but it's really intense of what's going to happen, that to me makes that race really good.
Yeah, because it's not about overtaking; it's about close racing. And like you've said it there, 2019, the Hungarian Grand Prix through the field might not have been absolutely thrilling, but Alonso, Verstappen versus Hamilton was just. They were relentless with their pace, both of them were, and it was brilliant to watch and so tense. And that's what we
ahead
want.
Of the next car, weren't they?
They were gone, like almost a whole lap.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. In fact, it's sort of speculation. I've not done the maths, but I think without the second pit stops, they would have lapped everybody up to third place, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and obviously Sochi, people are saying it. Yeah, not bothered. And Abu Dhabi as well. I watched them, and I enjoy watching the cars, but I cannot be bothered with Abu Dhabi and Sochi. Terrible racing.
Abu Dhabi is... Sorry.
I was going to say, good afternoon, Jonty. How are we doing, mate?
Yes, good afternoon, Sean and Dyllan.
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 How you doing, Jonty?
Look, it's clean. There's no dust everywhere. That makes a nice change.
You can see the cars.
No.
Jonty's going to fall in love with the Alfa Romeo this afternoon because he can see it now for real.
I wouldn't go that far. Oh, it looks better when there isn't a Russian driver trying to crash into it.
I'm just sitting here and saying nothing.
I take it you've seen that.
I think so. I don't know if you're referring to... Yeah.
I zoned out for a second, so I actually don't know what you said.
You have really behaved during testing? Come on, I mean... Anyway, what's people been doing? McLaren looks good.
Yeah, McLaren, I know, and this is where chat now jump in and go, it's only testing, don't forget. We know, guys, honestly. We've followed long enough to know that this means bloody nothing. What on earth is on the front of that Alpha Tauri when your guys' thingies catch up?
Oh, that little... It looks like a freaking hammerhead shark or something. Like the eyes of a hammerhead shark or something like that.
Just saying in the commentary, it might be cameras or sensors looking at the inner tyres or front wing deflection. So that looks a bit weird. But yeah, so yeah, McLaren do look good, Jonty. And I was saying to Dan this morning, Red Bull and McLaren just generally seem really confident, don't they? Really relaxed and confident.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, I didn't catch much in the morning. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing it now. I'm sure that's just a mounting point for various sensors. It still looks odd.
It can only be sensors. It can only be. And it just looks, those ones on the inside, I was looking at a photo now, look like they're kind of pointing at the inside of the tyres rather than the front wing, unless it's just... But you still see your front wing deflection, wouldn't you, from that kind of angle? So... I don't know. It's interesting. I just showing some corner analysis for turn 14 at Giovinazzi, 122 kilometers an hour. I hope you're excited for that one on the way in. So yeah, there you go. Or it might be Schumacher actually in comparison, a little bit faster. So there you go. What are you guys saying in chat then? We'll try and avoid too much McLaren talk this afternoon because we did cover them quite a bit this morning. I know, Joe, I just couldn't be bothered to try and spell it. I need to now know what you've said. Now you've said that, so bear with me. Oh, yeah, Le Castellet, Paul Ricard. I struggle with Le Castellet, to be fair. So, yeah. Raphael says, sure, must activate the map while the cars are in real time. Come on. I can do if you want, but the stream will be silent while I'm doing it. So I can do that in real time for you if you'd like. Keep up to date with the proper timing. I kind of wish... Like, no disrespect to Eru, who's sat there doing the timing as best he can. I kind of wish I could just put a window grab of the official F1 timing, but my God, are FOM stroppy with stuff like that. Good lord.
So can you usually do that? It's just this year's different.
No.
You always have someone doing it manually each time.
That or a third-party site like as a partner. But I messaged FOM or the people that did the timing on the site last year before testing, and the answer was basically no, because it would be copyright infringement or whatever. They own the rights to it, and that would result in copyright strikes and streams being taken down, and could end up with the channel being taken down as well for showing. It's their live timing. I totally get it. They own it. They run it. They pay to run it, so I can understand that. But it seems a little bit tight, really. But there you go. That's the way they go. So, yeah. Our car's slower than last year. We had times under 1:30. Just bear with me. I have them all written down because that's the way I do these things. 1:29.0 was the fastest time in FP1 in Bahrain last year. 1:28.9 was the fastest FP2 time. 1:28.3 was fastest FP3 times. So the fastest time across practice, which I think is probably more representative than looking at qualifying, is a 1:28.3. The fastest race lap was 1:32.0, and the pole lap was 27.2 in Bahrain. Obviously, and I kind of feel like this goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Obviously, we won't read anything into last year's testing times versus this year because it's a completely different track under completely different conditions. So, yeah, fastest time in the whole weekend was Hamilton's pole of a 27.2, and fastest practice time was a 28.3 with the fastest race lap 32.0. So, we're close to those times, considering it is only practice. So, we say don't read anything into it, but they're closer to the actual times we saw in Bahrain than I'd expect. Maybe, Jonty, unless this is probably just the speed the cars do.
I don't know. I was just thinking, is it worth comparing the testing times from last year to the race in Spain last year, see how much of a gap there was?
That's a good point. I don't know if I've got the testing times from Spain last year. I can have a look for them.
I'm just looking on your stream now, and your lap. I don't know if your laps seem wrong because it says Hamilton's only done 26 laps now, and Giovinazzi's done 14.
Mine still says 58.
Oh, really?
On the
Wait.
stream.
Oh, for some reason my stream's gone all the way back to like 30 minutes in.
No, that
Oh.
timing's right. Yeah.
I was like, wait,
now.
what? Sorry, my bad. For some reason my stream went back way far.
Do you think Bottas could be upset like Ricardo? Like Ricardo, and say, "I embraced being second." That's from Joe Hart. I don't think Bottas is very much second, isn't he? At that team, but I don't think he likes being second. I'd be surprised. I don't know if he'd be upbeat about it. I know what you're saying. Danny Rick kind of just taking it on the chin. But I can't imagine he's going to be... Yeah, and just a reminder there from Eru, Max did do a 130.6 yesterday as well. So, yeah, we are relatively speedy for testing, but we also have to bear in mind these conditions are not representative of what we're going to see in qualifying in the race either in 2 weeks' time. So, of course, that's going to be after dark, or after sunset at least. But yeah, Perez out there looking so good in that Red Bull. Are you excited to see him in that Red Bull, Jonty? I'm quite giddy about that.
Yeah. Yeah, very much am. This is the first time we've seen him with a genuinely competitive machinery underneath him. You know, because his time at McLaren, it wasn't that competitive. And
he was only with them one season as well, wasn't he? And then he got dropped.
Yeah, I think he just went there way too early. He needed a couple more years at Sauber before stepping up.
Yeah. It's just a shame that the car wasn't great that year either, was it? So,
no, he's going to surprise. He's going to silence a lot of people this year. You watch.
I think he is going to be close to Max. If he's not, then there's definitely going to be a lot of people like pointing at Red Bull, like you got to sort out your second car because you can't win a championship with just one driver able to compete. Like if it means taking a little bit of speed away from Verstappen, so you can have both people up there to get constructors points, then that's what you're going to need to do. But
yeah, I think Perez is. he's in the position to get off quite lightly if he doesn't perform that well. Because if he does brilliantly, everyone will be like, "Oh, look, everyone, we said all along Perez was an amazing driver." And if he doesn't do well, everyone's going to be, "Oh, come on, Red Bull. Not even Perez could perform well in the second car."
Yeah. And if he doesn't perform well, then you've got to feel sorry for. I mean, Gasly's still here as well, but obviously he got dropped again. But then you got to feel for Albon as well, because if Perez can't match Verstappen and he's on the same pace as like what Albon was, or only a little bit closer, which you would expect Perez to be quicker, has a lot more experience and stuff. But if he's still nowhere near Verstappen, then Red Bull have pretty much screwed Albon over in his F1 career by bringing him up too soon, you know?
Yeah, but there's the other side that it could well help Max along as well. One thing, we know how aggressive Max is, how well he can overtake, but we have also seen a few times that he really can stretch out the stints. You know, he can look after his tyres pretty well, but the absolute master of that is Perez.
Yeah.
So if Max can pick up a few more little tips and tricks from being in the same team as him, that's just going to be adding more strings to his bow.
Just having a second car there as well, because most of the time for the last couple of years, Max has been right there with Lewis and Bottas. But because his teammates like 30, 40 seconds down the road, Mercedes can just put their drivers on two strategies and Verstappen's screwed. If he pits to cover one off, then he's screwed for the other one that didn't. And then if he tries to undercut them, they'll just leave another one out and he just can't win. So having that second car right there means that Mercedes can't have on both strategies, because if they pit one too soon, they're going to get stuck behind Perez, and it's going to mean that Red Bull aren't being controlled by Mercedes because it's 2 against 1. It'll actually be 2 versus 2, so they got to be more careful with the strategies. And
yeah, absolutely right. I mean, I briefly heard Sean and Dan trashing Bottas earlier.
Again.
But no, it's fair. It's one of the ways that Bottas has got off a little bit lightly because there's never been that second Red Bull there for them to worry about. A lot of people say that Bottas is the perfect wingman, and there's been a couple of times when, he's done his job, hold station or let him past, or there to block another car from catching up, but not very often.
No.
You can only be the perfect wingman if you're in the position to do what the team needs. And he hasn't been there that much.
Like
and it would have been a lot less with the second Red Bull there.
Yeah, definitely. Like when Bottas is on it, he can get pole position over Hamilton, which has got the most poles. And sometimes he's either like a few seconds behind Lewis or even ahead of him when he wins, but that doesn't happen too often. And what was it? It was like 2-3 years ago or something like that. He finished 5th in the championship in a Mercedes. I know he had some reliability issues, but you shouldn't be finishing 5th when your teammates won the world championship by like 80 points. Like that shouldn't be happening,
Yeah. I feel like Sean's just waiting to jump in saying, we were not crashing him. Come on.
I like Bottas. I do like him,
I'm just sat here and I'm just listening to your conversation, watching testing and thinking, I need to stop doing these streams, get used to it, and then I could be like chat, and I could just sit and listen to you two talking while I'm watching the live feed. It was nice to give the voice a break for a couple of minutes. All I was going to say on the Perez thing was, when you go back to the McLaren days, is that I agree with you, Jonty. It was way too early. We discussed it before, but when you look at it from a McLaren perspective, given how he was performing, it was kind of the right decision by them, wasn't it? Given who was available at the time.
Was that the year after Lewis left that they got Perez in?
Yeah.
Who was there anyone else available that they could have got?
There's probably somebody if I go and have a look, but I just, he got a podium in a Sauber, should have won in Malaysia or Malaysia.
He had a couple of podiums by then, didn't he?
I can hear Jonty growling because it really annoys both of us. But Perez is pushing and pushing, and he's pushing Alonso for that win, and he looks like he's going to do it. And as someone comes over the radio, basically just be careful, and then he goes and runs wide, and you're just like, leave him to it.
Was that code to make he either put him off, or then Perez has done that on purpose to make it look like, I've lost the gap and now I can't get the win anymore.
It put unnecessary pressure on him. He had nothing to lose. Yeah, right, big points for Sauber, but as a driver, he had nothing to lose in that situation. He could go for his first win, no pressure. As soon as a team come over that radio and say, just be careful, of course, he's then going to think, the team need the points, think of the money, da-da-da. maybe not to that extent, but it's then made him, I don't know, stiffen up in the car, maybe not take the corner properly or whatever, and put a wheel on the wet stuff, because it's unnecessary pressure that you didn't need as a young driver. But yeah,
if that was Perez now, Perez would be like, "Shut up, I'm getting this win," you know. He'd be like, "I'm either gonna get the win or I'm gonna lunge. If it pays off, it pays off. If it doesn't, well, that's fine. But I'm getting the win."
Yeah, Billy Clark in chat saying that year McLaren's choices was Perez or Di Resta.
Oh, I mean, there you go then.
Yeah, that's not even a choice, is it?
Like Perez definitely was the better driver, but for me, I actually liked Di Resta. I don't know how many people didn't like him, but I didn't think he was a bad driver. He had some bad luck and obviously made some stupid mistakes, but I feel like he was kicked out sooner than he should have done. Personally, I reckon he should have stayed in longer than he did.
Oh, yeah, he's not a bad driver. I mean, he was supremely good when he was in DTM, and he showed several times in F1 that he can be good. But I don't think he quite had...
Who was his teammate
the
that
finesse.
Was it Hülkenberg, or was it the next year he was with Hülkenberg after Perez went, was it? Because they were very close. They were very close like the season together, I think, weren't they? And then look how much longer Hülkenberg stayed, and then the rest of was never in again, apart from that one race in Williams, which I think he actually did really well to get where he didn't qualify.
Would it have been Suttil?
Yeah, it was Suttil, yeah. I just double check.
He did partner Hülkenberg though, didn't he? Because
yeah, definitely.
The race when Hülkenberg was on for the win in Brazil, the rest had crashed out with a few laps to go, didn't he? Because they were teammates, so neither of them finished.
It's funny.
Hülkenberg finished just off the podium or something.
You can actually say Di Resta and Suttil were very, very similar. They were quicker than people gave them credit for. They weren't the best by any means, but they were quicker than people gave them credit for, and they were frequently on the raw end of an unlucky situation. Suttil in particular. Loads of people used to say he was crash happy, and he really, really wasn't. He was always the guy getting collected completely by accident.
Like in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
No, that's what Russell was like last year.
And if he is involved in the build-up to the incident in some way, he's not really caused it. It's someone else that's been an idiot. I mean, look at Brazil 2010, or maybe earlier, with Trulli. Trulli was hounding around the outside like a madman, lost it and went sliding off and hit lots of people, and then blamed Suttil for it. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Just having a bit of a read here of a Race Fans article. So this is 100% a Race Fans article. They've learned this information. It's their sources. Teams have been discussing this sprint race proposal, and it is set to be called sprint qualifying. According to them, the sprint race will be awarded points to the top finishers as an incentive for drivers to fight for position. They are likely to be awarded to the top three only, with points for the winner, 2 for second place. 3 points for the winner, 2 for second place, and 1 for third place. Changes to the DRS regulations for sprint qualifying are also being considered to encourage more passing, which is completely ridiculous, because half the time the only passing we get is DRS, not because drivers won't, but because drivers can't. Other aspects of the regulations remain under debate. These include tyre regulations and how part Ferme restrictions will be enforced between qualifying on Friday and Saturday sprint qualifying. So just to confirm, that is a Dieter Rankin and Keith Collentine article from Race Fans, 100% theirs. Just to make that perfectly clear, I don't want to be nicking people's stuff or claiming I've got that from anywhere. That is Race Fans. So points. That's what I'm worried about. This is the problem. Points for first, second, and third.
So that's replacing qualifying?
Well, how does that incentivize Williams to go out there and spend more money on racing when they know they're not going to finish first, second, or third?
That's just going to be Valtteri Bottas, Hamilton, and Verstappen getting more points. Unless they did do some kind of reverse grid for that, and then it maybe gives incentive for, like Williams and maybe some of the other teams to try and defend their positions. But that's just going to be like, if it's a sprint race, a Mercedes is going to be able to overtake 18 cars to try and get 3 points. Is it worth putting more stress on the engine for 3 points, which you're probably not going to get if you don't finish in the top 3 in like 25 laps, I don't
Yeah,
know.
the only way that can possibly make any sense is if it's reverse grid.
Yeah. Well, is that replacing qualifying, or do we still have a normal qualifying to set up the Sunday
Qualifying
races?
on the Friday, qualifying Friday afternoon, sprint race or sprint qualifying on Saturday, and then the normal race on Sunday. But
So you do your qualifying on Friday, which sets up the sprint race qualifying, and then how the sprint race qualifying finishes decides your grid for Sunday.
yeah, that's it. So
I
give it a go. Please give it a go.
I'm happy to give
But
it a go, but I just don't see
not like
how it's
that.
going to benefit other teams. No, like you do your qualifying on Friday. If there's no reverse, you do your qualifying on Friday. Mercedes, Red Bull, 1, 2, 3, and 4 most likely. Then your sprint race, you have Mercedes 1, 2, 3, and 4, so they get extra points. And then race, they're still in 1, 2, 3, and 4. The only way it can make it more interesting is if they, like, let's say Verstappen and Red Bull and other guys like really want those points. They go to try and get those points, and then they end up crashing. But they're not going to risk a dive bomb on the Saturday to then start at the back of the grid on the Sunday, are they? So
we're going back a few years here. I'll run through the times in a minute. It's coming up to half past, but we're going back a few years here. But Bernie Ecclestone, they brought in a new point system, and I think it was 10 for the win and 8 for second place. And there was a concern that would mean that drivers are less likely to take a chance to try and steal the win with a banzai move because it's only worth 2 extra points. So that then got altered to the new point system so that we had a bigger gap, points awarded down to 10th, and a bit of a bigger gap, a bit more incentive, 7 points to go for the win. So to say that it's incentivizing drivers to go for an overtake if you're getting 1 point more for first and you are second, and 1 point more for second you are third, is nonsense. That's not going to make any difference. And secondly, like I say, how does that... You've got Haas, who are, at the moment, until the money kicks in that they can use from the sponsorship, are skint. Williams are struggling financially. That's not going to incentivize them to race on a Saturday because they're never going to finish 1, 2, and 3. You're not going to see... Are AlphaTauri really going to be that bothered? Are they going to give it everything on a Saturday? So, yes, they're going to want to finish higher up because of qualifying, but Williams realistically, on pace, Russell is Mr. Saturday. In a race situation, he might not be Mr. Saturday anymore. So all of a sudden, that chance of him pulling out an amazing qualifying isn't going to happen because why bother? Other than grid position, there's no reason for them to bother.
No.
So, yeah.
I can see like for Williams incentive and stuff like that. I can see it as if, let's say, George gets a really good qualifying on the Friday, so starts like 12th or something on Saturday, which I think he did last year.
Go backwards.
If he didn't go backwards and he got a good launch off the start, because it's a sprint race, so he doesn't need to defend us back, and he can stay around 10th or 11th, then maybe you'd want to do that for the race on Sunday. But if he goes all the way to the back of the grid, they might as well just retire the car because they're not going to make up places and they're just putting more stress on the engine, they're wasting money and stuff like that. So I don't know. Honestly, I'd take the sprint race over like practice 3 or something like that because it's more excitement. But it just doesn't make sense of, yeah, I don't know. Even if they didn't if they did points for like the top 6 or the top 8, at least it gives some midfield teams an incentive to do something. But if it's just the top 3, it's just going to be Mercedes and Red Bull.
See, now I'm sitting thinking, it's got to be reverse championship order.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be. You can't have a qualifying that you then reverse for the sprint race because that's far too easy for the teams to go, oh, look, sorry, we had a puncture. Oh, look, we're having problems getting it started. We can't get out in time to do a lap. We have to start at the front.
The only way
that's the first thing Ferrari would do.
Like what I would assume, well, not assume, but what would probably be better is if they did the qualifying on Friday, which decided the grid for Sunday, and then on Saturday they did a reverse championship grid, and then if you crash out on Saturday or something like that, it doesn't affect your grid spot on Sunday. You can still repair the car and fix it for Sunday. So it gives people a chance to get points if you're at the back, and also if you are like Red Bull, Mercedes, you might want to go for that lunge to try and get those extra 3 points, knowing that if you crash out, yeah, it's going to cost them more money to fix it, but it's not going to affect where they start on Sunday from the qualifying they did on Friday. But
yeah, call it the bonus race.
Yeah.
Saturday is just a separate race with reverse championship order and is only, 15, 20 laps?
Mm-hmm. I think they should give points for the pit stops as well, just to the constructors. I reckon they should do that as well. You know,
I mean,
maybe for like the top 3 teams that get the fastest pit stops that weekend get like a couple of points for the constructors. You know,
this might be a terrible idea, but if you have that, as you just said, like a separate, just a separate race, a separate thing. What it sounds ridiculous, but what about handing out some money for the teams instead of points for the championship? I'm not quite sure how that would work, and it would need to. The problem then becomes you'd need a lot of money to incentivize a team to go racing extra on a Saturday. But I just don't. I don't. It's the points. It's the points on a Saturday. I'm never going to get on board with Jonty. It's why I don't like the idea of a point for fastest lap. I just, if you're having. I said this yesterday, if you have a sprint race on a Saturday somewhere like Barcelona, it is just a pre-version, a shorter version of what you're going to get on the Sunday. And could you imagine Abu Dhabi, title decider, loads of hype, Saturday, unlucky Max Verstappen gets a puncture, loses the championship because Hamilton finished first and got 3 points to wrap up the title on a Saturday, and why are you bothering watching Abu Dhabi on a Sunday then?
Yeah, or Verstappen crashes out and then he has to start at the back, and it's like, yeah, he's not going to win. Qualifies second place on Saturday, bins it on the first corner on Friday. Sorry, bins it on the first corner on Friday, and then he's at the back on Sunday.
We'll come back to this in a second. I'm going to run through the order. We'll come back to this in a second. Daniel Ricciardo, top of the session this morning. He's still there at the moment, 132.2, 52 laps for him. Fernando Alonso up to 81 laps now, second place, 132.3. Sergio Perez, 32.4, 75 laps. So all that concern for Checo this morning. And he seems to be doing all right this afternoon. I did wonder if there were going to be a quieter morning and a busier afternoon. So good news for Checo up there in third place. Antonio Giovinazzi has moved up to fourth place, 7 away now from hitting 100. He's in the pits at the moment. Nicholas Latifi at 132.5, third time I've done that today, 71 laps. Yuki Tsunoda 132.6 on 57 laps. Carlos Sainz 133.0, 56 laps. Of course, Sainz, Tsunoda won't be doing any more laps, neither will Ricciardo. They are done for the day. Their teammates are in for them. Nikita Mazepin 76 laps this morning, 26 laps for Mick Schumacher, so they've gone over 100 now. Haas making up for yesterday. Mick Schumacher already 11 better off. 33.1 for Mazepin, 33.3 for Schumacher. 33.3 for Hamilton, 58 laps on the board, 15 laps for Bottas, 12th place for Stroll, 23 laps, 133.9. Bottas, by the way, a 33.5, 36.7 for Gasly, 36 laps for him so far. Leclerc 36.8, 30 laps. Vettel 38.8, 10 laps. Norris only 12 laps, no time on the board. I did check McLaren whilst Jonty and Dyllan were chatting there, and there's nothing from McLaren about any problems at the moment. So we will keep an eye on that one. But at the moment, he is in the pits. No time, but he has done 12 laps. I guess you say 12 reconnaissance laps, really. But on track, we've got Leclerc, Gasly, Stroll, Bottas, Mick Schumacher, Nicholas Latifi, and Sergio Perez. And just to let you know, in case you were late joining us, I didn't catch this morning or any highlights from this morning. Carlos Sainz had a bit of a slide down at turn 7. He was okay this morning, no accident. He kept going. Latifi damaged his tyres in a similar incident, a bit more dramatic, but no accident, kept going. Lewis Hamilton, though, spun and beached it in the gravel, which brought out the red flag, and Sebastian Vettel, poor Aston Martin, no luck with that gearbox, had to change it on Sebastian Vettel with an issue. He only got 10 laps in this morning, so that's why he's so low on laps. But Lance Stroll, to be fair, up on 24, making up for that one a little bit as well. I think we've gone through 1,000 likes, so thank you everybody for that one. Please do drop a like if you've not done so, and if you like the video, of course, and do it. And please do subscribe as well if you're new. And don't forget, links to contribute to the stream, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chat, and all that are in the description down below. A couple of Super Chats just to get through, or I think that's the same one that's just come through twice, actually, from Adam Elliott Jackson. Said, I think it's multiple races, like 5 cars per race. For the sprint races, I'm not sure. I'll have a look at that. I'll reread the article. I didn't see it in the article. It was pretty much a skim read, to be fair, but I'd be surprised if we have multiple races. That'd be quite cool, though.
There's lots of things that they could. There's lots of other options for things to do to just bring more excitement to the weekend, to give the fans more racing.
Let's just have a sprint race without Mercedes and Red Bull. There we go.
But there's something that they used to do, I think, in World Touring Cars a few years ago. I can't remember what they called it. And it was a little bit more tricky for them because they had 3 cars in a team. But it would still work here in F1. You got 2 cars, right, in the team, and it's a timed shootout. But it's not only which team can get the fastest time, it's also they've got to get the smallest gap between them at the same time. So you'd have both cars of the team hooning around in qualifying trim. Mach 3, that's it, thank you. And they've got to try and be faster than all the other teams, but also with the smallest gap. I can't remember exactly how they worked out the timing, but like, you know, someone could go 5 seconds quicker than everyone else, but if his teammate's 6 seconds slower than him, they still wouldn't win. And it was really, really entertaining to watch. It sounds like it should be really dodgy and rubbish, but it was genuinely exciting.
It certainly sounds like it could be a bit more spicy. I just...
But it's a case of what would you do it for? Would it be for constructors' points, for money, whatever?
You've got to incentivize the teams, haven't you, to go racing? Otherwise, there's no reason for them to do it. And I still feel like try it and we'll see how it goes. But to me, and I said this yesterday, if you're doing a Saturday race, whether we like it or not, the only way you can do it to try and mix it up so it's not exactly the same as a Sunday and to incentivize teams throughout the field, not just the top 3, it has to be reverse grid. And I think you said yesterday, Jonty, qualify on a Friday, that would set your grid for Sunday, but on Saturday you reverse that and have a proper reverse race. I think that's the only way you can really, because otherwise, I mean, some tracks, the Saturday race might be very different to the Sunday race. Abu Dhabi, Spain, you're just getting a mini version of that on a Saturday, and I don't see the point. But again, I'm not against it. I'm not one of those that can't handle change or doesn't want change. I'm quite happy for them to try it. But I was quite intrigued by what was said this morning by commentary on the feed. I think it was just before we went live, I was listening, and they were discussing the idea of sprint races and wondered if it was, and we may have been speculating about this before, but wondered if it was the FIA and F1 effectively saying, well, look, we're having this debate every few weeks. Let's try it. This is what we're going to do, and then we'll decide. And if it's terrible, which it may well be, then we'll forget it and we can move on and stop having this conversation every 3 weeks. And at least nobody can say we're not trying things. But then the point was made, do we really want Formula One to suddenly decide that Saturday is what they're going to call trial day and just every now and again they try something absolutely ridiculous just to see if it will happen, because that then makes a mockery of the whole weekend and the sport for me. If you're just having a Saturday where you go, let's see what happens if we introduce 106 dogs to the racetrack, or something like that. Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing I couldn't get over. I couldn't get past last year with everyone going, no, it'll be rubbish, blah, blah, blah. It's like the year is already a complete mess. It's all over the place. We've got tracks gone, tracks coming in, timing's all completely shot to hell. If we're going to try this, do it now.
Yeah.
Because I still firmly maintain, I fully accept it could well be rubbish. I've got no problem accepting that may well be the case. But until it is tried, not one person can say for certain whether it is or not. No matter how much people think they know about the sport, no one can say for certain that it will suck.
Like they plan on doing it at like 3 different races, so maybe they could try 3 different things. And I know it's difficult to know if it's good or not, because let's say we tried this sprint race at Silverstone and it's good, and we actually really like it. Well, that's probably not going to be entertaining at like Monaco, is it? Because no one's going to overtake at Monaco, so it's going to maybe work at some tracks and not at others. But I'm happy to try it. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is because if they're going to do qualifying on Friday, which is obviously like, that's the cars going the fastest on the limit, it might hurt the sport a little bit because obviously people are working, which means less people can watch it live. So whether they did like qualifying early on the Saturday and then the sprint race later on the Saturday instead, so more people can actually watch. But I don't know.
I see. This is the thing. Obviously, they're trying 3 races. Silverstone all but confirmed, I think. Stefano Domenicali either let that slip in an interview or was quite happy to announce it. I don't know. But Silverstone looks like it is going to happen for a sprint race. It's an interesting point on Monaco. If they did introduce these, I can't imagine they're going to be at every race in the future. So if they say these are brilliant, the best thing ever, I don't think we'll see them at every Grand Prix, because Monaco, you'd need to do your practice on a Wednesday and your qualifying on a Wednesday.
I forgot about that. Cool.
And they could still do it on no. You could do it. You have to do it on Thursday, sorry, not a Wednesday. So you have to do it on the Thursday. So you qualify by Thursday afternoon for the race on Saturday, because obviously Monaco Fridays is, because, you know, tradition, is let's go suck up to some sponsors day, as I like to call it. There's probably a far more glamorous name to it than that, but it's essentially let's all keep the sponsors happy and let's see what we can do on Friday in Monaco. So to be fair, they'd probably just run the qualifying on a Saturday morning, but yeah.
I think that'd be better. It'd be a very packed Saturday. Like after qualifying, it's like, oh, we're done. But no, there'll be more. And also, just for typical races, if it was a Friday, then let's, like in most countries, if you know, like in the UK or Europe, it's what, like 1 p.m, 2 p.m. Most people are working, which means they're gonna either have to watch it later on or they're gonna miss it. So if they did have it on a Saturday, I feel like more people could actually watch it live, and it'd be better as well, if you know what I mean.
Ooh, John Jones in the chat has a brilliant idea. Qualifying as it is, but they have to use all 3 tyre compounds, but can only use 1 per session, and they have to commit before they head out.
That would spice it up.
That's fantastic.
The only thing with that is we know that Red Bull and Mercedes could probably get through on the hard tyre in Q1, and then probably the medium in Q2 at the moment, I guess.
Could probably, but there's no way is it for certain.
No, that is interesting. Like, again, something we'd be happy to try and see how it is. You know, it might mix up the middle of the grid, but the start of the grid's the same. But at least it mixes the rest of it up, because pretty much that's where we've got most of our entertainment the last few years. It's just like 4th place backwards. I'm happy to try anything. Like, I'm not saying qualifying's bad right now. I like how qualifying is, but it's just obviously it's just the same. And the only thing for me is like what they're trying to change qualifying. Isn't the whole point of qualifying, like, I don't know if I'm wrong here, but obviously it makes it that you get the faster cars at the front. But wasn't that originally done for safety? Because if you have slow cars at the front and fast cars at the back, you're going to get more dangerous crashes. For safety reasons. Like if you had a Williams at the front, which, you know, a few years ago really slow, and you had a Mercedes trying to overtake them and all the other fast cars, well, that's pretty dangerous, isn't it? I think that was one of the reasons they introduced qualifying, to get the fast cars at the front, so that would be less likely to happen, and to get like pileups and stuff like that.
Well, they originally introduced qualifying because there was so many people who would be trying to get in the race. Because back at the beginning, you could just have, you know, not even a massive amount of money, just a decent chunk, and just go buy a car and go, I'm going to race in this. So, you know, if they hadn't had the qualifying, you could have ended up with 50, 60 car grids.
Yeah.
And that's also why, for a lot of it, it was split into, you know, 2 lots of pre-qualifying, then qualifying, and then the race.
That makes sense.
What have you caught of the morning, Jonty, by the way?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Have you seen McLaren's interesting diffuser?
Nope.
No. That's something for you. I'll have a look for the Autosport article later, because it's definitely something to have a read of later. But they've effectively exploited a loophole which allows them to... I'm going to read it straight from the article here. It appears to have employed a pretty neat trick that allows it to have 2 straights below the theoretical cut line, which has been created to reduce their height in the new regulations. The trick is that the aerodynamicists have extended the floor transition rearward to create these lower strakes than should be possible. These taller inboard strakes then gradually extrude upwards and outwards as the diffuser ceiling expands outwards. So it looks like they've got a clever way around the diffuser. So it's something to have a read of later, mate. Because I think this is why a few people get a little bit excited about McLaren this year now, as they're up to something.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
McLaren for world champion.
Do check out
Mm.
Autosport and
Like,
Motorsport, by the way, for that article. If you want to have a read of it, Autosport and Motorsport. Mark Somerville, I think. Matt Somerville, sorry. Article. So, yes, definitely go and check that one out. But, yeah. Just something there for you, Jonty, to I know you like your technical stuff. Something for you to ponder over that one. But good to see some innovation. I said it this morning. You know, Mercedes floor, McLaren diffuser. They keep tightening these regulations, but these teams keep finding something, and I flipping love that. I think Lando Norris has got some sort of problem because he's going to come in for a new steering wheel by the look of it.
Oh.
Or he's just been in for a new one.
Like the Mercedes powered cars, this testing, isn't it? I'm not saying like the steering wheel's anything to do with like anything Mercedes related, but there definitely seems to be a lot of problems with the Mercedes cars.
He's going for a lap, Lando, so I assume he's okay, but there is a mechanic in the pit lane with the steering wheel, so whether they're considering a change. Seems odd though, because you think they'd just back him in the garage and put the steering wheel in rather than a pit stop of any kind. Or I suppose you can just pull him up, put the steering wheel on and send him off again without messing about too much. So he's out there, Norris. He's about to set a time 6/10 down in the first sector at the moment on the medium C3 tyre. So we'll see what he does. We'll see what he does with this one. What have we got? Somebody says to me in chat, which interests me, and I think I'm going to lose it again. I'll have a look for it in a bit. Because I think it was McLaren related. But yeah, just keep an eye on this lap from Lando Norris. Coming up now to turn 11. Sweeping in very nicely, as you would expect. Not wide. No, not really. A lot of cars have been running really wide at turn 11 at the moment. So steady through. Equity 13, where Lewis Hamilton had his spin this morning, ended up beached in the gravel. But yeah, tidy lap, but not a particularly quick one. Really wide on the exit of 13, actually kicking up some dust. Ricciardo 32.2 this morning, and he's not going to be anywhere near that, is Lando. But it's going to be good. Hopefully, he gets the lap time on the board. It'd be nice for the board to be completed. And he does indeed. He comes to the line to finish his lap. It is a 34.6 for Lando Norris, C3 tyre. So that'll move him, when timing updates, up into 13th place. I say move it up. Not really, is it?
3 spots.
What have you spotted, Jonty?
No, I'm just still thinking about that diffuser. Any kind of innovation in diffuser usually yields big gains. Every time we've seen something to do with the diffuser in the past, big gains have been made.
I wonder how quick people could copy that. Because obviously we've got 2 weeks from now to the first race, 3 weeks and then till the next race. So I wonder if we could get some people potentially getting things like that. If it's going to make a lot of pace, maybe people will start trying to work on it now and try and get it for the second race.
They'll certainly. I can guarantee there are already CFD models being run right now.
Do you know what Mercedes have done? Because obviously Mercedes have got the floor, but apparently there's some big stuff at the back of the car as well. And when Hamilton got it in the gravel pit, I bet everyone was like, yes! But then they covered it all up, so hardly anyone got a chance to see anything. So
Well, they covered the top of the car.
Yeah, they covered
the
the top
anyway.
They looped the sheets underneath, though, and covered everything up.
Not very well.
No, I know, but they tried what they could. But obviously, they don't want anyone to see whatever it is that they're doing. So I'm kind of curious what they've got at the back. Maybe they found some kind of loophole at the back as well on the diffuser.
Carrie says, just joined. Who made diffuser gains? McLaren. Looked like they found a bit of a regulation loophole. So we're all ludicrously excited about some carbon fibre stuck to a diffuser. You know what us F1 fans are like. We're all the same, aren't we? Get excited about silly little things like that. But could see, I mean, Braun won him a championship. You know, that double diffuser.
And Red Bull.
And Red
Those
Bull, of
first
course, yeah.
7 races or something is literally what won it for them.
Pretty much. Pretty much
What was
Braun.
it?
They hung on to
What
that
was it?
one.
What was it? Button won 6 races and then won 2 more after that, like the rest of the season. But
think-
those races at the start just got him the win.
Perhaps
in the
controversially, and with all due respect to Jensen Button and Braun, I do feel like if you look at that season again, you'd possibly argue that Red Bull threw that opportunity away to win that one.
Absolutely.
Because Braun were good at the start of the season. They were pretty unstoppable. Red Bull were the only ones really anywhere near them. And then Braun all of a sudden couldn't afford to invest in the car and make it any better. And of course, Red Bull were pumping loads of development in and kept tripping over themselves and making mistakes. And Braun just kind of Is
It wasn't even that. It wasn't even that cost Red Bull that title. What cost Red Bull that title was spending 7, 8, 9 races bitching and moaning, going,
Yeah.
"Oh, we don't like their diffuser. It's not right." Whilst Braun knew it was completely legal, instead of just making their own ready for the second race.
Which is what we want to see. Rise to the technical challenge. I said it. It's a quote from Ross Brawn, Ron Dennis. It's a great quote. Rise to the technical challenge. Stop moaning about it.
If you find a loophole in the rules, or you find an innovative thing like Mercedes did with DAS, then they've done the engineers and that have done what they've done. Don't complain about it and deem it to be illegal, because if the FIA have already deemed it legal, then that's it. The decision's made. If you want to ban it next season to get rid of the loophole, fine, but don't complain about it mid-season and try and get it banned mid-season. Like, the rules were there at the start of the season. They found innovative ways to make their car as good as possible. That should be it for that season. You know what I mean? If you want to copy, you can copy. But, our team, our engineers found this pace because we were smart and came up with this design plan. That's what we've done. You can do the same,
Yeah, F1 teams and aerodynamicists and that get salty though, because it's kind of like, oh, it's a great idea. Damn, I didn't come up with that, so I'm going to protest it instead.
That's on them. The only ones I would kind of agree with banning mid-season is, I can't remember what it was called, but when a lot of the drivers took the hand off the steering wheel to cover a hole or something like that.
F-duct.
Yeah, ban that because that's a safety thing.
Yeah, but again, that was only because one or two teams implemented it in a really crap way. Everyone else managed to do it safely.
Wasn't it just you just move your knee or something like that?
Yeah.
But then had it with a hand, which is
McLaren did it first, and all they had to do was lean their knee to the side. That was it.
Yeah.
Their left knee, which was the pedal that's not being used down a straight, and then it was Ferrari and Sauber, I think, where you had to completely remove your hand to cover it up.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
I think it
was
was
an hour, one hand.
Yeah, I think it was footage of in-car footage of Massa having to do it around, I think it was 130R or something. Whoa, not good.
No, things like that, ban mid-season because that's dangerous. But if it's something which is just a piece on the car, like what McLaren's done now, if someone protested against McLaren, well, they found a way of getting around the regulations, which it's not like you can't do this and they've done it and it's illegal. They found a way around it. Their engineers were smart enough to come up with that idea. If Mercedes, if Red Bull's engineers weren't, well, that's on them. They should have been looking for innovative ways, which I'm sure they've got ways on their car as well. It just might not have more performance as much of a gain like McLaren's done,
Yeah, I mean, for a long time now, they've been far too quick to just jump on things and go, nope, banned. Even when it's something that's genuinely clever, isn't a safety issue, and isn't that difficult for other teams to work on their own version. One of the biggest examples was the tuned mass damper that Renault came up with. Genius solution. And yet they just flat out banned it because it's a movable device.
Yeah.
Kind of.
It was like DAS, isn't it? Like DAS always was an innovative way of Mercedes found a way around the rules. And obviously people complained about it, didn't they? But it was deemed to be banned next year. But for that season, it was legal. They didn't ban it mid-season. But I guess one of the only downsides with banning it next season is teams are well, am I going to put millions in just to have it for 10 races? But I don't know. If there's gains there, teams are going to do it, aren't they? So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, DAS is a tricky one. Because I think it gets round the sporting side of things as well as the technical.
Yeah.
Because if you were smart enough, it could be not just a case of changing the toe angle on the front wheels, but if you were smart enough with the way the linkages work, you could have it so it could just change between two different sets of suspension geometry.
Yeah.
Which would be completely against the rules.
Because it's changing the toe is going to change the suspension slightly, isn't it? It's going to change the angle slightly because the tyres are going to be pointing in a slightly different direction.
Yeah, the tyres are slightly round, so that will in turn change the camber and
I'm
1
surprised
million
they
and
got
one
away with
thing.
that in the first place. Surprisingly, like when Mercedes originally, brought this idea to the FIA, I'm surprised the FIA didn't go no. But the fact that they said yes, it's fine, to me deems that FIA said it's fine, so that should be it. You know what I mean? There shouldn't be like protesting, I guess, but it shouldn't get to the point of protesting. Like if something like that should be decided, and then FIA should said like no straight away. But
Armands, thank you very much for your contribution, mate. It says, lol, Alonso easily could drive with one hand. Armands, just to remind everyone, is clearly an Alonso fan based on his avatar. So there we go. Yeah, we've got a bit of a race going on at the moment. I've just been listening into commentary. We've got the AlphaTauri of Pierre Gasly right behind the Williams of Nicholas Latifi. The Latifi on the hard tyre, Gasly on the mediums, and is trying to get past him, but he can't get by. Latifi is not letting it. So we've got a bit of a race here going on, which is quite nice to see during testing. And although some might argue maybe, well, this is a bit unfair for Gasly, he's trying to run his program. Actually, for AlphaTauri, they might be learning quite a bit here about how that car's going to be handling behind other cars. Maybe Williams not a great example, but see how they go. But at the moment, Gasly cannot get past him, and it's actually quite nice to watch. It feels like a Grand Prix Sunday. It isn't, but it's what it is. First of all, it's Saturday. Secondly, it's not a Grand Prix. But yeah, it's quite interesting to watch how Gasly is just not able to get anywhere near him. Of course, in a race, he would have DRS, and Latifi wouldn't necessarily. But in practice, testing rather, they can run it as they want to down the straight, well, in the DRS zone. So good stuff to keep an eye on if you've got it on. Obviously, Sky F1 in the UK, F1 TV. Other places in the world as well, and I'm sure there are streams out there that can cover that one for you as well. I'll go through the order in about 5 minutes time. Just a quick reminder, sorry Jonty, I'll come to you in a sec, but just a quick reminder, Stuart's with me all day tomorrow. I've got Jonty and Dyllan this afternoon as well. Links to channels and all of that are in the description down below as Gasly has a little look, and there you go, Latifi finally gets out of the way. Gasly up the inside into turn one and moves up into being ahead of him. It's as simple as that. No position gained. Wonder if Latifi might come back at him though on the run to turn 4. Doesn't look like it. But yeah, links to guest channels and whatnot are in the description down below. So do go check those out. Go on, Jonty. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, I never really got the argument that against the F-ducts because drivers having to take their hands off the wheel. It's not that long ago we had manual gearboxes.
Well,
they'd be one-handed or half the lap.
Leclerc holding his wing mirror on through 130R was one-handed. We see him all the time adjusting stuff, don't we? And messing about. All right, their hand is touching the steering wheel when they're adjusting engine modes and that, but they're not holding it, are they? So it's sort of a little bit weird that it's.
If anything, you could argue the steering wheels now are far more of a dangerous distraction.
Yeah.
The steering wheel, none of them, it's just like, whoa, what is going on?
It'd be a nightmare to police, but you could have like they could have done something like you can't use the F duct through corners, but that'd be impossible to police it, wouldn't it? So I suppose banning it outright is easier than having to put the effort in to police it. But the trouble is, you could write a billion rules, and F1 has a lot of rules. But someone like an Adrian Newey or a James Key is just going to come along, look at that rule and go, well, that's one way you could interpret that. Because I know Ross Brawn and Formula One and F1, they're looking at all the same people, obviously, there, but they're looking at, or they are bringing in a group of people that are going to look at it from an F1 team's perspective and try and close off loopholes. But you could, I personally think you could bring in all the people you want and try and close off all the loopholes you want. Somebody is going to interpret something differently, and that's why we get these clever innovations. And I get it. People want things to be, fair and consistent. We don't want teams having massive advantages, but there's nothing to stop. Let's say, could be Dreamland again, but let's say McLaren's innovation buys them a second a lap and they lock out the front row in Bahrain. Then Red Bull, there's nothing to stop them copying that. There's nothing to stop Mercedes doing that, and possibly even doing it better. So get on with it.
There's a point on steering wheels. Does anyone know, because I've never read a reason anywhere, why Williams still insist on having the dash mounted on the car and not the wheel?
Do you know, John?
Is it just cheaper?
That question in my head. I had that question in my head that I was going to mention after Sean stopped. I was going to say that.
The only thing I can think of is it's just cheaper and simpler to do.
I have no idea. Because when you're going around corners, your arm's blocking the screen, so you can't see what things say. I'm sure that I saw some video on why they do it, or what, like last year or the year before, but I don't. Oh, it makes the wheel lighter, so it's easier for turning, apparently. No one else has the issue, though.
Yeah, I mean, I've just read several reasons which I can perfectly understand, but surely that would affect all of the other teams as well.
Yeah. Like, if no other team has an issue turning the wheel with it being heavier, surely it's much better to then be able to see all the information on your screen at all times rather than, turning left and then your arm covers up the screen so you can't see what it's saying.
And if it is about stability, a heavier wheel is better. It's less likely to move around under vibration.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know.
Run through the times. I can't believe we've only got 2 hours left of day 2. It's absolutely flying these 2 days have so far. So God knows how quick a race weekend's going to go. Daniel Ricciardo is still the fastest from the morning session for McLaren, 132.2 with 52 laps. Of course, not running this afternoon. Norris in the car in his place. Fernando Alonso, 84 laps so far. We've only got Latifi, by the way, Gasly and Leclerc out on track. So Alonso second, 132.3, 84 laps. Perez in third place, up to 85 laps. So he has been pumping in the laps this afternoon. 132.4. Giovinazzi, 132.4, 97 laps. Get out there, Gio. Let's get you over 100. 3 to go there. Latifi, 132.5 with 89 laps. 57 laps for Tsunoda. 31 laps for Mick Schumacher. 132.8 for Schumacher. 132.6 for Tsunoda. Carlos Sainz, 133.0, 56 laps. Mazepin, 133.1, 76 laps. Hamilton, 133.3, 58 laps. 24 for Bottas, 31 for Stroll. Norris, 134.4, 20 laps. I didn't read the times there for Bottas and Stroll, but 33.5, 33.6. 36.2 for Gasly, 48 laps, 40 laps for Leclerc, 136.8 and a 138.8 for Vettel, 10 laps on the board. If you've missed it so far, issues-wise, Latifi slide and damage his tyres on the way to turn 8. Quite a big aggressive slide, actually, almost a spin. But he was okay, managed to get going again and got back for some new tyres. Carlos Sainz, similar, but not quite as dramatic. Lewis Hamilton spun at turn 13, beached it and stuck it in the gravel, obviously, because that's what beached it means. Truck recovered him relatively quickly, so he got out quite soon afterwards, so it didn't really hamper him too much in the morning, but still it's kind of something Mercedes could have done without. Lando Norris, no issues, but has been talk of a possible new steering wheel. Sebastian Vettel, gearbox issues again for Aston Martin today, so only 10 laps on the board, which is frustrating for him. Other than that, similar to yesterday, just a lot of drivers pushing, trying to find the limit, running wide, making a few mistakes as well. Usual housekeeping. I'll do it now and I'll do it again with an hour to go. No footage on the stream for copyright reasons. Please do drop a like as well. I know we're over 1,000, so everything now is just a massive bonus. So yes, extra likes always benefit. Please do subscribe as well, because we're back tomorrow all day and constantly over the course of this season. Not quite 8-hour live streams, but we'll be about in that regard over the course of this year. And you can support the stream as well. Links to PayPal. 100% of the donation comes to the channel. Streamlabs, I need to find a percentage. It's 90 something for Streamlabs. So they are, if you want 100% to come to the channel, they're the best ways, but you can also do so through Super Chat. And if you don't want to contribute at all, that is absolutely fine. We just appreciate everything, and all of it goes into the channel, but I don't know what I'm spending it on yet. I need to find something cool for the channel that we can use for content to improve it. But yes, we'll see on that one. So yeah, pretty busy morning, but this afternoon we've had cars on track. I mean, Leclerc, Gasly, Norris, Stroll and Latifi now out there, so a few joining the party. It has been fairly busy on track, but not as, I say chaotic as testing gets, but it isn't as chaotic as it was this morning with spins and lockups and all of that drama and issues for Vettel and co. So yeah, we'll see how we go with the last 2 hours, but looking good. I think McLaren are going to be very happy. I think Alpine will be as well. 84 laps for Alonso, second place. Perez, Red Bull getting the laps in as well. Yeah, all looking good for everybody really, except for Aston Martin and Mercedes, which is curious. There seems to be something going on with that Mercedes gearbox, but we shall see. What are your thoughts on this, Jonty, with the gearbox?
I was just thinking that the only, you got Williams and McLaren seemingly far more reliable, and they use their own gearbox. It's not a coincidence, is it?
No. No, not at all. Because it is. I'm just double checking. I was double checking my notes there. So Aston have got the Mercedes gearbox. McLaren and Williams have got the engine, but not the gearbox. And it's Aston and Mercedes that are having the problems.
Yeah. I mean, it's highly unlikely, but there's always that chance that they've just pushed too far with lightness, complexity, materials, thermal limits, something, in that constant battle against diminishing returns. Have they finally just pushed it a little bit over the line and started to cause problems? Like I said, highly unlikely, but it's certainly possible and would be very, very entertaining if it was true.
Just to confirm to Kitty Hawk in chat, this year Williams are using their own gearbox. 100% they are. I double checked that yesterday. It's next year they're going to be using more of the Mercedes stuff. I assume the gearbox as well there. So they do this year, but not from next year. So yeah, but people keep asking about Mercedes sandbagging, and I want to say this to you, Jonty, because me and Dan kind of came to the same agreement on it, but they're not sandbagging, are they? They just genuinely are having their issues.
Maybe their issues are pulling a lot of bags behind the car, collecting sand.
I'm led to believe they do have some genuine issues. Probably not as many as it seems.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying for a second Mercedes aren't playing games, but it is the first time for a little while where we're actually seeing genuine issues rather than just them telling us they've got genuine issues. It's usually what we get, is it like, oh, this isn't looking good, and then they go out and they're 6 seconds quicker than anybody else. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, for God's sake. But yeah, there'll be stuff going on. All of them are playing games to a point, so yeah.
I wonder if they have any backups. Like this engine could be like lots of power, but they have another engine which they could put in, and it's kind of like less power but more reliable. I mean, if worse comes to worse, they could probably just throw in last year's engine, and it's probably going to be, last year's engine with last year's gearbox had no issues. So yes, they've got less power, but they know it's reliable. So they can then work on the engine they've got now to make it more reliable throughout the season, I guess.
If the rules allow, they could probably run the 2019 car and still dominate.
Yeah. Like, it's much better if they've got issues with the car now, and it's gearbox or engine related or those together, then they could put last year's engine in with the gearbox what they've got this year, which is last year's as well. No, it's reliable, and it's better finishing potentially second or third rather than having a reliability issue not finishing at all.
Yeah, I just want to say as well, like, and I know there's a couple of people that have mentioned this, and it is really annoying for them, because there are people that are like here for the full 8 hours who keep hearing me say this, but I know there are people that come in and out all the time. So just to clarify, we know you can read nothing into any of this. It is the laps that matter, not the lap times, but you can also watch what we're seeing on TV and whatnot if you're watching it, and you can see how a car's handling. You can see from the body language of drivers and teams whether they're confident or whether they're up to something. So I'm not reading into the times. The times mean absolutely stuff all, at least at this stage of testing, probably through all of it. On that note, Giovinazzi's just gone purple in the middle sector, Norris purple in the first. It's all about that column on the right, the far right there, the laps. That's what matters. And Giovinazzi is about to tick over to a nice round 100, I believe. He has indeed, and goes fastest on a 31.533, but 100 laps for Giovinazzi all day today. So looking good for Alfa. So yeah, we know about the testing. We've been watching this long enough, haven't we, Jonty, to know that we cannot believe any of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's all about getting those laps in, but that's where the concern starts to come. Because give or take a handful, so far Verstappen did more laps yesterday by himself than Mercedes have completed altogether.
Yeah. Norris has just gone quickest, actually, 31.2, 24 laps, because Mercedes, I think we worked out only 50-something laps yesterday for Mercedes. I mean, Vettel did as many, despite having... Not Vettel, who am I on about?
Verstappen and Ocon did the most laps yesterday, I think.
I was thinking of somebody who had issues yesterday, but still did more laps than Mercedes combined. And I can't remember who it was now. I'll have a look in a minute. It's just going to bug me. But yeah,
Ocon.
so, yeah.
Yeah, Ocon was a machine yesterday. Lap after lap after lap. He was just out there most of the day.
Yeah. Ocon did 128 yesterday. Verstappen did 138.
Just watching Bottas here. I wanted them to go on board with it, but the Mercedes, I mean, it's back end out again, but the Mercedes seems, for the third time in the stream at least, it just seems really understeery so far. From
They
what I've
seem
seen
to be
of it.
affected by the wind the most out of everyone, don't they?
Seems to be,
To get pushed up.
I was looking at times. Who?
Mercedes, I was watching Hamilton on board before his spin, and also yesterday the car just seemed to understeer a lot. And I wondered yesterday if it was something to do with sand and wind, as Dylan was saying there. But today it's not as windy, and there's not much sand, but it still seemed to be understeering quite a bit. So maybe just trying to get to grips with the setup. And yeah, I don't know what to say really on Mercedes.
When I was watching the Sky coverage earlier on, I know that it was around when Lewis spun and got stuck in the gravel. They did say there's less wind, but it is facing a different direction, which when they turn into that corner where he spun, which I think is where Sainz lost it as well, it's going into a crosswind. So it's like it does affect the car more on that corner. But yeah, Mercedes do seem to be affected the most out of everyone at the moment. But
it does look very snatchy. Just watching Bottas now, it's very, very snatchy, which is never a good thing. I mean, it could well be the fact that all the time they lost yesterday and they haven't really done that much today. They're just having trouble getting the setup just right. Any car can end up being a handful, even the best, if it's not set up correctly. And maybe that's got something to do with their funky new floor. Maybe it's generating a lot more downforce than they realised, and they haven't got the front end to compensate and keep it balanced.
Stephen Hart wants to know the fastest tyres from Bahrain last year. Obviously for the race weekend, so it's different conditions obviously for some of the sessions because they were at night, but the fastest lap of the whole weekend was pole from Hamilton, which I suppose to be expected, a 1:27.264. The fastest race lap from Verstappen was a 1:32.014, and the best lap of practice was a 1:28.355. So we are quicker at the moment in testing than the fastest race lap, but we are nowhere near. And I think that kind of sums up what you can, when you look at these times, what you can take from it. The fact that we are, 4 to 5 seconds 4 seconds for some, and even more, 10 seconds for others away from pole time. So that's how hard these guys are pushing. They're really not. And we're still actually much slower as well than even practice. So that's how much you can really read into these. But like I said, that column of laps, that's what we're looking at. But like you can still read into that because as Jonty was saying, some teams aren't getting the laps out and others are absolutely destroying it. I mean, Giovinazzi is out there over the 100. Max Verstappen and Esteban Ocon yesterday. I like the term used actually, Jonty, like a machine. That's what they were yesterday, pumping the laps in.
And that's exactly what they want.
Yeah.
That's what all the teams want. Every lap is more data. The more data you have, the more accurately you can refine it down to the important points.
Because this is the thing as well, isn't it? Like from the timing perspective for testing, if fine, go out there, stick in a 1:26.5. What have you learned? You've not learned anything from that, have you? You've not shown anyone anything. You've not learned anything. It's much better to fuel that up, go out there, stick some aero rates on it and see what you've got going on, and then take the aero rates off, put a bit of fuel in, and off you go again for 80 odd laps or whatever. Don't think they manage 80 laps maybe on a full tank of fuel, but you know what I mean. Just keep pumping in. You learn more from that than just banging in one super quick time. Although I do hope that we see some C5 tyres tomorrow afternoon towards the end of the day, and maybe someone snatch the headlines for the weekend, just because teams like to grab a headline or two, don't they, and things like this. So we'll see. I'll come to chat then, take some of your comments. It's been about half an hour since we've done that, so come to you. An hour and 45 minutes to go. Kimi is driving tomorrow, just to confirm. He's all day. A lot of teams splitting tomorrow, though, because obviously, and Russell's in all day as well tomorrow for Russell fans, so don't worry. Verstappen, Perez, for example, are splitting. I know Stroll and Vettel are splitting as well tomorrow. So Vettel needs some laps tomorrow, definitely, so we'll see. Hopefully all be going well. Thought party modes were banned. They are, as far as I know, unless that's changed. I don't think it has, but not for testing. Testing, you can do pretty much what you like within reason. Do you like the new sector time distance graphic, says Raul? I don't think I've seen that one, actually. I'll keep an eye out for it. No,
the sectors fill up with grey like a progress bar.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I did spot that. Yeah, I do. That's a good idea, that one. One of the few graphic ideas they've got right, including, and I don't care if this is controversial, the hood around the halo. If you've got to have the halo, make something of it. Make it a feature with the hood. I really like that on the on-screen graphics. But yeah, I do like that one, actually. I have spotted that. I wonder what it was referring to there. It's very blocky and not smooth. Not a fan, so I think that's the same one we're talking about there. Ferrari speed trap times apparently look okay. I'll have a look for speed traps in a minute. If I can't find them, I'll try and find them for the weekend, so we can go over them tomorrow. Putting some flow vis on the rear wing of that Mercedes. They're just showing a rerun of that, or a replay, I suppose, is probably more than anything. Kev is off. See you tomorrow, mate. Thanks for popping along. Good to have you with us. More laps equals more data. Consistent laps equals better data. Absolutely. That's what I think I read some times earlier from, might have been Gio, who was sort of like 33.5, 33.5, 33.6, 33.5 or something like that. That's the consistency they need over the speed. So that's a good one. Don't think they ever used DAS as much in the race. I think they used it quite a bit behind safety car for tyre warming. But we didn't see it. I don't think it made a... Do you think it made a huge difference, Jonty? DAS? I mean, it helped with tyre warm-up, but did it make the difference that some seem to think it did?
I don't think it did. But I like you say, I don't think they used it as much as they could have done. I don't think they fully understood what it was capable of themselves, because it was so limited in where they could actually use it. Because of the part ferme rule, so they couldn't use it in quali. I don't think they had that much chance to really experiment with what they could get out of it. And I think if they had more freedom of use with it, drivers could have really learned to use it as a tool. Learn how much they can move it, mid-corner for certain tracks. Really maximize every last bit of it. But now they never will.
Lewis is actually just on the engine maps again, just to explain this in a little bit of a better way than I did. Says technically they're not banned, the party modes. You just have to run the same map. So if you choose party mode, you have to run it during the race as well. So teams are always going to try and get the best they can. As we look at a replay of Bottas really wide at 4 and in the back end getting away, loads of flow vis over the rear wings. Yeah, teams are always going to look for being able to run the most powerful and fastest engine mode they can, but only they then have to counter that with reliability. So I don't think it's unlikely, unless a team had to go all out for a race for a championship or something like that, it's unlikely we'll ever see full beans in a race. They're always going to try and weigh it up with reliability, aren't they? So it'd be nice. See them flat out for a change all weekend would be lovely. It's never going to happen, though. For the third year in a row, can I have a wrench, please? That's Dan, the indoor man. The problem is, Dan, you keep asking, mate, and now it's just going to become a meme, and it's going to become tradition that Dan asks for a wrench every year. So I'll probably keep saying, "Oh, I'll look into it, mate," and then next year I'll be like, "I keep forgetting, Dan. You'll have to keep asking me, mate. I'll give it eventually."
You're in Britain. No, you can't have a wrench. You can have a spanner.
I'm in Britain. I don't know if Dan the indoor man is.
Oh, yeah, true.
Stateside. Dan will be like, Telford.
I don't care where he is, it's still a spanner.
Has testing changed any of your pre-season predictions so far? Is a fair question from Josh Wilson. I don't think so. Again, you know, we've got to be careful what we look at here. But if anything, it's made me more confident about McLaren being third, which is good. But it kind of has in a way, in the sense that I think Alpine are going to be more of a dark horse than maybe I gave them credit for. So I think what it's probably done for me is confirm that Haas, based on more on what they've said than what they've done, are probably going to be 10th unless we get some chaos. McLaren are looking very good for third, but still, I think it's probably just proven to me so far that midfield's going to be even closer than even I expected. So, I don't know. Has it changed anything for you, Dylan? I know, again, we've got to be careful what we say, but...
So, what did you say then, sorry?
If testing so far has changed any of your predictions for the season?
As far as that order goes, probably not, because obviously you can't really much into the times, but it's just making me more concerned about, you know, like, at least for the start of the season, well, not concerned, but excited for the start of the season, that, you know, Mercedes are having issues, Red Bull don't seem to be having any issues, so maybe that could be a nice close fight at the start. But then I can see Mercedes, you know, sorting out their issues if they don't get them fixed at the start of the season, and then probably start pulling away mid-season. But I don't know. It's so difficult for the mid-order. Honestly, I thought you can't tell anything by the times, but I thought Aston Martin might be like third. But, you know, seeing how decent the McLaren's doing, and also with that diffuser secret thing what they've got, you know, McLaren could still be like, you know, up there on third, depending on how much pace it goes, maybe getting even closer to Red Bull. Maybe it's going to be like Mercedes and Red Bull, then McLaren, and then midfield. Like, you know, I don't know.
Danny and Dorman's from Derby, apparently, so there you go. I don't have a free stream where I live, so can you tell us how sandy it is? Says that Oster. It's not too bad, actually, today. It's windy. Yesterday, if you didn't see it, there's been some pictures on the screen, but... you couldn't see the cars on a long shot down the straight, really. It was absolutely shocking how sandy it was, but we've not had a sandstorm rock in today, so I'd imagine it's still a bit dusty because it is windy, but it's not anywhere near as bad as it was yesterday. So, yeah, looking better. So we're getting a bit... The teams are probably doing a bit of it, not having to worry so much about cleaning the cars out. I know, Jonty, you were worried about people having to clean off the flow vis, but I bet it took a while to get some of the sand out of those side pods and whatnot yesterday. Reading Jonty's in chat causing trouble.
No, you know. All I said was, there's an old mate of mine lives in Derby, so they've already got at least one spanner.
Given the regs changes next year, will it be worth it for teams to try and sort out issues? Andrew Drury. I suppose my answer that'll be, it just depends on the team, doesn't it? I mean, for Haas, no. There's no point. You could even argue it for Williams, maybe even Alfa Romeo, but if you've got a McLaren or Red Bull, for example, it'll be worth, to a point, trying to sort the issues out, but there will come a stage... I still think about a third of the way into the season. Dan did say this morning, maybe an update package after the summer break, but there will come a point where teams just stop doing anything to these cars, whether they're terrible or brilliant, and they'll just be like, right, next year, let's get it right. So I'm not sure. We'll see, but I think...
It probably depends on how close they are, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It'll depend on how close they are to the teams. If it's like they're nowhere near them, it's like, right, let's give up. But if it's a really close fight, they might be like, all right, let's put more into it to try and get that place and get more money.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And then you look at Haas, and then they're not developing the car. They're not then going to go, oh, we're struggling with the back end. They're not going to go, right, we're going to spend a load of money on it. They might as well just leave it. Picture on screen, actually, now, if you didn't catch it yesterday, is how dusty it was and how sandy it was yesterday afternoon. That is an Alfa Romeo there, if you can't see it. Very, very dusty indeed. So there you go. Jack Chambers moved from Derby to Lincoln. Needs to go out for a drink, Jack, when all this is over. Not testing. Well, we can actually go to a pub again. We keep meaning to do that. Move to Lincoln, and we all locked down. So that was nice of you to bring whatever you had with you. How concerned should Aston be with that overall lack of track running so far? That's from Jack. Jack Coughlin, I think that is. Yeah. Is it a concern, do you think, Jonty? The lack of running for Aston? Obviously, they want to get as many laps in as possible, but they've still got all day tomorrow, I guess. But
I've added up all the times if you want to know like how many laps each team's done.
I thought I had it somewhere, but I've lost it. I had one. What? Yeah, go on then. What have we got for Aston?
Well, it might be a little bit off depending on from when I added it a few minutes ago to like what they've done now. But Aston in total have done 146 laps.
Oh, so not brilliant.
No,
'cause
it is
obviously-
the second lowest. Mercedes on 133, then Aston on 146, then McLaren on 168. Williams 177, Haas 194. Then we go into the 200s, which is AlphaTauri 221. No, sorry, Ferrari 219, AlphaTauri 221. Red Bull 223. Alpine's 218, so that's actually and then Alfa Romeo have done the most with 233.
Yeah, I mean, Giovinazzi's out there pumping him, is he? 102 today. So
Yeah.
that's good stuff. That's good to see. I didn't realise Jonty gone to get a drink before I asked that question. So I need to keep the Discord chat open so we'll see when people disappear.
I actually didn't see either because I was adding up the times. How many's Bottas done now? How many's he done?
He did 6 yesterday, so
34,
that's 40.
34. Right, so Mercedes in total have done 140 laps now. Max yesterday did 138.
There you go.
So, yeah, that's how much Mercedes are behind compared to Red Bull.
Just on board with Checo at the minute, which is just nice to watch and listening to that Honda power unit. But the Red Bull, just by sort of comparison to what we've seen on board with the Mercedes, I mean, I keep saying it, that Merc was understeering. That Red Bull, I wouldn't say it's on rails, but it looks like it's doing... It looks like it's handling really, really nicely at the moment. So that's good to see. That's the sort of thing we need to look out for in testing rather than what lap times they're doing, as Perez goes up into third place, by the way, on a 31.9 for his 88th lap. I seem to recall, in fact, I know almost certainly we were a little bit concerned about the lack of running in the morning, but 39 laps this morning and he's already up to 88 for the afternoon, taking its total of 88. So whatever was going on there obviously was planned from Red Bull, unless, well, they're not going to tell us, are they? They're not going to tell us at all. So I'm generally surprised at how many people think this is a race weekend, says Dan the Indoor Man. Well, you know, Gasly and Latifi were racing. Easy to get confused, mate.
Going back to that as well, obviously Latifi was like, you know, I know you were saying before it was messing up Gasly's program, but at the same time, like Latifi was on a program as well, wasn't he? So like him slowing down and backing off kind of messes up his as well.
Oh yeah.
So I guess it's just, you know, if they get on track at the wrong time, well, that's just someone's going to have to give at some point, aren't they?
My point was, even if it was messing up Gasly's plan, he's now got a whole new plan, and that is follow Latifi and see how that car handles in traffic. So it's kind of he's not losing anything in that situation, other than he's not got clear air in front of him, which, given that Gasly is going to spend much of the time following something this year in that midfield, it's probably actually some really good data for AlphaTauri to have. So, just watching these new graphics now, the timing sector graphics, I quite like them. But Giovinazzi backing out of that lap. I did see a question somewhere. Watch this season somehow end up with Alfa Romeo and McLaren pulling off a miracle and beating their engine suppliers. That would be amazing. Imagine if this was the grid. I know it's not, don't say it, but just for a second, just imagine that was the grid for the Bahrain Grand Prix. I mean, come on, not great if you're a Vettel fan, of course, but it would be rather exciting, wouldn't it? Definitely. Shame Honda is pulling out of F1 as an engine supplier, says Frankie. Just, generally a shame. We want manufacturers if we can, so it's a bit disappointing, but
that doesn't happen often, does it? Where a works team. Not a works team, sorry. Different team out does the works team. I know Red Bull did it with Renault. Did McLaren do it with Mercedes when Mercedes took over? I think they did. But
briefly, yeah, they were.
It doesn't happen often, does it?
Well, you got Aston that are partnered up with Mercedes, pretty much. Unless I've misunderstood your question.
I mean, like any team that's got like a works team engine, like McLaren's got Mercedes, it doesn't happen often where McLaren will then be faster than Mercedes. Like the only times I can think of it is like when McLaren had the Mercedes engine, they were faster for a short period of time. and then Red Bull faster than Renault when Renault was in as well. But it doesn't happen often, does it?
You've got me thinking now. Sauber certainly never did much to Ferrari. Neither did Red Bull when they had the Ferrari power units.
I think the reason.
Go on, Jonty.
I was going to say, I think the reason for that is that most of the time when there has been the works team, there hasn't been a dominant independent team. It's like back in the 80s when Renault were doing really well, there wasn't anyone using their engines at the time.
Yeah.
By the time Williams got their dominance, Renault were no longer in it. They were only making engines.
Yeah.
So, for example, next year, let's say Aston Martin nail the aero regulations and build an amazing car, they could challenge Mercedes, couldn't they? Assume Mercedes is still up there, which you'd think they would in some way, even if it's just a top three. So that'll be interesting to watch, actually, for next year, the Aston Martin thing. See what they do with that car and see if they can take the fight to Mercedes, because it'd be quite interesting to see it just generally, because, like you say, Dylan, it's not something we've seen often.
Well, we're seeing Aston's next year car now.
I wonder if Aston are considering... Like, do Aston... I know Aston Martin design cars. Do they actually... I'm not familiar with cars properly. Do they do their own engines in their own cars and stuff like that?
No, most of their engines come from Mercedes.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then. I was wondering if 2025, when the new engines come in, if Aston Martin was going to then start doing their own engines as well.
I mean, there's not a great deal of, not in F1, in sports cars, there's not a massive amount of them that actually make their own engines. Like, I think Bugatti's all Volkswagen. I'm sure that where do all the McLaren engines come from now? I know the original McLaren F1 was BMW engine. They still have a bit of both BMW and Mercedes now. I can't remember.
I have no idea. To be honest with you,
I just searched on Google, and the first thing it said was McLaren renews engine supplier contract with Ricardo. Whatever that is. I don't know if that said anything. I just typed it in on Google, and it's the first thing.
McLaren do some of their own now.
Good point from Finlay on McLaren. McLaren did beat Renault over the last 2 years with a customer supply of engines.
Oh, it says UK-based Ricardo has been the sole manufacturer of engines for McLaren since 2011. Supplied more than 15,000 engines to date. Not gonna lie, I don't even know who Ricardo are.
Driver, isn't he?
It's his twin brother. It's only one C.
If there's one name I still really want back in the powertrain department, it's Cosworth.
Yes. Do you think we ever will, Jonty? Really?
There are some rumblings, but there have been for 20 years. So
it'd be nice, wouldn't it, if they could come in not with a team, but as they used to, as an independent supplier, to give teams maybe new entries coming into the sport, teams towards the back end of the grid, a cheaper option to having to pay for a Mercedes or a Ferrari power unit. It'd just be nice to have an independent supplier. I know Bernie was quite keen on that a few years before he left the sport, wasn't it? Or before he sold it, he was quite keen on having an independent supplier. Possibly Jean Todt as well. Quite keen on that. Just competition.
Yeah. But I did hear you and Dan yesterday morning talking about what the Honda engine is going to be called from next year.
Right.
Are you still betting on Mugen?
I'd like Mugen, but I think it will be... I think they will just stick with what they're saying, which is they're just going to be called Red Bull and nothing else. So they'll just be Red Bull in the same way Mercedes, Ferrari. But I would like Mugen. And they're based in Milton Keynes as well, aren't they, Mugen?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice. If I was betting, it would probably be that they'll stick with Red Bull. But there's a deal to be done there, which would be quite interesting. And then we can see there's a little link there to Honda, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's Mugen's still effectively Honda.
Yeah. Lap times, super. Well, I can't, again, half an hour's gone. Lando Norris, currently fastest in the garage. Having a look at some data, chatting to an engineer there. 1:31.2, 26 laps. I'll have another check in just a moment at the McLaren feed to make sure there's nothing going on with that car as to why he's not doing anything. Antonio Giovinazzi, 1:31.3, 106 laps now for him. Sergio Perez getting close to the 100 as well. He's out on track as well. 92 laps, 1:31.9. 1:31.9 for Pierre Gasly. 56 laps, 1:32.2 for Daniel Ricciardo. 52 laps for him. Fernando Alonso, 1:32.3. 96 laps, 100 now for Nicholas Latifi. 1:32.5. 1:32.6 for Stroll. 44 laps, 1:32.6 for Sonoda. 57 laps. Mick Schumacher, 32.8. 42 laps already this afternoon. So some good running there. Valtteri Bottas, 32.8. 35 laps for Mercedes. Carlos Sainz, 1:33.072. 56 laps. 76 laps this morning for Mazepin. 1:33.1. Hamilton, 33.3. 58 laps. 51 laps for Leclerc. 36.8. So there we go. And Vettel 1:38.8 as well at the bottom of the timesheets there, bless him, with just 10 laps on the board. Yeah, not really much else to say other than repeating the problems we had this morning, which I'll do at the top of the hour, just to make sure that we've got that covered for anyone coming in later, but I'll not go over that too much because most of us probably know now what's going on. But I'm just going to do a search for McLaren, make sure all is okay. Last tweet from them was the papaya is gleaming. 2 hours remaining this afternoon. Lando Norris has completed 20 laps and he's now done 26. So obviously no concern, at least on the social media side. But the team are hardly going to jump onto TV and go, "Oh my God, it's all falling apart." Although, would be nice. Would be nice. Honda out, Toyota in. Says Asen. The Oster said, why not call the engine energy drink so the team name would be Red Bull Racing Energy Drink? That's a clever one. I quite like the suggestion from a previous stream where someone said they should call the engine Wings. Red Bull
like
Wings.
that as well.
I think,
I like that as well.
Yeah. And Red Bull does give you wings, apparently. It doesn't, it gives me indigestion, but...
They could create their own engines for planes as well. You know, the sponsored planes.
No, yeah, in the air race.
Yeah.
Have either of you or chat ever watched that Red Bull air race?
Yes.
I've not.
Oh,
Is it on Netflix or something?
It used to be on Channel 4.
Ooh.
I'll tell you what, I think it's on Dave before as well, hasn't it? But I'll tell you what I do actually quite enjoy watching is drone racing. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've
drone
ever
racing
seen any of that.
mad.
But the reason I was just this morning I was watching a video on Twitter, if you've not seen it, of a drone at a bowling alley.
Yeah.
Oh, incredible. I'd love to be able to do that.
The fact that it's all one take,
Yeah.
all one single shot is unbelievable.
Absolutely. Just so clever. So clever. And right at the end as well. I like that bit. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to be able to do that with a drone. I'd also like to be able to go bowling. Feels like an old pastime
nice.
now. Are you a bowler, Jonty? Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. We'll get together when it's all over and we'll go do some bowling.
Yeah, me and some mates used to bowl every week in Burton-on-Trent. Sorry, Burton-upon-Trent, in case there's any Burton people who will string me up for that.
Yeah, maybe not then, because I'd be terrible. I don't want to come and get thrashed. I'll come for the booze and just throw the ball at something.
Have you seen the? I can't remember which comedian it is, but he said like everybody has one walk. When you get a strike and you turn around, you start walking back. Like everyone has that walk where it's like, oh yeah, look at me, I just got a strike.
Mine is just usually me going bloody hell, I got a strike. What's going on here?
Do you have the barriers up? Do you have the sides up?
No.
No, I'm bad, but even I try. Dilla's there. He's got the barriers up. They've got some padding on there to make sure the ball's okay.
No, I don't bowl much, but I've had 3 strikes in a row.
He's got the little ramp assist thing where he has to put the ball on top and roll it down.
Do you know what? That ramp assist never freaking works because just for the lols, you just use it. You put it right in the middle, you roll the ball, and it still goes off into the side or in the gutter or something. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, if you point it at the wrong thing.
We used to play a game, a little challenge. The challenge was to see if you could hit the pins without hitting the lane. No one ever managed it, but there was a couple that got close. But it made a lot of noise.
I love a bit of bowling. I do.
You know what so I went bowling a few years ago. It might have been my birthday, maybe 6 years ago. And one of my cousin, she could not bowl to save her life, and she ended up bowling once before, and she threw the ball, and it went into the. It went into. Luckily, no one was playing, but it went into the lane next to us. The hell? How do you bowl the ball and throw it into the lane next to you, next to the one we're on? Luckily, no one was on it, but jeez.
Yeah, we did that a few times. We just used to come up with silly, like, various shots to try and do just to have a laugh once the games had been done. Spinning cannon was the favourite one, where you just threw it like a discus. Rarely went the right way and usually resulted in us getting kicked out for the week.
Think we might be about to get a red flag. We've got somebody's bodywork's come off, and it's or some bodywork, and it's shattered across the pit straight. So that might be a red flag. In fact, we're about to find out. It is something coming off the back of the Red Bull there, I think. Waiting for a replay of that one. I'm not sure what it was. But that's the front wing's no damage to the front wing. There's no damage to the rear wing. It looks. Oh, it's the engine cover. The engine cover's ripped off the side of the Red Bull or the back of the Red Bull. So we can now see the Honda engine. And that's debris. That'll be a red flag, I would have thought. Indeed it is. That's a red flag. I thought it would be. There's too much debris there. And of course, it's high braking. It's top speed and heavy braking into turn 1, isn't it? So can't be risking that in testing. There's no need at all. So red flag. Bad news for Perez.
I've never seen that before. Like, it's not even hit anything. It's just come off.
It's not even just come off. It's shredded itself.
Yeah, it's like someone's got a crowbar and just like ripped half the car off at the side.
It's a nasty one there for Checo. Obviously,
if that's a design flaw right there with the aerodynamics, like the air's like constantly pulling into it and stuff like that. That's not good.
Daft as it sounds, that could be as simple as someone forgetting to seal up the gaps with tape.
Yeah.
Because you'll have noticed all of the cars, they get little thin strips of tape to seal up the gaps for every single bit of aerodynamics. And there's a hell of a lot of air pressure.
I still find it funny that these cars are worth millions and they still use gaffer tape every now and then just to seal things up.
It's a gaffer tape.
No, I love gaffer tape. It's that good. Even cars that are worth 5-10 million are still using it. You know.
Well, it's one of those. Again, it comes down to just same as DIY at home. You only need 2 tools: WD-40 and gaffer tape. If it does move and shouldn't, you use the gaffer tape. If it doesn't move and it should, you use WD-40.
There you go. Tips from Jonty there. I like that. Just waiting for a replay of it, but I'm hoping that we can get a photo of it from somewhere. But just if you weren't watching the feed, he's just coming down the straight behind Latifi and it just rips to pieces, doesn't it? Falls to bits. I wonder how long this will be for a red flag. Am I right to leave you two with just chat for a minute to answer some questions while I nip for a yellow flag?
Sure. I know the flag system now. I know the flag system.
Right, I'll be back in a few. I'll let you know when I'm back.
It's not the first time I've seen this, but I can't remember the last one. It wasn't that long ago. For some reason, I've got a feeling it might have been a Force India.
What, last time the engine cover came off?
Yeah, I remember one, certainly during the 2010s. But it was very different to that. It came off as a solid chunk, not obliterating into a million pieces.
I'm kind of worried. Like, do you reckon they're gonna be able to get that fixed and put back in time?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how long it'd take and if it's potentially with it breaking, it might have damaged more of like the rear wing or something. But
Eastern Industries, a clever way to gain speed and reduce weight. We've seen people do all sorts. I think it'd have been about 2006, 2007, Gordon Shedden in British touring cars. He was getting a black and orange flag for his wing hanging off after a collision. And then the next lap, you see him going off wide and deliberately breaking the wing off on some straw bales and carrying on.
That's crazy. I remember a few years ago when I don't know what race it was, but like Hamilton went wide or something, and he picked up some AstroTurf, and it was like dragging along the side of his car for laps and laps and laps. It was like, imagine if like you do manage to like damage the car somehow, and it makes the car quicker. You know what I mean? It's like technically it's against the rules if you design it that way, but it's broken into that way to make it, you know, not against the rules, but it's quicker. Could you imagine if that's happened?
There we go. Chat confirming it. Belgium 2019. Strolls came off. Good point from Frankie, from Hazamaps, though. You'd think they'd have the screens up because that's revealing lots and lots of inner engine workings.
What was that? Sorry.
Hazamaps saying in the chat, I'm surprised that Red Bull don't have the screens up. Because if the engine's covers come off, that's revealing a lot of details.
Yeah.
No photographers are going to be trying to get in there.
Because yeah, they're only allowed to put the screens up when the engine covers off, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is just thinking it's too late now because he's just done a whole lap with it on show to everyone.
Yeah, they've already seen it.
Yeah,
it's all done. Session will restart 17:45 local time, so 1 minute from now. So there you go. Didn't take long, actually, to be fair.
And still, 2021, Formula One has not learned the beauty of leaf blowers.
You seem surprised.
Oh, right. It's just when the floor's off, not the engine cover. Fair enough.
I thought they were allowed for the engine cover, to be fair, but no. It's just when the floor's off. But anyway, like you say, it would kind of be relevant anyway because everyone's seen it, haven't they? So out comes Giovinazzi straight away because he just feels like he hasn't done enough laps today. 107 so far. So yeah.
Do you know what's a bit of a shame? Like Alfa Romeo out here smashing in all these laps. I mean, Latifi actually doing well as well. He's only 2 laps behind as well. But they're not updating the car really much this year, are they? So they're just sticking with last year's reliable car and smashing in the laps. But it's a shame, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
they've not got loads of innovated things on the car, and it's still reliable.
But then if it gives them the chance to leap forward next year and they end up sort of 5th or 6th, it's a genius call. It's just, I said this morning actually, it's just a bit. If you're a fan of Haas or somebody like that, it's going to be so frustrating this season. Just watching your team basically say, "Yeah, we're not bothering."
I expected Bottas to be out a lot more. Like he's only on 35 laps. You know, Hamilton did more laps, and I think from when the car spun off, he lost a massive amount of time, didn't they? Where they had to bring it back and then clean it out from all the gravel and stuff. But you know, you'd be expecting him to put in more laps than he has, especially when he only got was it 9 yesterday or something?
This is why I'm not I'm not totally buying all this with Mercedes. Because if that, if you're, like you've just said, Bottas 6 laps yesterday, it was 6 or 9, it was something like that, but not many at all. And yet neither driver in either session has been rushing out on track. And that makes me wary of this whole, Mercedes are struggling thing. They have got issues, there have been problems, there's no doubt, but that just makes me raises an eyebrow. Kind of like, all right, let's keep an eye on this one.
Oh, we tinfoil hat time again.
Oh, yes, we've not done that for a while.
Yeah, I didn't mention it. Bloody Will Buxton set off my tinfoil hat theories yesterday.
He's always doing that as well.
Well, no, you got to think Ferrari now looking like they might be back. What if last year Ferrari had already sacked the year off and had no intention of being competitive because they wanted to finish further back. So they had all of that extra CFD and wind tunnel time ready for the 2021 regulation change. But then obviously 2020 happened and the race got pushed back.
Do you know, you said that. A few people in the comment sections to videos have said that before to me, and I've kind of thought, maybe conspiracy.
I can understand.
But it makes
I can
sense.
understand them doing that. But at the same time, the engine was definitely illegal, so they, they definitely dropped engine performance as well from, being caught out and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a valid point. But then you've got the stuff that came out last month with them. Oh, we were restricted from using this much fuel as a punishment, blah, 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 which all seemed really, really wishy-washy, and there was nothing to back it up, as if it was some kind of extra excuse. I really want to put it.
Why would they restrict them for fuel? Like, why would they restrict Ferrari but not other teams?
Exactly.
They wouldn't, right? Because that's biased, I mean, if anything, it's the FIA. They'd allow Ferrari to use more fuel, right?
Just to annoy people who keep telling me not to read anything into the Times, Giovinazzi, world champion confirmed, 1:30.8. Has just gone fastest on his 109th lap.
Is that the fastest lap we've seen this weekend? Let me go back to the times yesterday.
I think we saw a 29 yesterday, didn't we?
Max Verstappen 1:30.6.
Oh, so there's only a couple of tenths off Max's fastest time then from yesterday. So, yeah. Go Gio.
Alfa Romeo in the hunt. I mean, to be fair, we did see Kimi get like a 1:12, so...
Yeah, you see, you're setting Annie off in the chat there, Sean, saying Toto's just sitting there laughing, rubbing his hands together, thinking, let's mess with them.
Basically, yeah.
I'm sure there is some element of that, but...
They've already got all the data they need on the floor. They don't want everyone else watching the car go round and round and get pictures. They're just like, let's just stay in the garage.
Yeah, but then you've got the point of, they can sandbag and mess with people as much as they want, but we've only got 3 days of testing, and how bad is it going to be if they rock up to the track in 2 weeks' time and go, oh, hang on a minute, we don't actually know if we can do a race distance.
Yeah.
Gasly top hills Giovinazzi. Gasly's gone fastest. I think we're going to get another. Oh, we've got a spin. It's Latifi on the prototype tyre. Let's just see if he gets going. He does indeed. He gets going again. So yeah, Gasly now goes fastest. Timing will update in a minute. Don't worry. But yeah, fastest from Gasly.
I'm surprised to be seeing some actual laps, some proper laps going in at this stage.
It was on a C4 Gasly, by the way, and Giovinazzi was on soft tyre as well. So you think you're right there, Jonty. Oh, it's a weird one from Latifi. Rear's locked up as he was coming into turn one. They're going to show the onboard now. I'd rather see the offboard for that one. A bit like Sainz last year, locks up with the rear and then into a bit of a spin.
That did that at Monza a few years ago as well. Was it Giovinazzi? Similar thing happened at Monza, didn't it? Into turn one.
He could have put that in the wall, That would have been.
It's lucky he spun that way, not the other.
Yeah, well, it veered to the left, so he's corrected that. On board with Leclerc, who's coming out of the pits with his Ferrari moustache. Yeah. Leclerc goes past like, duh.
That is weird. Maybe only one brake. Maybe only like the only one brake worked and like pulled it to the side.
Very strange.
Yash Keller, Kellier says, "What do you think of the UK decision for electric cars on only on road after 2030 will affect motorsport industry, F1 especially? So how do we think that's going to affect motorsport?" And that ties in nicely actually to De Oster's question. He says, "How do you guys think the 2025 power units will look? Cylinders, configuration, electric, hydrogen, steam powered." That was a joke for this morning. Compared to the combustion engines. So, I mean, we said yesterday, I don't think Formula One needs to be going electric if it doesn't want to. They don't seem. It's not something that they seem fussed about. I don't think they're chasing the Formula E exclusivity or anything like that. So I'm kind of hopeful, and I hope this ties into 2025, that they do look to an alternative to electricity, because I think that it would be nice to have another alternative fuel or an alternative way of getting these cars around the track, just to drive competition between the series and to really push technology. Because I think that's more exciting to me than Formula One and Formula E using electric. Because if Formula One turn around and say, you know, for whatever sake or argument's sake or whatever, hydrogen or synthetic fuels, I think that's better for the industry as a whole and better for driving competition. That there's a mix of, well, options, Jonty. We need options, don't we, for the future?
Yeah, we really do. There's as much as I'm sure you agree, electric cars for the road are the future.
Yeah, 100%.
There's no argument there. The problem is the infrastructure and the generation of that power until countries around the world finally get off their butts and start really looking into solar properly. It's just not going to be the solution that we want or that we need. As for Formula One, though, I have no idea. I do think that if you made the teams have to develop their own synthetic or biofuels, with the caveat that they have to be carbon neutral, so they can't, generate any more than they already have in the cycle. You watch how fast road fuels would clean up if Formula One teams were all working on that themselves, along with their fuel partners. It would get rid of a lot of the world's fuel problems overnight. It really would.
I just feel like if they went to electrical, then you might as well just scrap Formula E off, because you wouldn't need it.
Merge.
They'd have to merge or something. But I think one of the key things for Formula One, obviously, you're going to have to change and adapt. But a lot of people like the roar and the sound of F1, and I know it's not the same as what it was, but it sounds a hell of a lot better than Formula E, doesn't it?
I know that manufacturers like to think that they're road relevant in Formula One, but I think there's still a place for the combustion engine, the ICE that we've got now in those cars. I think there's still a place for that for the future. It's what's around it. I mean, we've got all the KERS and all of that now, KERS and HERS, your energy recovery systems. We've got all of that, so that's good. But it's sort of built around that with a battery, so the internal combustion engine uses less. But that's as I understand it, Jonty, absolutely correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where the synthetic fuels thing comes in, isn't it? To effectively replace it with that.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that makes
there's
more
loads
sense.
of ways to go. Obviously, you're talking about the noise, which is massively important. Lots of people mentioning V4s, the V4 hybrids. No. Pistons, for the sake of the noise, inline 5. Inline 5 sounds infinitely better than any V4 or V6. If we can't have V8s or V10s, inline 5 is the way to go.
Is that the ones they use in Aussie supercars? No, that's V8s. What about?
No, they're V8s.
What am I thinking?
No.
Of? The inline 5s.
There's loads of been used. The old Focus ST.
I mean, like going back to like electric cars, they're planning on what? Just going to like fully electric cars by 2030? Because I can't see that happening. Like, how many people have cars in the world? Every single one of those cars will need to be replaced by an electric car by 2030. I can't see that happening.
It's not. No, it's not. I thought that first when I read it. It's not that. It's any newly manufactured cars would have to be electric. They can't sell the.
Okay.
You can keep your petrol car. Don't worry, Dylan. I'm keeping mine. I can't afford to buy an electric car.
I mean, in that case, there's no rush for Formula One to do that then, because it's technically not a road car. So they probably might not even have to abide by those rules at that point. Yeah,
but I don't know. This is a bugbear we've had before, Jonty, isn't it? F1 isn't as road relevant as it thinks it is.
No.
I mean, like, what these hybrid cars have been available since 2014. Like, have we got any cars even close to this with like the engines that we've got in road cars? I don't think so, have we?
Well, it's the whole method that Formula One's gone hybrid with the intent of appearing more green, but the hybrid element is only being used for extra performance. Whereas in road cars, it's all about maximum efficiency, minimum carbon impact. So their goals are completely different to start with. And this is the first time where the road relevance has been reversed, because the first hybrid car was released in what, 1998, 97? And which is what, 15, 16 years before Formula One went to hybrid. So yeah, the road relevance is very much an illusion. The last truly important road relevance thing that Formula One came with was the paddle shifting. And that was 1989. The first F1 car had a paddle shift. It's constant illusion.
Yeah, I just think the way to go is keep the engines, and then Formula One just come up with their own, like carbon neutral fuel, and just go with that. Keep the raw, keep the engines. Don't go electric. Just make the fuel better for the environment and carbon neutral. And then companies can follow that. Instead of having petrol and diesel in the petrol stations, you have this carbon neutral fuel source instead, along with being electric cars.
I don't want to add to that at all. I think long-term future, it's electric, but I think hybrid works well now, doesn't it? And if you can introduce biofuels, synthetic fuels, whatever we want to go with, then that can play its part in there. But
I know what we do. We do electric cars in the future, but these electric cars also have a speaker on the back, which the the power on the car blasts the speaker like a V8 or V10 sound.
Well, they trialed a trumpet. They trialed a trumpet on the back of a Mercedes once to make them louder, didn't they? I think that was a gimmick.
Sounded so funny.
I mean, they can't stay like this forever, but I feel like 2030 to just go like fully electric is just like, nah.
Put the trumpet on last year's Ferrari, and all you're going to hear is wah 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 wah. There you go.
Well, people have done that as well. You've seen the videos of people sticking the party whistles into their car exhaust. It's brilliant.
Yeah. There you go. I'm just not buying the road relevance Formula One. I haven't. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's parts that get transferred over through technology and other areas, isn't there? But it's not, as much as I quite fancy it, I'm not going to be heading down to the shops in my V6 turbo hybrid from the back of a Mercedes anytime soon. It's not quite to that extent, but yes, I'm exaggerating before you say it. Pierre Gasly, fastest at the moment, 130.8. Antonio Giovinazzi, 130.8 as well. 111 laps for Gio. He's on it. Not quite as on it as somebody else. We'll get there in a minute. Pierre Gasly, 64 laps. Lando Norris, 130.8, 30 laps on the board. Valtteri Bottas, 31.2, 41 laps on the board. Sergio Perez, 131.9, 95 laps. Currently in the pits after his engine cover tore off. So we'll see what's going on there. Repairs, I assume. Charles Leclerc, 132.0, 57 laps. Daniel Ricciardo, 52 laps, 132.2, 132.3 for Fernando Alonso, 108 laps. So he's gone over the 100 now. 53 laps for Lance Stroll this afternoon, 32.4, 32.5 for Latifi, 112 laps for him this afternoon so far as well. I got an hour to go, of course. Yuki Tsunoda, 132.6, 57 laps, 55 laps for Mick Schumacher. A 132.8. Carlos Sainz 33.0, 56 laps. 76 laps for Nikita Mazepin, 133.1. 133.3 for Hamilton, 58 laps. And Sebastian Vettel, 10 laps this morning on a 138.8, of course. Who have we got? Let's have a look. So, Daniel Ricciardo not back in the car today. Norris in for him this afternoon. Stroll's in for Vettel. Sonoda's in. Gasly's in for Tsunoda, sorry. Schumacher in for Mazepin. Leclerc's in for Sainz. And Bottas is in for Lewis Hamilton. If you weren't around for the morning session, issues for certain drivers, run through the order as best I can. This one, say Perez's engine cover is just ripped off. Caused a red flag a little while ago. They'll be repairing that one right now. Slipping and sliding for Lance Stroll, that's a lie. Nicholas Latifi and Carlos Sainz. What else we have? Lewis Hamilton in the gravel at turn 13. That brought out a red flag this morning. And Sebastian Vettel, gearbox issues, stopped him getting... not any running. He got 10 laps in, but really any meaningful running this morning. So, frustrating day so far for Aston Martin. And for the final time today, Make sure you do drop a like on the stream. Massively appreciated. Do subscribe as well if you're new. Lots to come over the course of this season. You can support the stream as well using PayPal. 100% of that comes to the channel, but there's also Streamlabs and Super Chats as well. Links for all of that in description. Do follow Jonty, Dyllan, Dan and co as well. All the links to their channels and whatnot in the description too. And I think that's pretty much it. No footage, blah blah, copyright, blah blah. Lando Norris flying around as well. All the usual caveats as well for testing. Just don't read anything into this and all of that. So yes,
Does seem
1
like
hour
they're
to
putting
go.
some quick laps in. I think Norris is like 2 tenths up, I think, on Gasly at the moment on the C4 tyre. So
Yeah,
it looks like they're putting a couple of quick laps in.
I think he's about to go quickest. He does indeed, 1:30.5. So we're getting some tyres now. C4.
I think that's the quickest we've seen all weekend as well. I think it's a tenth quicker than Verstappen yesterday. Let me check. 1:36.74. Yep, just under a tenth quicker than Verstappen did yesterday.
So yeah, Norris has gone quickest then. So
Max was on the medium though, which is the
yeah.
C3.
I think you can. Yeah, it's testing, isn't it? But I think you can expect that Verstappen to be just quicker. But we'll see. Game over says, did Russell drive today? No, he's in all day tomorrow. Game over for George Russell. So I bet he's chomping at the bit, is George. Nissany was in the car all day yesterday, Latifi all day today. And George is like, I want to get in the car. Come on. He can't wait for tomorrow morning to drive for 114 laps around Bahrain. Gasly wide out the final corner. Might have cost him a little bit of time, but again, time's not really the point of testing. What we got is that Alonso going for a lap. Looks like it was just done a lap, 1:32.3. Personal best C2 is his best lap, but he's on the mediums at the moment.
Have they gave a time difference between each tyre compound at all? Do you know?
I don't think so. They don't tend to for testing, but I'll have a look tonight. I say that, I'll forget. There'll be something to forget. I'm looking at loads of stuff tonight. Maybe see what the gaps were for the race between these tyres that they used.
The delta for each step of compound is usually sort of 3 or 4 tenths.
So if it was like 3 or 4 tenths, then maybe like 8 tenths behind like the C4 sort of thing.
Yeah,
Like 31.5 maybe. Well, if they were on the same fuel, I guess.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We know nothing about the fuel levels. Well, no. Russell in tomorrow. You watch Russell's look; it's going to blow up on the installation lap, and you'll get to do about 5 laps at 4 o'clock.
I was going to say,
thinking
like, the Williams is very reliable, like no issues for Latifi today, but it's going to go all wrong tomorrow for George, and he's still going to qualify him come race. I'm telling you right now.
I did think it's gone so smoothly for Williams so far that it would just, poor George.
Williams' Mercedes bad luck is tomorrow.
Just checking on Red Bull, nothing said there about it. And Lando Norris in the box, in the pits. Not literally in a box. Going to be wheeled back in a garage by the look of it. 54 minutes to go. People talk about Russell tomorrow. Game over says, do you know why the new safety car is an Aston? Did Mercedes just give them that privilege? Have you heard anything on that, Jonty, on why it's an Aston? I've not read anything.
I have no idea.
I think they bought shares into the safety or something, I think.
The red, I know the red Merc is for CrowdStrike branding. I checked that one yesterday, or I think that's what it is.
And that red really doesn't suit the safety car.
I like it, but because the Mercedes car is silver, it doesn't feel right. Because the safety car is a Mercedes, not silver, it doesn't feel right. It should be silver because it's a Mercedes, but then we've got a black Mercedes on the grid, so there you go. That's my only bugbear with the red, really. Maybe it needs to stand out more. It's not got enough flashing lights, maybe. Drivers aren't seeing it.
Well, whichever. It's a big change to some of the safety cars we've seen in the past, like a Vauxhall Cavalier and a Renault 19. Seriously, younger people who are watching the chat, just go and Google some of the older sort of 80s, 90s safety cars from Formula One. You'll be like,
There's a Clio, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
That'd be around 92, 93 because it was tied in with the special edition Williams Clio.
There was a Vauxhall or an Opel, whatever you want to call it as well. I seem to recall.
Yeah, I'm still good that they did use the Clio for a safety car and not the F1 engine to Spas. What a waste.
There's been some corkers. They've not all been as good looking as the ones we've got now, that's for sure. But, no disrespect to those that produce the Mercedes safety car. But if they want to bog off and just give me that Aston, that's absolutely fine. I'm more than happy for that to front the field.
I can't find out why Aston are now involved as well, but yeah, they're splitting them. It seems like it's Aston Martin at Bahrain, and then Mercedes are going to be at Imola. But they do say that, where is it? They've made several modifications to turn the Vantage into a safety car to make it better at speed. So, I mean, if Lewis is at the front, he'll be hoping that it goes quicker because that's all he moans about when he's behind the safety car.
We have 5 Mercedes on the grid, and none of them are silver. That's from Bro. Good point. Imagine Hamilton following a Clio around the track, already complaining about the AMG being too slow. That's from Depechi. As far as I remember, safety cars were barely used in the 80s and 90s. That's true as well, isn't it, Jonty? They weren't, not like they are now.
Yeah, it really wasn't very often. I'm thinking, you know what they should use as the safety car? The 3-seater F1 cars. It's got 2 fire marshals in the side seats with an extinguisher. No more complaining about it going too slow.
Unless you're in this year's Haas and then you can't keep up with it. Bless them. AM are going to sell a shed load of their cars in that new F1 green, says Andrew. People talk about Lawrence Stroll. I'll trade them my Kia Rio for the Aston Martin, says Annette. A Kia Rio? What's a Kia Rio? I'm Googling. I know I'm learning about people's road cars. If you've got a road car, let me know what it is in chat. Why not? You're intriguing me now. I've got an 09 plate Vauxhall Astra Sport thing. Cost me nearly £900 in repairs back in the autumn. Comes a point where you start to wonder if it's bloody worth it, because I think that's more than the car's worth.
What did you do? Did you roll it?
Not quite, no. No, just in bits that needed. You know, when you take it for an MOT and they're like, oh yeah, you might as well get your tyres now, and then all of a sudden you get it up and you're like, oh, that's going to go. My dad was just like, it's all legal, it's all safe, but if I don't, that needs to be changed now because I'm going to have to do that in 6 months anyway. We'll do that now because that's going to be 3 months. It was just like, timing belt as well, I think was one of them. It's just like, oh, for God's sake. And it's not like me falling for mechanic spiel. It was my dad doing it, so I trust him. If my dad can get away with not me not having to spend a fortune, he will. So it's just kind of like, yeah, might as well do it now. So I was like, yeah, go on then. But the car is not worth that, I can promise you. It's all right. It's all right. Mazda 2, 2013 from Jack Webb. Toyota. Couple of Toyotas in there, actually. Opel Astra, says Kevin. We call them Vauxhall. Do you know why we call them Vauxhall rather than Opel? Is it just because we're British and we have to have a different name?
There was a reason behind that whole thing, and I really can't remember what it was.
It's not like a Sif and Jif situation, is it?
Don't get me started on that. Gif? The advert was so patronising to every other bloody European language. I still can't believe they got away with that.
Yeah. I don't want to get into what we get away with over here that you won't get away with anywhere else. Say out Ibiza for Steve-O. What else have we got? GT86, Opel Astra 1.6 diesel. People like an Opel. And they're good cars. They're reliable. They're decent. A Peugeot, or as somebody I know calls it, a Peugeot. The Peugeot 508. We need the Valkyrie as a safety car. It says Formula Hout.
Yes.
Sorry, butchered that. That would be cool. The Valkyrie would be
Hout.
cool.
Looks like someone named themselves after an exoplanet.
So what I'll tell you what then, that's the question I'm going to throw to you, Jonty, and to you as well, Dylan. What would be the dream car for you to see leading that field as a safety car?
Ooh.
Gasly just improves his time, by the way. Goes fastest. Oh, I think the Valkyrie's a fair shout.
Yeah. Lots of people saying the AMG 1, but honestly, I hate that thing. It's so ugly. It's an amazing car, but they just kind of didn't bother to make it look nice.
Yeah. Not a huge... I mean, it's all right. Not a huge fan, though. McLaren Senna? I like the McLaren Senna.
Yeah. Again, not very pretty, but incredible. Someone's to mention the Lexus LFA. Yeah, I'd have that just for the noise. Nothing sounds like that engine.
The Veyron? That'd be pretty special when it's sat at the front of a grid.
You make it a Chiron instead. I loved the Veyron when it came out, and then when they released the Chiron, it was like, wow, I never thought I would consider the Veyron ugly. But
the Vulcan, Apollo Gumpert. There are a couple of suggestions in chat.
Hennessy Venom,
Porsche 918, a Koenigsegg. Bright flares come up with. I like.
Ooh, yes, the
That'd
Glickenhaus.
be nice.
The new Glickenhaus. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god.
That's Perez wide. He's back out on track, by the way. I was just watching him through turn one there. I thought it was he has slid wide. He's on track though, so that's good. I can't think of anything. I mean, I can think of amusing cars I'd like to see at the front, like a Nissan Micra or a Honda Jazz.
Say Bugatti Type 35. Yeah, that'd be good. Engine something like 24 litres or something ridiculous. Probably do about 50 miles an hour around the track.
Checo was really hot into turn one, little lockup as well, and totally missed not only the apex but the entire corner, straight on there pretty much. So sloppy one there from Checo on the hard tyre, C2 I think that is with the brackets. Yeah, I mean, I you know, the Mercedes is nice, the Aston's very nice, so we're spoiled with the safety cars, but you know, go a bit better. I'd be very, 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 very happy with that one.
A few people saying the 919 hybrid. That would be very amusing considering it's beaten Formula One lap record around many tracks.
No complaining they can't keep up then.
Yeah, exactly. It beat the F1 record around Spa, which is an insane achievement.
What do you guys think about the M3, M4? I really like it, but it wasn't love at first sight, but more like on the second or third. I've not M3, M4. I've not seen it, to be honest. I'm having a quick.
I've not been a fan of the M cars for a while now.
That front grille, whatever you want to call it, is a bit. Maybe like you say, maybe second or third sight. I might quite like the look of it, but just the quick look there I'm having, I'm not really all that interested in that one. Bit rough looking.
The last M3 I really, really liked was the E45 model. So,
what if you like any supercar, hypercar, or your dream car, Jonty? What would you bloody love to get your hands on, even just for a track day, other than a Formula One car?
Oh, for me, Lotus Cortina all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are faster things and prettier things, but there's not many things that are going to compare to that as a raw driving experience. And Clark raced one, so
I'm a bit of a sucker for the 458, Ferrari 458. I'd quite like a go in that. Quite a bit. Not just because it's a Ferrari. It's an iconic name, but yeah, I wouldn't mind a go in that at all. I've been taken around Cadwell in a rally car, which was fun.
Yeah, rally cars are always fun. I mean, there's so many things you can have as the dream car to have a go at. I mean, my partner, I know what her first choice always is going to be, and that's a full original AC Cobra.
Nice. AC, thank you very much for your contribution, mate. It says 2019 Williams is a safety car. Not quick enough, mate. It's an obvious joke there. I did actually say, Paolo saying McLaren Senna. I would like to go in a McLaren Senna as well. Saw one of those Autosport. It was last year, possibly year before. Just a gorgeous car. I like it. I know you said, Jonty, it's not the best looker, but I think it's great. I think that was Alonso going wide there at turn. Did Lance Stroll just do the the sign at Latifi? He possibly just did. We've got a very car slow in the middle of the track. I see him just getting out of the way. Pretty sure we just had some sign language there from Lance Stroll towards the car in front. Alonso did get out of the way by going off track.
I'm a little bit behind you, so I'm just going to watch it when I get to it.
Yeah, I'm me.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know why my phone's behind. I'm connected to the Skybox from my phone, so I don't know why I'm still 30, 40 seconds behind.
Or he was just using his fist to say, "Oh, you pesky Williams" or whatever. I'm pretty sure it was something else though that looked fist shaped. How much will testing affect the race here in a couple of weeks? That's from Jack. I think we touched on this yesterday. It was a concern of mine, but I think because they're predominantly running during the day, and like yesterday we had the really sandy conditions, I don't think it's going to have the impact that I was worried about. And it's only the 3 days as well. So, and when you think about, Bahrain, we've been here for a long time now, so they've got quite a lot of data, and the cars aren't massively different to last year. So I'm not expecting it to suddenly turn Bahrain into a snooze fest or anything like that. But obviously, the more data you give a team, the more it's going to benefit them when they go racing there. So hopefully, not too much. But I'm not worried. We'll see in a couple of weeks, of course, and then you can come back and go, Sean, you were wrong. You should have been terrified. It's all gone so wrong. Bottas, by the way, on the C4 tyre at the moment.
Oh, come on, give us a good time. I want to see him going quicker and seeing how much the car understeers.
Well, he's up to 4th at the moment, so he's, they're on it.
With Lance Stroll, he'd already gone past Latifi and then kind of like just pumped his right fist. So he'd already gone past him. So it wasn't like as he was going past him. So I don't know if that was just out of frustration. I don't know.
He just got Legrand on the stereo and was putting his hand up for Detroit.
Thank you to, is it Sheaton or Cheaton for your contribution there. Massively appreciated. Stroll was trying to set a lap through some faster cars, ? Says fill in the blanks. Probably, yeah, but it's testing, so kind of that's down to practice as well.
That's down to his team to tell him that if you're on a fast lap here, you're going to catch cars,
Yeah, but for me, it's the same in practice and it's the same in testing. If it's qualifying, yeah, then you need to be getting grumpy about it. But in testing and practice, just tough. You where you are, get on with it. I mean,
they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Latifi went wide to let either intentionally or not intentionally, but he went off the track to let the other car through. So, there's 2 cars in front of him. There's nothing you can do about it.
I get the frustration from the driver because they've got their own program. They're only thinking about them, but you've got to remember that the car in front is also only thinking about themselves as well. So, but yeah, it's only testing, so not going to hurt. Bottas, it's not exactly bang a lap time in, but
He went slower in sector 1 and 3, but was quicker in sector 2. So he at least was pushing a little bit in that second sector. So
the little on board we saw, it wasn't as bad as the understeering we saw on Hamilton earlier. So
no,
positive there. But like we just said, he wasn't exactly. I mean, none of them are really pushing, but he wasn't exactly giving it much, was he? So we shall see. I was going to check for tyres. I know I can't. I can never find, and I know the race do a good job and so do others, but I can never find a properly reliable source, not even the F1 bloody website, of who's done what on what tyre. But I can tell you what we had this morning in terms of who did what on what tyre, for those that are interested for reference. And then tomorrow morning, I'll go over the tyres properly as to who's done what. I know it seems pointless because a lot of you will have just gone and read it anyway by that point, but what have we got? So Ricciardo's fastest time was on the C3 this morning. Alonso's time of a 1:32.3, so the same time that's on the board there, was also on the C2. Perez, I think he's gone quicker, 31.6, but this morning he was on the C2, and I'm pretty sure Perez is still out on the C2. He is indeed. So Latifi, C5 this morning, 32.5, and has not gone quicker than that, so that's the same on Sonoda. C4 32.6. Sainz's fast time was the C3. Mazepin's best time was the C4. Hamilton best time C2. Giovinazzi C2 as well, but he's since improved, so that was this morning. So but I'm sure Gio was on the C4 for his the C5, sorry, for his best time today. So
oh
this
really?
afternoon.
Oh,
I'm sure
that's
he
the first time I
was.
think I've seen the C5. I think Norris and Gasly were on the C4. I wasn't sure if you said that.
100 laps for Checo, 101 now, so those morning
know
concerns were nothing to worry about, everyone in chat. I know we were a little bit concerned this morning, but nothing to worry about there. He's got the laps in now.
Do you know what is actually interesting? I know obviously we can't put times into it and we don't know fuel loads and stuff like that, but Bottas was slower in Sector 1 and 3 compared to Gasly, whereas Sector 2 was where they're quicker. And if they've been struggling with a lot of understeer, like they were slower in the sectors that are mainly straights. Like the twisty section was actually where he was quicker.
I just don't trust Mercedes
No.
in testing at all. So
They've probably just got a switch where they just flick it and then the car just turns on.
have I put
Like,
the wrong link
they
in,
know how
Jonty?
They know how that floor is reacting, so whether it's what they expect or not expect, and then they're just practice 2 is where we'll see where they are into, because they'll do the qualifying, all the race simulations and stuff.
I'm changing my description with like minutes to go because, why not?
Wait, what are you changing?
I've still got Dan in the thingy, so it's join.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll just change it because I change it anyway for thingy.
I'm me and Jonty's Dan, or the other way around.
And I'm just going to change Jonty's thing to his Twitter for now. I meant to do that yesterday, so I'm glad I spotted that in
Is
chat.
that his channel? I mean, I have a Formula One channel if you want to link that instead of my main channel.
You uploaded to it this year?
Much onto it.
That sounded really judgmental. I'm so sorry.
I've uploaded 3 videos, and then I was just gonna do like a livery, like once all the liveries have been done, rather than just doing one for each video. But I've just not got around to it yet. So
That's 3 more than me.
I am gonna upload to it this year, though. Yes.
I didn't mean to sound like really.
No,
really
it's fine
harsh
because
there. I didn't mean it
obviously
like that, but-
no, because obviously I did videos and then I just didn't. So no, I am gonna this year definitely.
Yeah, so I've just changed Jonty's link to his Twitter for now, but yeah.
If you follow him, make sure to unfollow.
Yeah, and refollow just because you can.
Turn
Charles
on
Leclerc
those ding dong
C4s.
the bell.
So see what Charles Leclerc's going to do on those C4 tyres. I'll run through the times in a minute. I won't do them just yet. I was in at 1/2 past. Couple of hundreds down on Gasly in the first sector, but I was hoping we're going to see a bit of C4 and C5 running this afternoon again. Got to be careful, but yeah, nice to see a bit of running on the softer tyres. I think tomorrow is going to be so hectic because you got Mercedes going to need as many laps as they can get. Vettel needs as many as he can get, and I think Aston just need to make up for it all. I think tomorrow's going to be brilliant, so hectic, and I can't wait for it.
So we have Russell in all day tomorrow. Have we got Kimi all in tomorrow as well?
No, everybody is splitting tomorrow except Williams, I believe.
Was it all Kimi yesterday then?
Was Kimi all day yesterday? I can't remember
so.
now. I might be. Kimi
I
might be all day tomorrow.
I think they did split yesterday. Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kimi did 63 and Giovinazzi did 68. Maybe it is Kimi all day tomorrow. If that's the case, maybe we might get a. I know obviously that might be a C5, but maybe we'll see a couple of quick laps from Latifi and Giovinazzi because they're not going to get another chance in testing, are they?
Yeah, Kimi's all day tomorrow. Sorry, I missed that one. Kimi all day tomorrow, and George Russell as well. So I think most others are splitting.
4th. There we go. Alfa Romeo quicker than Ferrari. Boom.
when do you think silly season will start, and how do you think it will go? Does silly season ever stop in Formula One? There's always some kind of driver transfer. I mean, normally I'd say probably getting on for sort of end of May. Just as we're heading towards the summer break, we'll probably start to get a lot more gossip. But as we saw last year with Ferrari, very, very quickly, it just takes one move, doesn't it, to completely blow the market up. And all it's going to take is, for example, a Lewis Hamilton turning around and going, I'm retiring at the end of the year, and then that's bang.
That's changing
something
everything
like that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there's questions already before even testing began. There was already questions directed at George Russell whether or not he's in talks with Mercedes. Have they said anything? Because I feel like other teams would like to get Bottas if Russell replaced Bottas. People would like to get Bottas because, you know, is a what's the word? Reliable driver as far as like consistent driver. And if they do have someone that is a clear number one, they know that Bottas is I know it sounds bad, but he's a copy guy. You know what I mean? There's not going to be much fire if they have him as like in the team.
now they're talking about engines and that on Sky now. Martin Brundle just said F1 has to keep itself relevant. Cool. He's just saying about technology transfer, actually, to be fair. I completely agree on that. The tech that F1 has, but, you know.
I mean, like in 2030, when they're only producing electrical cars, like probably like 80-90% of the world are still going to be petrol cars. So technically, petrol's still relevant, just not for, you know what I mean?
Just try something different. Don't go electric. Not that I'm against electric.
No,
just try something different.
I don't know. See how far. I mean, like you never know. Like by the time we get to like 2030, Formula E might be really popular, or it could be the complete opposite. And depending on where Formula E's going, could decide where Formula One goes. Because if electrical doesn't seem to be the way, well, then they're not gonna. It's not gonna please a lot of people. So they're not gonna be able to make money out of it. Also, how fast do Formula E cars go? Because if them going electric means that the speed of the cars drops dramatically, then people aren't going to be a fan of that either, are they?
I'm not sure, to be honest, what their top speed is, or what we tend to see. But I mean, considering they're getting it all from electric, batteries and all that, it's quick.
It's difficult with the tracks as well, because the tracks are weird in Formula E, aren't they? Like, a lot of them are narrow and definitely different to what you see in Formula One.
Try to think about how fast an FE car goes, and I can't remember. I'll Google that in a minute for you, mate. But I'm just going to run through the order super quickly. Half an hour to go, under half an hour to go now. Pierre Gasly fastest, Lando Norris in second, Antonio Giovinazzi in third. So Gasly's done a 1:30.4, a total of 72 laps. Norris has done a 1:30.5, a total of 37 laps this afternoon. I need to check McLaren again. Although he's out there, is Norris, so probably nothing to worry about. Giovinazzi, 1:30.7. And 116 laps. So it's a good day for Gio in that car. Kimi in there tomorrow for him all day. Charles Leclerc in fourth place, 65 laps, 1:31.1. We know for a fact he did that on the C4 tyre. Bottas on the C5 at the minute, so keep an eye. Personal best first sector, 31.1, 49 laps. Lance Stroll, 31.2, 61 laps. Sergio Perez, despite losing part of his engine cover, a hefty chunk of his engine cover, 106 laps and a 1:31.6. Daniel Ricciardo, 32.2, 52 laps. Alonso, 32.3, 118 laps. Nicholas Latifi, 124 on his own today, so that's special. 1:32.541. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:32.684, 57 laps. Mick Schumacher, 73 laps, 1:32.8, 1:33.0, 56 laps. 1:33.1 Mazepin, 76 laps. Sainz, by the way, was a 33.0. I think I said Sainz. Hamilton, 33.3, 58 laps, and Vettel, 38.8, and just 10 laps this morning. I think Haas have got a pretty decent total. You got Mick Schumacher, 73, and Mazepin, 76. So that's 149. Bottas goes up to second now on a 1:30.4 on the C5, purple final sector, and 50 laps in total. So bit of pace there from Mercedes for what it's worth. Definitely. Could you imagine a Formula E car going around Monza or Spa? I don't think they would, mate, to be honest. very
Formula
well.
E car top speed is 174 miles an hour, which is slower than a Formula 3 car, Formula 2 car. Formula 3 reaches 186. Formula 2 reaches 208. NASCAR,
but
199.
Formula E
And
is
then Formula
using
1 is...
technology that's relatively new in comparison to what Formula 3 and that are using, and 170 odd miles an hour from just batteries and all that business is just,
Yeah.
I still think that's impressive. I really do.
No, that's quicker than I expected, to be honest. But yeah, Formula E 174 versus Formula 1, which is 223. So about 50 miles an hour slower, which is actually closer than I expected, to be honest.
Do teams have two cars, or do both drivers drive the same car? I believe they just drive the same car, unless obviously they need to rebuild anything. So there's no, it's not two cars. I know they were talking about it in commentary a bit ago, but just to confirm to anybody that's relatively new, that they don't run two drivers and two cars in testing just because of costs. That's the main reason. They could. I don't think there's any rule that says they can't, unless there is a rule in costing that stops them doing it. But running two cars, two drivers, 8 hours a day for 3, 4, 5 days is a lot. So yeah, that's why. So it's just the one car to answer that one.
How much would it cost to bring another car to the track, but not like fuel it or anything like that? Because let's say what happened to Lewis, he got stuck in the gravel, he had to get taken up, taken back, and everything like that. To save them time and get more testing, they could simply just shove Lewis in the other car, and you could only have the other car, and if you're not using the first one, and then go out and do more running. Like Perez, the engine cover rips off, so why they're repairing that, shove him in the second car, and then go out and do some testing.
Well, I would imagine that they've got all their kit in both cars there already, considering that the first race is also there and it'll be in
That's
2
true.
weeks to save
Yeah.
on cost and shipping. But there are rules about using one car, limited number of people in the garage. And there's a few other bits and pieces.
Yeah.
So there is a rule, but it is a cost rule. Is that right? It comes down to cost basically at the end of the day, but there is actually a written rule that says you can only have so many mechanics in a car.
Yeah. Because I was just wondering, like, obviously don't have both cars on at the same time, but it was just if one car is damaged and needs repairing, just put them in the other car sort of thing. But yeah. I guess it's different this year because, like Jonty said, testing is here and the teams are staying here until the first race. So yeah, both cars will have the stuff here, or the majority of it. Maybe they still need to ship a bit, but it's just different this year, isn't it?
Two cars could induce bias data as they are both a bit different, says Terrain. I just read first parts if I can. Electricity is produced by coal, 70% of production from Nav. Yeah, that's. I see that argument actually. I'm not saying you're making this argument, but I see this argument for FE all the time when they're sort of talking about green and people say, oh yeah, but you've got to do this is produced because of coal and da. But you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? So that Formula E tech and that, and wind power, just renewable energy, it'll get there eventually. But yeah, I'm not saying you're saying that. It's just an argument I see quite a lot about how Formula E isn't as green as it thinks because they're producing all of this batteries and that using your normal production methods in some cases. So I don't know the ins and outs of it. I'm not going to dig in too deep, but Leclerc's gone purple, by the way, on the C4 in the first sector. Latifi on 125 laps is insane, says Jack. Alpine have both cars in the garage, just one finish, says Ash. There'll be lots of spares there this weekend. They're there for 3 weeks as well for the race. So Red Bull's looking reliable. 150 laps for Haas is great, says Warren. Dan the Indoor Man, Williams Advanced Engineering provide Gen 3 batteries. Are they still doing that?
Williams still do a lot for Formula E.
Yeah.
And all the electricity used by the Formula E cars is completely carbon zero. It comes from glycerol powered generators on site.
Okay. But in terms of production, there's obviously they're in the chain, aren't they, with coal and all that business. But
Formula E's got the same problem as Formula One and every other series when it comes to the carbon impact, and that's just getting to the races.
Yeah.
Until we find some way of having carbon zero or at least carbon neutral mass transportation in ships and planes and trains, it's still all going to be token measures.
I was just going to say, John, do you think McLaren will go for this Formula E entry?
I wouldn't be surprised, because there's rumours of them working on an all-electric road car. So it would definitely be a direction you would expect them to go. But being so F1 focused and so F1 historic, would they be doing that just to get a jump on the direction Formula One might go in the future?
Racing pit stop there for Checo, putting on a new set of the hard tyres. Win-Win wants to know last year's pole time. So I'll just reiterate the fastest times from last season's Bahrain Grand Prix weekend. So pole was Lewis Hamilton 127.264. The fastest race lap was a 132.014 from Max Verstappen, and Max Verstappen also set the best lap in practice as well of a 128.355. I think that's my handwriting says. So 127.2 for pole. So we're quite a way off that at the moment. Maybe we'll see something close to that tomorrow. I doubt it, but you never know. Aston Martin's still not doing much, says Richie. So I'll give that a quick check over on the old Twitter sphere.
Someone asking what we think the fastest time might be over the testing period.
20.
What was the pole time again?
27.2.
I'm going to say like 28.9.
Yeah, I was going to say mid-28s wouldn't be out of the question. But I looked at last year's Spanish Grand Prix times compared to testing. I think there was only 0.2 between, and one was a 1:15.5, the other was a 1:15.7.
Oh, really?
So it's possible we could get something into the low 128s, but I don't think they'll get into the 127s just because of the amount of aero they lost from the floor.
Yeah, they lost a lot from the floor, didn't they? Apart from McLaren, who's done some genius thing with the diffuser, maybe. And
there you go. Bottas fastest for Mercedes on the C5 tyre. 130.2. 53 laps now for Valtteri. C5 tyre.
Cue the "here we go again" memes.
Hear me out. If there was a bit more green on that Ferrari, it would look good.
Yeah.
It's just a slab, isn't it, of green? It's just a green screen.
Yeah. If they incorporated like more of like the Italian flag, it'd be like, all right, you can kind of see where they're going. But it's just a bit of green, you know?
Yeah, just make the whole shark fin the Italian flag.
That'd be cool.
And that means even if you're not, even if we now can't be there, you can still keep those colours. You don't need to take it away, you know?
Yeah. Again, we're talking about it, so it's worked, hasn't it? The branding.
Yeah.
Still have no idea what it is. Like, we're talking about it, but I've never looked it up, or I'm probably never going to look it up. You know, I don't know.
Hashtag no such thing as bad publicity.
Exactly. Rich energy. That's all they have, rich energy. Is us lot talking about.
I remember seeing a tweet of someone was like, "Oh, I found rich energy," and it was like a picture of a can in like a supermarket, and it was like 15p, like for the can of like energy drink or something like that.
Christ, that's cheaper than Aldi own brand.
Cheaper than like a merge, and it's like I thought it was like a premium energy drink that you can buy in store. Someone saw one for like 18p or something.
Oh, I've got to it behind me.
Well, you've got a can behind you.
Yeah.
Was it good or was it not good? Or have you not drank it?
2 came. Genuinely, it is far nicer than Red Bull. But that's energy drink, so it's saying like dog poo's nicer than cat poo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who do you think is going to set that fastest time then this week? Do you think we're going to see just a last ditch lap from a Lewis Hamilton tomorrow or something where everybody's heart sinks, even though it is only testing?
Oh, here we go. You got a pen handy. Let's write them down.
Oh God,
you'll have to ask Dan in a message or something.
Yeah, take everyone's prediction and then
Ricardo.
You can look through it at the end of tomorrow. I'm gonna say I don't think it'll be Mercedes. I think Mercedes are gonna hold that. So I'm gonna either say like a McLaren or Verstappen. I reckon.
I'm going to say Ricardo with a 128.197.
Who's in
Danny
tomorrow?
Rick.
Because tomorrow afternoon, even though it's going dark, the track's going to be the most rubbered in. So do you reckon that'll be the quickest times, or do you reckon it'll be? I don't know.
Who are you going for, Dylan?
I'm looking who's in tomorrow. I'm looking who's in tomorrow when, because I don't know if it's going to be quicker towards the end of the day when it's night, but the track's like, obviously it's the most rubbered in, or because it's dark and the track's cooling down, it's going to be slower. I don't know.
It's my job to cop out and sit on the fence, Dylan. Come on.
Hold on a minute. Let me get the list of who's in tomorrow. You say who's going to be for you. I've already said McLaren or Verstappen. I'm just seeing who's in the afternoon in McLaren.
I'm just gonna go with the fact that I think that Mercedes are trolling everyone, and they'll do something tomorrow. So I'm actually gonna go with a 28, not quite a 5, so 4.87. That'll do from Lewis Hamilton.
Verstappen's in the afternoon in Red Bull. I don't know who it is in McLaren, apparently on this page that I'm on. So George Russell's in tomorrow. My boy George gonna come through, Mr. Sunday, get the fastest lap. I'm gonna go Verstappen. Unless there's any issues, I'll go Max.
You go Verstappen, yeah.
Yeah.
What's your time? Come on.
I said a 128.8. I'm gonna say.
There you go. I will ask the others as well. Why not?
So what have we all said?
Jonty's gone for Ricardo. I've gone for Hamilton. You've gone for Verstappen.
What
But we're all in
times
the
have
28s.
we said?
I said 28.4. Jonty 28.1. Did you say, Jonty? I've just put my pad away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Although it is quite difficult to predict things during this testing, would you ever have predicted that Lewis would be the first person to stick it in the gravel?
no.
I don't think
Not
any
at
of us
all.
would predicted that Mercedes would have like the first issues as well, or like the most issues, and they'll have the least laps. Like, isn't it pretty much since like 2014 they've done the most laps of every testing, and right now they're like on the least. Apart from, I don't know, maybe Aston Martin's behind now because Bottas has done quite a lot of laps. Well, Stroll's done a lot as well.
Ferrari with the fastest lap says Raul. It's for good press. I always bring it up. It's they don't matter, but if you want to top the timesheets before the first race of the season for a couple of weeks, you're going to make the headlines.
See, that's the thing. Is like Ferrari, could they actually because they were so slow last year? Are they on a low fuel quick lap? Is that still actually going to be faster than like Mercedes and Red Bull on like a full tank of fuel going slow? Like, are they going to be able to catch them?
Kimi will be fastest of all, 128.2 for AC. We'll see on that one. Calvin says that McLaren seems solid. It'd turn up, wouldn't it, if we had an Alfa Romeo top of the timesheets? Ricardo is running in the afternoon tomorrow, says VR Chat. That Aston is understeering a lot, says Warren Haig, which would be interesting because I thought Mercedes was doing that as well. So, yeah, you see. We've got a bit of a tiny little race going on here. We've got Lando Norris followed by Sergio Perez down to the final corner. McLaren versus Red Bull, of course. Keep having to remind myself that Perez is in the Red Bull.
I would like to see that. Like,
Perez
Lando Norris,
pits ruin that.
like McLaren closest to Red Bull, like that would be so good to see this year.
DS
Have a
Gamer
Mercedes right there.
Vettel just did the 10 laps because of a gearbox problem this morning. DS Gamer, so disappointing for him. Plenty of laps hopefully tomorrow afternoon for Seb. He'll need them.
As Jack and Ash are saying, Kimi already did 112 yesterday.
That's true, yeah. His amazing time.
I wonder if that was like Alonso's last race. Do you remember when he was just cutting every single corner for the hell of
Oh
it?
yeah, he just did not
Funny.
care, did he? He was just like, nope.
How many he got a couple of penalties, didn't he, for that?
I think he got a 3-second or 5-second penalty. Yeah, he's just like, I don't care.
I know. Kind of looking back now, it was nice but it's sort of turned out to be pointless in a way. But that drive to the grid with Hamilton one side and Vettel the other of Alonso was quite a really nice moment in Abu Dhabi, the end of 2018. He's come back now, so that's that ruined.
I mean, you never know. At the end of this season, it might be Hamilton in the middle with Vettel and Alonso spinning around him. You never know.
Let's not talk about Vettel as spinning.
Was it that race when he just kept cutting the corners? His engineer was like, "Come on, you can get 10th place, you can get another point." He's like, "I've got like 1,500 points. I don't care if I get another one."
Yeah, that's the one. Seems like a bit of a trend for sort of emotional retirements of drivers that don't
come back
actually matter. You know, Schumacher retired.
Massa's was the big one as well, because he literally went down the pit lane and it was all, you know, everyone came out round like clapping and it was really emotional. And then, you know, Bottas went to Mercedes. It was like, oh crap, we don't have a driver. Yo, Felipe, can you come back, please?
He's had his son over team radio as well, didn't he? For that first one, I don't know if they did it for the second one, but his second one, it was like, yeah, whatever, you've already gone, mate.
Yeah, it wasn't the same on the second one. Yeah, it wasn't the same, which kind of takes away from it because, you know, that generally was his last race, and it just kind of ruins it. Like when someone decides to retire, like I feel like obviously he came back, it wasn't his decision to leave. I think, you know, they expected to keep Bottas and then Stroll was in the picture as well, and then obviously they was having problems, so they needed a driver. So
just an update for those that want to know then, with 10 minutes to go on fastest tyres so far. So this is an interesting one. Valtteri Bottas, 130.2, 53 laps. That was on the C5. Gasly's time of a 130.4 was also on the C5. Norris was on the C4 in third place with that 130.5. Stroll was on the C4 as well with his time of 130.6. Giovinazzi was on the C5, as was Charles Leclerc. Nicholas Latifi on the C4, and then it's Perez, the fastest of the C2 runners today, a 131.6. Ricciardo C3 when he did his 132.2 this morning. 32.3 from Alonso was on the C2, and then it's C4 for Tsunoda and Mick Schumacher. Sainz was on the C3 with his time of a 33.0. Mazepin was on the C4. Hamilton was on the C2 with that 33.3, and Vettel, sort of pointless really on the prototype, but did do the 38.8 on that one, but obviously he had his issues this morning, so kind of an irrelevant time completely. So the best time on the C5s is Bottas with the 130.2. C5, 130.2. Best time on the C4 is Norris with a 30.5. Best time on the C2 is Perez with a 31.6. And best time on a C3 is Ricciardo. There you go, on a 32.2. So they're your tyres for today. See?
Looking at those times, obviously, like we don't know the fuels and stuff, but if it is about 4 tenths per compound, then Perez being 1.3 behind, you know, like that deficit will be about 1.2 seconds, so they're pretty close. And then that's also a good lap from Norris to only be 2 tenths behind. Obviously, we don't know fuel loads, but if they're on similar fuel, Bottas and Perez, then they're actually really close, only a tenth.
Have you got a hamster?
I got 2 Dagus behind me, which is like guinea pig /
yeah.
hamster. Yeah. I if it's really annoying, just let me know.
No.
Sometimes they run on the wheel and it's crazy, and I can mute my mic.
No, it's fine. So, animals are animals, mate. It's yeah. You've got.
Let me see if my audio thing's on. Is it on? Yeah, it is. Echo, like the cancellations thing on Discord sometimes zones it out, but I think if I was talking, it picks it up. So
you've got.
You still haven't done a pet stream.
I got 2 dogs, a cat, a rabbit, a tortoise, and 2 Dagus. and 3 fish tanks.
Wow.
We need to get a pear tree.
we got a lot of animals.
I mean, a stream of all your pets. Not you, just the pets.
just my I mean, people would much rather see my pets than me, so.
Sean, don't know if someone already told you this, but this is what Sam Collins had to say. Are there genuine nerves at Mercedes? Yes, there are. I had a long chat with Andrew Shovlin, and he was not happy. The car does have a handling imbalance, which they believe is down to the aerodynamics. They're looking into it, but they haven't got a solution yet. But this is not sandbagging. To be fair, they would say that, but I get you, yeah. That car does not drive well. It looks like a hard car to drive, and from what Mercedes is saying, it isn't driving how they want it to. Thank you so much for that. Is it Abhinav? So thank you so much for that one. Appreciate that. So Mercedes we said they're having their issues. I think there is an element of gameplay, but I said from the onboards with Hamilton, the car looked like it was really, really tough to drive and was understeering quite a bit. So interesting conversation there been had. Maybe we are going to have an incredible fight. But I mean, if Mercedes struggle with that car and Red Bull as quick as they say they are, and that midfield is close, if that all gets pulled together, I'm dreaming, Jonty. Stop it. Good Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, all it takes is not to have a car underneath you, and you know we've seen it with Red Bull. Like the second driver is like 5/10 down, which shove them straight in the midfield. You know, if McLaren are getting closer and Mercedes don't have a stable car and they're not confident, you know, they could be half a second down and they could be right there. You know.
Yeah, you still.
I can't see it being that bad, but
Mercedes have got the best people doing all of the data analysis. They will find out exactly what it is causing it. And we've got 2 weeks until the race weekend. You know, there's a lot of things that they can do. They'll be messing around with the damper stiffnesses and all of the suspension geometry and the bits of aero. They will get it balanced. It'll just not look great in testing.
As well, which they could shove on in one of the practices to see if that's any more stable and see which direction to take, couldn't they?
That Aston looks good under the lights. Something to keep an eye on.
Bottas definitely looked more stable in those later laps. So whether they just fine tune it and it's getting more to his drive, but he definitely looked like it was nowhere near as bad. Whether the winds died down or something as well, I don't know.
Looks like Bottas. I'm not going to say he's going to stay quickest because obviously they might go out and stick on some tyres, but 6 minutes to go. Coming right towards the end of day 2 of testing. Back again all day tomorrow for another 8 hours with you. So lots of waffle. Me and Stuart all day. I think Stuart's going to take a break midway. I wouldn't blame him. I keep sitting here thinking, I wish I'd taken a break halfway through. Get to this
lots
stage.
Of flags during the day.
Yeah. It's get to this stage and I'm flagging a little bit, but we'll be fine. Go have some tea after this and then go to bed. Get up and go again tomorrow. Never going to complain.
What time is you up
today? 5:30 today, so better than yesterday.
What time are you getting up Monday after all this is over?
5:30.
Tuesday.
In the Tuesday. If you're lucky.
Monday? I'm not going to be seeing Monday.
I think we've got a red flag now. Is that
virtual safety car again?
Is that the usual test that we get? We do. Yeah, we do have a red flag. I only assume that is the normal test, so they'll then come in.
It takes away from the last 5 minutes of the. I know they go for 8 hours, but you're like, right, 5 minutes to go. What's going to happen? Oh, red flag, nothing. You know.
So cars come in, and then they go out again when the red flag finishes, and then they do the virtual safety car. So it's just a test, nothing going on track.
Well, it does look like the dust's starting to pick up again. Now you can see it under the lights more.
Ash says I have a night shift tonight, then sitting with testing again tomorrow. If you're joining us, Ash, I'll try and keep you awake. You can try and keep me awake through that one, definitely. I'm just listening to Crofty. Oh no, he's not. I thought he was saying something interesting there, but he's not. Not that he. Yeah. Anyway. Mercedes needs to make their mind up quickly, but my point of view is, why is Bottas' car going great, but why is Hamilton's car not driving very good? That's Fusion Darts. I mean, to be fair, Bottas has done that time on a C5 tyre, so he should be very, very quick, but Bottas had his issues yesterday. I mean, the car doesn't look amazing with Bottas. It does look less of a handful than it did with Hamilton this morning, but it's one to keep an eye on, so fair point. I'll keep an eye on that one tomorrow. They are using the same car as well, says Frankie. So maybe just set up it. But Bottas prefers the setup of that car, even though it's the same car. But I don't know, Jonty. Do they bother with driver setup as much in testing, or is it the team set it up how they want it so they get their data?
I would imagine most of it is the team setting up exactly how they want to get the most accurate data. But then surely they should take some of the driver preferences into account. So otherwise they're going to get to a race and the driver can't set the car up.
Yeah, exactly. Also, yeah, as well, you want your data to be as relevant as possible, and if your driver's not comfortable in the car, you're not going to get very good data, are you, as well? So, yeah, there you go. It looks well, the red flag's out. They put the classification up on Sky because they like to do that, but I assume that's just because there's no point really waiting for the flag, because it is just going to be VSC when the session restarts. So I'll keep an eye. You never know. You'll never know. It is just a test, though, so don't worry. To those asking, there's not been an accident. It's just a red flag test, and then a virtual safety car testing happens at the end of each of the sessions. So I agree. It does take it out of it a little bit, Dylan, the last 5 minutes, but at the same time, having been sat here for nearly 8 hours, it's kind of like we've had 7 hours and 55 minutes. It's fine. I can take it. But yeah, I take that point as well.
So I've just added up the laps again now. So Mercedes have done 162. Aston Martin 177, McLaren 194, Williams 215. Then we have Ferrari 244, Haas 246, AlphaTauri 253, Red Bull 255, Alfa Romeo 256, and Alpine also 256. Mercedes still way behind.
I say it's a test. But just as Crofty there, he just said that the drivers now come back out on track to do their practice starts. I wonder if the red flag is to get all the drivers in the pits and then send them all out together for their practice starts, so they're not waiting ages for somebody to come in, the last car to come in or something like that, and then just virtual safety car it to the grid and then checkered flag maybe. I don't know.
Makes sense.
Not sure why you need to test a red flag 3 times across the weekend. It's flag goes red, come into the pits, but maybe. And Eru just saying in chat there, so far 1,233 laps have been done today. Yesterday there were 1,030. So we have had more laps today. So good. I mean, king of the laps today is Nicholas Latifi, 132, followed by Alonso on 128 and Giovinazzi on 125. Those 3 have been in the car all day, though, so bear that one in mind. And I think Haas have done even more than that. So good stuff. In fact, I think Dylan's just said they've done even more than that. So there we go. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from all of them today, or most of them. Poor Seb Vettel sat down there. What did Stroll do in the end this afternoon? So 70. So still got 80 laps in Aston Martin. So as a team, I don't know how many of Seb's 10 were relevant, really, but as a team, they've got some good laps in still. So they need a clean day tomorrow, do Aston Martin, and so do Mercedes. The pit lane light is red, though, so I guess that's that for that now. So if they're not on track now, they're not going to be out on track, but that is the checkered flag for day 2 of pre-season testing. Valtteri Bottas has ended day 2 on top with a 130.2. He did that on the C5 tyre with a total of 58 laps over the course of the afternoon. C5 as well for Gasly in second place on a 130.4, 87 laps in total. 71 laps for Stroll in third place on a 130.4. He did that on the C4. C4 for Norris as well, who did a 130.5, 52 laps in total. Giovinazzi 125 on a 130.7 on the C5 tyre. Leclerc 130.8, 73 on the C5 tyre as well. Nicholas Latifi 131.6, 132 laps for Latifi. C4 tyre for his fastest time. 117 laps for Perez, 131.6. He was on the C2 tyre. Daniel Ricciardo 132.2, so 1.9 off the fastest time, 52 laps, and he was on the C3 tyre. Fernando Alonso 132.3, 128 laps on the C2 tyre for his fastest time. Tsunoda 32.6, 57 laps. He was on the C4 for his fastest time. Mick Schumacher 32.8, C4 tyre. How many laps did he do? 88, 56 laps for Carlos Sainz, 133.0 on the C3 tyre. Mazepin 133.1. He was on the C4 for that, 176 laps. Lewis Hamilton 1:33.3, 58 laps. C2 and the prototype tyre for Vettel, 1:38.8, 10 laps in total. And just in terms of problems, Vettel had gearbox problems this morning. Lewis Hamilton, of course, spun into the gravel at turn 3, so that brought out the red flag. We know of Sainz and Latifi having some slip sliding. Sergio Perez engine cover ripped off at one point, so that was back to the pits for repairs for him. And I think really that's pretty much all the major drama and talking points today. So yeah, Bottas ending day 2 fastest. So yeah, don't really know what else to add to that one. We've been through it all already, haven't we? So lots of laps, and I'm who topped it yesterday? I've forgotten who topped it yesterday. Let's have a look.
Verstappen.
It was Verstappen, of course it was. We've had a Red Bull and a Mercedes top the times, but I guess a question then, Jonty, just to end on super quickly, obviously ignoring lap times for a moment, who's the happiest from these first 2 days, do you think, in terms of testing? Team-wise?
You'd have to say Red Bull and McLaren. They both look solid. They look quick. McLaren looks a bit more solid because they haven't shed any bodywork. But yeah, they both look pretty planted.
Yeah, they're looking good, aren't they? They seem confident as well. So what about you, Dylan? Just other than Red Bull and McLaren, who do you think's pretty happy with testing so far?
I was going to say McLaren. Obviously, I'm not going to say that now because what Jonty said. The only reason I wouldn't go Red Bull is because obviously the bodywork did come off. It was just like he said, someone didn't put tape down, then there's nothing to worry about. But if it's not and there's some other reason, then that's something they're going to have to look into. Alfa Romeo look really good as far as like reliability, and they've got a lot of laps in, but we have no idea where they're going to be on the grid because it depends on the Ferrari engine. So I don't know. Alpine haven't really had many issues themselves either, have they? It's just we don't know where they are with the times. So I don't know. I'm going to go Alpine because they're going to probably be further up than Alfa Romeo.
It's just impossible to say, isn't it, really? But yeah, I think...
I was just going to go McLaren. McLaren have had a solid. I don't think they've had anything go wrong, really, have they? Maybe like a couple of little blips here and there, but probably the least out of anyone.
I think Red Bull, McLaren and Alpine are good shouts because they've all got very good laps on the board. So in terms of the amount of laps, and that's absolutely key for testing. So... yeah, it is only testing, of course. Anything could change between now and Bahrain in 2 weeks' time, but one more day of testing to come, which is going to be good tomorrow, and we should get hopefully a few more answers and maybe a rough idea of a pecking order, but I'm not going to read. I've done pecking orders before after testing and been so far away from the truth, it's unbelievable, so I don't really see the point, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of people out there on these publications and that are going to overanalyze every single thing, so go give some of them a read, and we'll be able to... was it, just very quickly, Jonty, was it Autosport a couple of years ago that did some analysis and all of that business and came up with Ferrari as a dominant force or something like that, and we all just kind of, at the end of the season, were like, well, that was brilliant.
Doesn't that always happen with something Autosport puts out?
Karun usually gets a good prediction, so I'll probably just wait for him to come up with his analysis because he's usually pretty close in the pecking order of where people are.
Karun's are pretty decent as well. I was looking at chat, see if there's anything just to quickly round off with. I don't think so. We can go over questions and that again tomorrow. But thank you very much, Dylan. Once again, mate, it's been a pleasure to have you on the stream. And I think that's it for you for testing on the channel. But I'm sure we'll be able to get you on something later this year as well.
Pleasure having me. I'll be lurking in the chat tomorrow. Might be doing some garden work, so I'll be in and out, but I'll be there. I'll be watching.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Thanks
Thank you very much. It's been awesome. And thank you as well, as always, Jonty. I hope... I think you're done as well now. It's Stuart all day tomorrow, isn't it? So hopefully this has got you a little bit hyped, just a little bit, for the season ahead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to it. And also, Dylan, you need to make this go the other way. Drag this guy into some Among Us games.
I know, Sean. When I'm back streaming, all right, I'm going to give you a message. We're going to play some games, all right? Guys, go follow twitch.tv/Spudsy, all right? Go follow.
Like I've put nothing on there for ages. But
I know. I'll tell you what. When I upload F1 content on my channel, you stream on Spudsy.
No. Yes, we'll wrap it up there, though, guys. Thank you so much. And I will talk to you both soon, I'm sure. Thank you for joining me and keeping me sane this afternoon.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you to Jonty and Dyllan and for you guys as well for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure again this afternoon. Very much looking forward to tomorrow. Stuart all day tomorrow as well. So a new perspective on this weekend. You know, we've spoken to Stuart before, of course. Back again live tomorrow, 8 a.m. all the way through till 4 p.m. And then I'm going to go hide under a rock for a couple of days. But yes, it's been awesome today. Can't wait for tomorrow. So much I hope we're going to learn as well. And hopefully tons of laps. I want lots of running and tons of laps tomorrow. Definitely. So come on, teams, as much as you can. Ted's notebook is on now, so I shall watch that later tonight as well. But you can follow me over on Twitter, of course. Links to all social media in the description. Thank you for all your contributions today. We'll go over all that again tomorrow. Don't forget to subscribe. That's the one to go for if you're new to the channel. And please do leave a like before you disappear. Always massively appreciated and gives the channel a big boost. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word. And until tomorrow morning, goodbye.